in some of the reporting frameworks, it's not a financial materiality consideration, it's a dual materiality consideration. So therefore, there won't be an automatic alignment between material issues in a financial context and material issues in the context of the sustainability report. But it will be those entities that are caught by the reporting framework, and where those entities are material and caught by the reporting framework, the requirements will apply on all of those entities, in respect of all of those entities.
I'm not sure if we are going too far here, because we are expanding potentially in an exponential way the entities that I understand should not be monitored, but should be under this approach. But in any case, it is we cannot even foresee what this would result in practice.
Well, and I agree with you on that point, that you do have quite a complex and challenging situation to deal with. And I think one of the points that I think Galen, was it Hilda made at the CAG? Yes. Was she warned about the fact that under CSRD reporting requirements, you effectively are creating something that is so onerous, there will not be sufficient resource to deliver the work that is necessary to be able to report under CSRD. So if what we're saying sounds very expansive, it's because some of the reporting requirements, although as Jens said, they have this materiality filter, that materiality filter may still bring in a very significant number of entities.
Yeah, but under the CSRD, I don't remember that there are any independence requirements spanning across the value chain entities or third-party entities. All the independence requirements are with respect to the group, so the organizational boundary. Here we are taking a different position, very far from the CSRD. So probably the reference to the CSRD is not even appropriate.
But in the CSRD, there are mainly prohibitions and requirements regarding the independence. What we are proposing here, it's not a prohibition, not a requirement. It's really, as I understand that, it still will capture a lot of entities. But I think the alignment with the CSRD is still there, because there is still threats. They need to consider the threats as well.
I don't think so, because it is completely different word. Here we are identifying items, the 4 items we examined before, that could be subject to independence issues under the method that you are proposing. I'm fine with that. In the CSRD, there is nothing on that. So I don't like to have a comparison with the CSRD, because it is a different word with different concept, and this is not a matter dealt with there. So, and I think that if all the value entity chains are into this perimeter, it is, in my view, too far, because we are really limiting the possibility to stay on the market on many organizations, from small to large.
And I think that is one of the challenges where we find ourselves, because ultimately it's going to depend on what the reporting framework and the assurance requirements are in any particular sustainability engagement. It's slightly easier to talk about it in the context of CSRD, because that's the only one that's really well defined at the moment. The ESRS have set out a fairly comprehensive set of requirements. Others will move along at a slower pace, but we've got to make sure that what we're doing is making sure we have appropriately identified and addressed any threats to independence as a result of this reporting. We can't.
The last word, and then I would stay silent. I don't think that we are going in the right direction, because we are figuring out what the future could be without seeing anything in practice. And we are expanding the requirements. At the end, they are requirements. We are expanding the requirements very, very far without knowing whether it is correct or not. So in my view, it's too far.
Well, we'll give that further consideration, but the idea that we don't cover the value chain reporting, which particularly where you've got material relationships that sit in the value chain that do impact on the reporting, would be a risk to us, but it's obviously one that ultimately we'll have to decide on.
Thank you, Luigi. I think that Ken would like to say something.
Yeah, maybe just on, and I know others might have comments as well on this issue. I think we have to identify what the principle is. I'm sorry. We have to identify what the principle is insofar as independence is concerned when we think about the value chain. And it is inextricably linked to whether assurance is required with respect to the value chain entity. If there is assurance work that is formed at the value chain entity and that is used for purposes of reporting on the sustainability information, however that is defined by the reporting framework, you have to have independence because it is assurance work that is performed. That is the principle. Now we can argue, we can quibble as to the universe of the value chain entities that are included, but that is going to be dependent on the application of the reporting framework. So we do have to have, Luigi, sorry, you're absolutely right. We still have to see how reporting frameworks are going to be applied, whether it's IESBA, whether it's ESRS in practice, and how many value chain entities are scoped in, depending on how the concept of materiality is applied under the reporting framework. But if assurance work is required to be performed on the value chain, you have to have the practitioner who is doing the work be independent of the entity. That is a principle. Now we can go out clearly with the exposure draft and seek stakeholders' comments, and we can certainly have further discussions with the IESBA, but it is important to identify what the principle is and work on that basis.
Thank you, Ken. Rania, please.
Yeah, I just wanted, perhaps I'm very much to Ken's point, if we could be further informed about what are the requirements, generally, for example, CSRD or are there any references to independence? Or, for example, with regards to assurance, I really appreciate what you're saying, but perhaps we could have that discussion with the IEESB, and just to alert them that, assurance, to alert them, as to the problem that we anticipate, and perhaps that might mean that, for example, they would sort of, for sustainability assurance requirements, the audit opinion or the opinion might be, for example, modified to say that, that the nature of the work that has been done with regard to value chain entities. I don't know if that is at all a possibility, but what I'm saying is that we have a responsibility to anticipate the kind of burden that, or the kind of problem, and perhaps rethink things. It doesn't have to be that, assurance, sustainability assurance engagements have to generate exactly, a parallel report to what we see for audits of financial statements. Maybe exactly like, for example, in the audit opinion, it says exactly that for the scope of the work, the kind of testing, limited responsibility, for example, for fraud, it's like they sort of scope exactly or present the kind of responsibility that they are taking for the work. And maybe when it comes to sustainability assurance, the issue of independence and value chain entities could be considered, such that, the audit opinion, so the assurance opinion, it does not, the assurance provider is not assuming more responsibility than what they are actually taking on, but at the same time, to expressly state that, trying to have an exactly parallel process to audits of financial statements might be too much. Just that, you know what they say, perfect is the enemy of good. All I'm saying, I'm not saying that this should not be the case, but perhaps from a practical and pragmatic point of view, it's too much. Maybe, at the end of the day, the work is so huge. The burden is so huge. I mean, I was thinking last night, like, if you ultimately get a clean opinion, what does it actually mean? I mean, yeah, you get my point. So
it's a really interesting thing, but if you want my honest response, that ship has sailed. You know, that's happened.
Yes, that's a fact.
So yeah, it is a fact. So, you know, in ESRS, in the CSRD reporting, that is what is required. So we have already engaged at length with the IESBA. There's been regular staff engagement. We have flagged, you know, potential issues. They've taken their decision. That's it. So what we are asked to do is we are asked to say, what are the independence and ethical requirements that IESBA needs to develop to support the sustainability agenda? You might not like what's being reported and you might not like the way it's being assured, but that's not ours to say. So we just have to get on and set the independence and ethical requirements. And we have a good framework in the code. And, you know, we've debated at length that the fundamental principles properly support that. It is going to be difficult, but that is the outcome of the way that it's happened. And we see this at the moment, you know, in the EU, because it's moved faster than everyone else. There'll be problems in other reporting frameworks as well, but those aren't ours to solve. Our problem to solve is giving the providers high quality independence and ethical requirements and no more.
Okay, thank you, Rania and Mark. I think it's clear that what we have to decide here is how far we want to go in terms of independence. I think that's the main question. Then we have another question, and Luigi raised, which is, should we refer to the CSRD? Is that correct? Are we exactly doing the same as this is? Yeah, a question. And actually, we should make sure that what we say in that respect is correct. But I think that the main point here is actually how far we want to go in terms of independence requirements for entities across the value chain. Rich, please.
Thank you. I come back to, we have been asked by IOSCO and the FSB to develop profession agnostic ethics and independence standards to be used in the public interest and investor protection. And so we are in fact setting the framework here that would apply to CSRD or to other legislation or regulation that's progressing. And I will say up front, I may not be close enough, but my read of the CSRD is silence doesn't mean you don't need to have independence on those entities. And there are other frameworks in various stages of development who don't even define what independence is as it relates to the entity you're issuing the opinion on, let alone others. And so I think what Gabriella just said is spot on. We need to decide what's the extent of independence we need to have. And so I support the approach here, recognizing the massive challenge when you have large numbers of people in the value chain. The question, and maybe you're going to get to this, it's not, you don't have to answer this now, but in your chart you had up a minute ago, you had a big red arrow, which I believe relates to knows or has reason to believe. As we think about that, and you said something to this effect, Mark, about what threats do you have to think about? You don't have to go back to it. I didn't mean for that. I wonder if we also need to think about what safeguards we might be okay with, which might have to look more like our non-PI safeguards than where we are with PIs, just from a practical perspective. Thank you.
You reach Andy, please.
Thank you again. And I've been trying to think of this over the past evening as from an ethical construct as to what independence is. And I've been trying to not think about what reporting framework might have or what assurance framework might have. and just think of it conceptually. And I agree that that as a principle, we need to be independent from the entity. But what I was trying to relay yesterday is that in this case, the entity, the reporting entity, is a conduit for information that's not under its control, that's provided by others. And so this information, although it be in a report, is not the entity's information. So I think we can be independent of the entity, but not independent of all the information that's coming up from the value chain. And I don't think we've compromised a principle. I think we have assured the reporting world that when they read a report, that we are in fact independent of the entity, and then it will be up to the reporting framework and assurance standards to decide what needs to be done with the reliability of that information. But that's really what I wanted to say. I think we can have the principle of being independent of the entity. The other information is the reporting entity is a conduit for it. And so while it is onerous, and I agree with that, I think I would prefer to look at it as a principle base. I just don't think we're compromising independence if we're independent of the reporting entity and information they don't control, they're not the primary beneficiary of, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you.
And I think that's really helpful. And then I think, you know, the only issue for me that sort of goes beyond that point of are you independent from the entities, I think what we might have touched on a little bit yesterday, which is if some of that value chain information impacts on a KPI, which then impacts on executive remuneration, do you actually need to do a little more? And I think, you know, the knows or has reason to believe test then gives us that sort of additional protection. But I think that's useful, and we'll consider that this evening.
Thank you, Mark. Sadia, please.
I think we were kind of lucky because we ended at this point and gave us a whole evening to reflect on the complexity of it. And yesterday I said, why haven't we done it this year? And at this moment, I'm thinking, how can we make this workable? So I have, and I also took the night to go and read what the IESBA has said about this year, because the independence requirements for coordination purposes is coming from that exposure draft. And this kind of some reflections is it possible to, for us, do you think we will get reflections from their exposure draft to inform our decision? And is that something that time-wise from the outreach that they're doing that we can probe this question to see what's the complexity in it? The second one is our non-PAs that we're setting this requirement for in our working group with them, have we gained any insights from them on how they would understand this? And then the point is, if they need to be independent, they need to be independent. But the only thing we can do is reduce the complexity by making it clear and making it less, don't make it too onerous so that it's able to work. But I also had this reflection that value chain entities, and we mentioned big ones yesterday, but they could actually be small ones, right? And we need to find where we would be looking at some entities more deeply, because they might be we might be one client. So we have a lot of information will be flowing up. And there is a phrase in the IESBA where it says to the extent necessary. And that may be phrasing which allows for some kind of flexibility and some professional judgment on which entities you'd identify that you need to do more work.
And I think also think that is a very helpful one to bear in mind, that, you know, application of professional judgment there. I do think that aligns quite well with where we are with the ESRS, which is, of course, when you're reporting on value chain, you're reporting on material things in the value chain. And therefore, we should ensure that that approach mirrors where the entity, you know, what the entity is reporting, and therefore the burden on smaller non-material components not components, shouldn't use that word, would then not be a problem.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, so Ken.
Sadia basically mentioned one point that I also wanted to raise, and that is that we would have an opportunity as part of the exposure process to further explore this issue of the practicality and the level of work effort that would be involved insofar as independence is concerned. We have to remember that all issues that we're discussing today in this board are also issues that will concern the IESBA. If anything, the issue is probably bigger on their side because it's not just independence, it's the entirety of the work effort that's performed at the value chain entity. And the requirement is in the exposure draft is if they, meaning this sustainability assurance practitioner, is not able to be satisfied that they can rely on the work of the value chain practitioner, they have to go in themselves and do the work. So you can imagine the sort of burden that would be involved if you're talking about 100 or more value chain entities. So precisely the issue we're discussing here is also an issue on their side. And just in the context of understanding how their exposure process is going, I just wanted to flag that a number of board participants here will be participating in the IESB's roundtables. I think, Chana, I'm looking at you. I think you have received an invitation to attend the Australian one. Vania, the one in Sao Paulo. I think a number of board participants anyway will be at the various locations that the IESB is holding their roundtable. So we can explore that issue and hear certainly from their stakeholders to what they're feeding back on this issue.
Thank you, Ken.
I think this is an absolutely great discussion, and I think a lot of points are being raised that are very, very important. But I do agree with Mark. You know, the ship has sailed. Unless there's some ethical guardrails, we're going to continue to see these frauds that we call greenwashing multiply as we go down this path, even though there has to be some practicality. And I was struck by your slide that had the 3 bullets, and you called them elements of independence. And the Experts Project is actually looking at elements of independence as well when they're considering whether to accept the work of experts. So I wonder whether there's some overlap there, some communication there that might take place so that there's a level of consistency between that project and what you're working on. I've never felt like there's something called partial elements or partial independence, though. I mean, either you're fully independent or you're not independent in the financial reporting world. So maybe we're getting hung up a little bit with just the word independent. And maybe I wish there was a different term that would reflect something a little less than that without calling it independence. Maybe elements of independence. I don't know, but like relationships and financial interests, and I can't remember what the third one was, but I think those would be important to take into account in the area that we're talking about, because legitimately, the reporting entity doesn't necessarily have control. We're not talking about a consolidation, and yet we're talking about report. So it's a new animal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments, Gerlin. We still have Hector.
Very briefly, I just wanted to understand, if we decide we cannot assess independence, so we don't have enough information to assess independence, we're not supposed to use that word, and we have to do it again. And I'm thinking about the work of trying to go through those entities in the value chain and trying to redo that work. It's impossible. So in practice, it would mean that we will have to choose either to use that information with some disclaimer that we don't have any clue whether this was done independently or not use it. And I assume we want to use it because the objective is to report this information. We may not be sure if it's appropriate or has been properly assured, but we don't want to exclude it from the report. So we end up in a situation where we have disclaimer or disclosure that we cannot put our hands on fire for assurance from this information. Which to me, it's honestly not a bad result. If we could have some way to discriminate some pieces of assurance where the information is material and we could focus on those, and on the rest, we could say, we cannot go further. We don't have control of these entities. Work was done in the past. We cannot even contact the person that did the work. So this information, we cannot ourselves certify that it was done independently. To me, I think for the level of sustainability information that we're expected to report 2023 or 24, I think that is enough. I think that is what people are expecting. To go further, I think we're not there yet. And we might be putting our standards way ahead of the curve.
So it is likely that there will be a lot of modified or disclaimed opinions on the value chain. It's inevitable. But we need to step back, because we're not setting assurance standards and we're not setting reporting standards. We're setting ethical and independent standards. So therefore, what we need to do is set rigorous standards that ensure that where this board decides it's appropriate, we've got high levels of independence and we've got strong ethical behavior. If that causes an assurance issue, that is for the IAASB. If it causes a reporting issue, it's for the IESBA or it's for EFRAG. And, you know, this is a really interesting debate, but my pushback to everyone is we're not here to solve everyone else's problems. The fact that it means an assurance engagement is more difficult. It's more difficult because you've got a badly designed reporting framework and a badly designed assurance framework. However, if we can have good ethical and independence requirements, then we have delivered what we have to deliver and no more. So there will be a very difficult practical implementation where you say, well, I can't use this work, so therefore I can't express an opinion. Can I go out and recreate the work? No, it's not practical, so therefore all I can do is scope limit. What we don't want to do, or personally, because ultimately it's for the board to decide, what I don't want to do is say, do we have a lower level of independence in respect of this information? No, because I reckon that actually value chain information, particularly over things like carbon and emissions and the way that companies report how they intend to get to net zero, will be at the biggest risk of being misstated. And, you know, this is the next mis-selling scandal. So I know it's hard, but it's hard for a reason, but we didn't set that reason.
Thank you, Mark. Jens, please.
I just want to add, because we discussed it yesterday also in the task force, it's clear that we are at the beginning of the process. The question is whether we should have standard or section in the code which is up to date in 5 years. So what is necessary, or should we start with a lower level? We think it is we should have the right level and independent standard. And if there are problems of implementation, that's an issue of phasing in. So that's if we are saying the information is not yet there, there is no infrastructure, there will be in future time contractual relationship between the entity and their value chain information providers. And by that we will get sufficient evidence, blah, blah, blah. That is what will happen probably, but we can't wait for that as a principle. And I think it's a different issue to say what is the interim period and what relaxation for pragmatical reasons we need, but then we have setting the bar at a certain level which is consistent, and each and every framework is saying we want an equivalent, and we have to define what an equivalent is. And just to your point on the European regulation, it's true that there is no indication which independence is necessary for sustainable information in the value chain, but the opinion is done on information, not only from the entity, but also from the value chain. And then we have these equivalents. And our task is to discuss whether there might be a self-review threat, as an example, if I'm getting information from the value chain, which I, as an assurance provider, independent assurance provider, have worked on. And there is a clear self-review threat, even though it's not on entity level, but on the value chain level. And I think this type of situation we have to discuss, because I don't want to see a situation in 2 or 3 years' time that such situations occurs. And we are saying it's out of the framework because it's an information not of that entity, it's an information of a value chain, which is outside of my control. I think it's conceptually sound, but no one would accept it. So that's my concern.
Thank you very much. I just want to add a very simple thing is that according to the public interest framework, there is the attribute like the enforceability, the implementation. So it means that when the board would like to propose a certain proposal in line with the Ian's suggestion, the enforceability and the implementation have to be how the board thinks should be very clear in the exported draft.
Thank you for, sorry, thank you for raising that, Tom. Rania, please.
Sorry, just a question, just so that, because this is getting a bit confusing. So when it comes to value chain entities as defined, just to make sure I understand this, as defined by the reporting framework, so we're not defining the value chain entities, okay. So we're talking about independence, according to the IESBA, the assurance provider on the entity should make sure that the assurance providers of the value chain entities are independent, so that they can rely on the work, that's one. And we have to be independent of that. So there are, we're talking about independence both ways. We have to be independent of the value chain entity, and we have to make sure that the assurance provider is independent. Just making.
Yeah, and that's and that is why in an audit engagement now, the construct is you have a group auditor, and they generally tend to have a situation where the group auditor is responsible for the group and all its information and everything else. I know that you can place reliance on the work of another auditor, but we are in a situation where for sustainability reporting it's much less mature. And that's Jens's sort of point about we've got to write standards that pass the test of time, because year 1 is going to look very different to year 5.
But my question, one last question. So the independence requirements, I understand that if like the audit board is setting standards to say that, they have to feel they are comfortable to rely on the work, which means that I can appreciate that they would want to make sure that the assurance provider is, let's say, independent. But let's say the main assurance provider's independence of the value chain entity, this is a requirement set by the audit board as well?
Well, no, because the IESBA is setting an assurance standard.
Okay.
In the context of that assurance standard, there is a requirement for the provider of that assurance to use relevant ethical requirements.
Okay.
And those relevant ethical requirements in the context of an audit are the IESBA code. And we're saying we want the IESBA code to also be the relevant ethical requirement that applies in the context of a sustainability engagement. So the IESBA don't write independence requirements.
Understood.
They just say applicable ethical requirements.
Okay.
We write the ethical requirements.
But then perhaps to Andy's point, if you're relying on work from the assurance, of the values, assurance work on the value chain entities, do we really have to be independent of the value chain entity? So that's my question. Because we're not assuring that information, we're just using work that has supposedly been assured by assurance provider that is independent.
And that's why we've used the know or have reason to believe test. That's why we've done it.
Okay. Okay.
Because it then goes back to Sadia's point about you have an application of professional judgment about where you do this and why.
But my question, one last question. So my point is, assuming I'm using a report of another company X, an assurance provider, okay, and they are reporting on the value chain entity's information. Assuming I know that I'm not independent of that value chain entity, but I'm using the work exactly as it has been prepared and assured by an assurance provider that is independent. Why would I need to be independent? That's my question, because I'm not influencing the information in any shape or form. I'm just using it as it is. And I'm not, I'm just taking it as is and putting, I'm actually not even preparing the information myself. I'm just
what you're doing
yeah.
is the following. You're being asked to give assurance opinion on the reporting entity.
Okay.
So you have to be independent of that entity to give that opinion.
Okay.
You give that opinion either because you've done work
Okay.
or because you're placing reliance on work that has been done by other people.
Correct.
So where you are placing reliance on others, you have to have a process to consider whether or not the person you're placing reliance on was independent to be able to place reliance on the work that they've done.
Okay.
So it's not anything else. It's you give an opinion.
No, I know. I'm saying that the independence is required of the assurance provider and the value chain entity. But do I have to be independent of the?
Yeah, you have
Yes.
Rania, because again, we're not debating an assurance standard here.
Yeah.
Under ISA 5000, the group sustainability assurance practitioner must evaluate the work of the value chain practitioner.
Okay.
It's not mere blind faith in the work of the other practitioner. You have to evaluate that work.
So if you're not independent, you're saying that.
Well, if you're not independent, you just accept it. That's fine. I'll take it up. Just put it in my file. That's it. But is this the right position for this board?
Thank you, Ken and Rani. Laurie, please.
Yeah, I have a little bit of a tangential question and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but Mark, one of the things that struck me as I was listening to this, and especially, we're working through evaluation of independence in a separate context in the expert space, is first, know or has reason to believe for me works because it's a widely used type concept, right? It is still somewhat elastic. And I guess my question is, are we going to have guidance as to how much work the audit entity, the main entity needs to do, the auditor assurance provider, to dig into the independence of these various value chain bits? Because I'm thinking more in the context of a very large firm like the one I work for. I mean, there could be information floating around somewhere in the entity that I'm well unaware of that would flag that one of these value chain providers had an interest or did a lot of work for somebody somewhere. So I guess I'm not sure this is a big issue, but I just want to touch on, are we going to sort of put some guardrails around that? Because I am a little concerned about that stray type information.
And the quick answer to that, Laurie, is yes, we'll have to, because but I expect there'll be a whole
I know
list of things that the board will need to consider.
Okay,
but I do think what you say is right, as in, we need a mechanism to basically funnel things down a little bit. This is a mechanism to do that. We need to make sure that there's help there for those who need to apply it.
Yeah, and I think we just, as we do that, and then I'll stop, I think we just need to think about the practical reality. Knower has reason to believe is intended to be like, some sort of good faith effort, but not boiling the ocean, right? Because otherwise that becomes something very different and problematic, especially if there's a lot of value chain providers in the circle of what's going on. So that was the main concern for me. And I think we just need to think about how we provide that guidance and balancing the practical realities of what we expect in a way that it makes sense. Okay.
Thank you very much, Laurie and Mark. Vania, please.
In my conception, the sustainability information in the value chain, it's not to be generated internally by companies, because the preparers inside the companies will not be specialists in the topic that they will be evaluating. So I understand that some services, independent service in the market, will be formed in order to provide the information that will be needing in order to incorporate the report. And those providers would have to be certified in some way by the market. And I understand they are already preparing themselves to do that. And one of the aspects that you have to make sure that they are able to provide is independence. So I think that the reporting of the value chain has much to do with the use of experts that Laurie is working on. And then our link will not be with the company itself, but how reliable those who are providing the information that we are taking into consideration are. Just my original perception. So, yes.
Okay, thank you, Vania and Luigi.
Yeah, what concerns me is not the concept of having these third parties, value chain entities included into this perimeter of independence. What concerns me is that we are considering to involve in this perimeter all the value chain entities that contributed any sort of information that could flow into the sustainability report. This is something that is, frankly, I struggle to understand how to implement, because it is potentially a very undetermined number, at least. And even the known or reason to believe mechanism, I don't think it will work, because especially in large, but even in small organization, the engagement leader will not be aware of all the relationship on the market if there are no monitoring mechanism, basically. In the group audit, it is completely different. We know who the group audit is, and therefore the known or reason to believe mechanism is pretty, I would not say simple, because it is not the right word, but we know how to work with it. In this case, though, it is not the same thing. An engagement leader is not aware, could be not aware of all and each third-party entities involved until when it came to the report, and until when they receive information, and it is too late. Something on the market could already have occurred. So are we expecting a number of breach to be dealt? Are we expecting a number of resignation to be occurred? Or are we expecting something different? Like, I don't know, identifying a number of a sub-perimeter of them, whether the independence is really needed in order to try to identify them in advance? Are we expecting that there is a mechanism to put in place safeguards and therefore to cure the problem? And which type of safeguards are there? So far, there is nothing in the proposal about that. It's just the known reason to believe and to assess what's happened. But the point is that the assessment should also, the method should also identify how to solve the matter, how to cure, and to go on with the sustainability, unless we decide that, well, there are no solution, and therefore, say the auditor, let's say the assurance service provider should resign, full stop. So these are the type of things that are worrying me, frankly.
So I'm in reasonably violent agreement with you. We will take away and look at safeguards as an issue, because I think it's particularly important in the context of the value chain. Absolutely agree with you with a sort of regulator's hat on that it is not in the public interest for all of the assurance providers to automatically have to resign at the same time. I think the other thing that's really helpful context for us is that if you look at ESRS, if you look at the SEC's draft rules on climate, they both have a 4-year implementation period. And, you know, I think that is a recognition that the world ain't going to be perfect on day one. And that's why, you know, one of the things that we were discussing last night as a work stream is that the better outcome for us is to craft the right standards and then think about transitional measures to help with the implementation, rather than write the standards for a transition and then have them not fit for purpose for when you actually get in a more BAU, a better established sort of way of doing it. But I think that is absolutely right. And we'll take away the safeguards issue and we'll look at what we can develop for that.
Thank you, Reggie and Mark. Yao Shu, please.
Thank you. And then there are two things I concerned. And one is what we want to reach the appropriate level of independence. That's what's the appropriate level of independence. And the second is my concern is whether the requirements is feasible. I think no solution is perfect, and we must bear in mind that in practice, if that the requirements is too strict, that the practitioner can't reach such kind of requirements and it's not feasible. That's I think it will put more burden on the practitioners. And thank you.
And again, we'll certainly take account of that, and that is why I think it's the comment's important that we're writing the standards for a BAU world. We need some sort of transition to get there, but it's important that we arrive in the right place, and it's important as well for, you know, we're doing this for public confidence in the information, so it's got to be operable and effective.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, and we are doing this for the public interest. I was missing this word, but this is very interesting discussion about, again, how far we want to go on independence. And I agree that we should go as far as possible and put the bar very high, considering that we will not want, it will happen for sure, but we will not want, like Jens was saying, in 3 years' time that something happens and we say we could have put it in another way, and this happened because we did not. So I think that our ambition here for the benefit of the public interest should be as high as possible. What I take from this discussion, and it couldn't be different, is that all of us agree with us. And so I think that the way to get there, as Mark is suggesting, is that we put it as high as possible, and then we can do some calibrations depending on what we hear from the market and the practicalities and these kind of things, but we should not miss this opportunity. And even if I think that, of course, when deciding how far to go, we have to consider if we are creating problems for the others, it's not on us to solve the problems, and that this is not less important than the assurance or reporting standards themselves. This is not just an addition to these standards. Ethics and independence is part of the system, and we will see when the problems come, they will happen mostly because of ethics and independence issues and not because of others. So we should not be put our ambition lower than the highest that we can go. So, Mark, back to you.
Thank you. Right, two things now we're going to move on to. Sylvia wants to talk about management activities in the context of sustainability reporting, which we'll go through, and then I'll then hand over to Keith to talk through some of the NAS issues as well. So, Sylvia.
Thank you. So before we turn to the NES, we just wanted to highlight that equivalent to the audit standards in section 400, we will have a prohibition from assuming management responsibility. What is management responsibilities depends on the facts of the circumstances of the specific engagement, and it will require exercising professional judgment. The code already included a couple of examples of activities that could be management responsibility. And the comments we have received that probably these examples are focusing on financial reporting and not really sustainability specific. So work stream 1 turned to the reference group, and we asked for their input regarding how can we update or what other information we can include to these examples. So those would be sustainability specific and more relatable by non-PA practitioners as well. And as you can see on the screen, the text that are highlighted in gray are those are the new additions. There are a couple of new examples. For example, the reporting on environmental credits or offsets that are specific to sustainability, or also taking responsibility for developing criteria used by the client for reporting on sustainability information. But some of the new examples are really just to provide further specificity and in those areas. So I think we will go back to the reference group and discuss these issues with them again. But if you have any comments in the sense, not really the wording, but if we really missed something that we should put in there, or there is something that shouldn't be there, that please let us know. But as Mark mentioned, I think we wouldn't spend more time on that and turn to the NAS, which is like there are more strategic issues to discuss there. So, Keith, I will turn to you. Oh, can we?
Can we take the questions after the NAS section? Is that all right?
Okay, so this first slide here, this is actually a slight recap. Sorry, Mark.
No recap. You know it already. Just look at it. Move on.
As we explained to the board at the previous meeting, we looked through the subsections in 600, the different types of services that are covered off there. We decided, and we looked at what sorts of services, in particular, non-PAs could provide. But also bear in mind, this whole section, part 5, applies to PAs as well as non-PAs. Let's not lose sight of that. But we had a particular focus on non-PAs. And yes, many of them, particularly multidisciplinary organisations, can provide all of these services, including tax. One of the consultancies actually describes itself as the UK's largest independent tax advisor. What we do, though, for the purposes of part 5 and these particular services, is say that these are relevant, or the prohibitions, if you want, restrictions are relevant where that service impacts the sustainability information. If it doesn't impact the sustainability information, or even if you don't provide the service anyway, then it's just not going to be a particular concern to you. In terms then of actually what are the specific services to be covered, and were there any others? We've had a lot of great help from our reference group, who you remember are all non-PAs. We specifically asked them to focus on this section. That's what much of their time was devoted to during our early liaison with them. We explained that the service in there, that in the accident code, as it were, that's on accounting and bookkeeping, well, that clearly looks very, very focused on accounting, and it didn't seem to make a lot of sense to have that as a primary focus for sustainability. So we changed that service to be sustainability and data information services. The principles are very much the same as they would be for accounting, but we haven't completely lost accounting services but we now include them as an example of one of the sustainability information services that falls within that section, if that accounting and bookkeeping service could affect the sustainability information. So that is, it's still covered off there, but it's now within the broader sustainability data and information services. And we then also asked in particular, are there any other new services that you think, or services that you're providing that do not seem to be covered? And the one particular one they came up with was that they said estimation services. We did, there's going to be lots of assistance in companies providing estimations, and bear in mind that's not necessarily financial estimations. That could be estimations, what resources are still sitting in the ground, or in one particular example I found, what's the amount of hazardous material that's being produced by a particular process, and so on. And in our discussions, we thought that could be broadened out further to forecasting as well. And considered having a separate section, but actually when you look at it, it looks very much like it's the valuation section, just changing the term valuation to estimation or forecasting. But by virtue of the numbering system, it would have been separated by several other services as well. That didn't seem to make a lot of sense. And actually what we've done is we've combined them into valuation, forecasting and similar services. So we've expanded that section to cover off forecasting and the similar services would include estimation. Yeah, so, and that's really just saying what I've just said. So those are the two main developments, but and I know there've been lots of questions raised in terms of the MAS section. And I think the thing is to reassure you that this is very much the area of the code where we initially started off with the reference group, the non-PAs, and said, please focus your attention on this. Is anything missing? Does anything in here give you a problem? They haven't identified any problems with anything that's in there. They've helped us refine it and add some examples that are sustainability specific rather than accounting specific, which we picked up and put into the various subsections. And as I said, they've helped us put in the section on building estimation and forecasting into the valuations section to make sure that those services are covered off, because those are services that are particularly likely to be encountered, and where there would clearly be things like a self-review threat arising should you have provided those services to someone you're now trying to give assurance on.
We'll go to the next one as well.
And that's really well. It's the opposite way around to what I said, but this is really where we as I said, we've expanded that section 601 to be data and information services, but including accounting and bookkeeping as an example of the type. And that's the that's actually the provision there, but really again it's avoiding a self-review threat.
And also one more.
Go to the next one.
Oh, yeah. And that's so actually in terms of presentation and focused on that section, relatively short, but welcome your comments.
Thank you, Keith and Sylvia. Luigi, please.
I wonder whether you can go on the slide relating to assuming management responsibilities. There are two items there where I don't think they are in this section. They should be probably in the section relating to IT system services, because designing or implementing software to collect, produce, and so on is exactly what the technology task force introduced as a new item into the section 606.4A3. It is not an assuming a management responsibility. It is instead designing, developing, implementing, operating, maintaining, monitoring, and so on, IT system, including this type of system. So I don't think it is appropriate to qualify them as services that result in assuming a management responsibility. The same for reporting on environmental credit or offset. It is more like the service you mentioned before. If for this particular one, probably if you would like to keep this type of service here to provide additional example, I think it should be placed in a taking responsibility for doing this type of activity, because the simple reporting is an administrative service, a bookkeeping, whatever it is, and therefore it should be in another section.
Yeah, thank you. And the technology point is recognised. We need to move it.
Thank you. Andy, please.
Uh, Thank you. Yeah, along those lines, the point that you pointed out is it's sustainability data for the client, its suppliers or customers. Management activities of who? I mean, I thought the view of management activities or management activities of the reporting entity of the client. So I'm not sure we have a broad scope like this. Do we have a broad scope like this for non-assurance services? For in the financial world, that we'd be assuming management responsibilities if we provided information services to a supplier or customer of the reporting entity? That doesn't seem like a management activity. So it's because management, I think, is management of the client, and everything else says non-assurance provided to clients. So I haven't heard where we're defining suppliers and customers as part of the client. So, yeah. I mean, I think that the construct of maybe the independent guardrails to assure objectivity and reliability of information is perhaps the way to go, like we were going in expert world. But that just means it goes to work stream too.
Which we're not averse to. No, I think it's another of these things where it's a slight wrinkle caused by the value chain, because it was recognizing that it might be producing sustainability data for the client, but it also might then be the data that the client passes on to fulfill its value chain reporting obligations to other entities where it's in the value chain rather than reporting its own.
I agree. I just disagree with the word slight in that context. With all respect.
Thank you. Vanya, please.
I just wanted to suggest that perhaps you could add to the list, like setting the sustainability strategy or advising on the sustainability strategy or the KPIs. I think that's important also to consider excluding, unless it's implied in there. Like setting a sustainability strategy, setting the KPIs.
It's there.
Oh,
First bullet point in the.
Okay, thank you. Rich, please.
Yes, thank you. On your slide 40 on the sustainability data information systems, there's a bullet at the very bottom that says no absolute prohibition on sustainability data and information services. I'm having a little bit of trouble with that in light of the NAS and the extant code basically saying if the information you did a service related to the information being reported on, the systems that generated or the controls around that, those would all be self-review threats and prohibited. So what are we contemplating that could be done here that wouldn't be prohibited under this section?
All we're recognizing really, Rich, is that sustainability information is very, very broad, potentially in scope. And actually not all of it might be subject to assurance. And if it's not subject to assurance, you've got stuff over here that's not subject to assurance, but we're not saying, well, you can't do anything over there either, because it doesn't actually give you an independence issue if you're trying to give an assurance report on the information that's over here, because you're not actually assuring that information. So you don't have an independence issue in relation to it.
Yeah, but it's a non-assurance service. Are we saying it's going to be permitted non-assurance service in contrast to?
In effect, if it's not affecting the sustainability information that you are reporting on, it would be, there's no reason why it should be prohibited. Otherwise you're,
okay, let me think about that.
I think what we considered, Rich, is that in the case of accounting and bookkeeping, it will always affect the financial statements. But when providing some sustainability data or information services, it will not necessarily be part of the information that is under assurance or that is subject to assurance. So that's the difference between accounting and bookkeeping and the sustainability data and information services. So that's how we meant that there's no absolute prohibition, but the approach is the same.
Tom, please.
Sorry, another very elementary question is that yesterday we find out there are a non-assurance service for the non-PAs like the certification or verification or validation. Is that a non-assurance service? So, yeah, that's what I would like.
The really interesting thing here is just how wide some of these go. And there are business models there where you can actually recognize the sort of services, and there's a set. There are others where, goodness me, it doesn't look typical at all, and so therefore it's important that we we follow an appropriately principles-based approach to cover off some of those.
So I would like to ask, if that's sort of the topic, yeah, that sort of topic is, are you having with the reference group?
So we have had discussions with the reference group, but to give an example, I've got a meeting coming up with a very large global provider of services, not an audit firm, but a very large global provider. And the interesting thing there is the range and diversity of things that they provide, which go much beyond the scope of what we would normally expect. So therefore, we've got to make sure that we've considered whether there are any broader threats that emerge from the whole sort of panoply of services that they're able to provide.
Yeah, and Tom, I suppose I can well imagine that there would be, let's take an assurance provider like Bureau Veritas or SGS, and they're very broad services firms. They might provide a certification service to a sustainability assurance client, but in addition, perform assurance work on corporate sustainability disclosures. And in that context, the certification type engagements, perhaps these are very technical subject matters. Maybe it's some sort of verification and engineering specifications for which the certification is performed. That type of engagement then would be a non-assurance service, as we would contemplate those services from an independence context.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Last few things, he said heroically. No. So, firstly, I think you'll remember we've touched before on this discussion about where we require someone to be independent, for what period do we require that independence to apply? And this was because in some of the roundtable discussions, there was this question that was raised about sometimes you're reporting on things that go way into the future. Are you saying that someone's got to be independent for all of that? No, we're not. What we're saying is that independence is maintained for the engagement period. And what we're doing is we're having a similar approach to an audit engagement. So, it's just to really be absolutely clear that we're not expecting someone to remain independent for the next 35 years until an entity hits their net zero target or whatever else. So hopefully that's a reasonably easy one. We've also had discussions previously around fees, and we have previously shown the board some example diagrams which have shown how this will apply where you're the auditor and you also are delivering the sustainability assurance engagement, and also where you where you carry out just the sustainability assurance engagement. So what we're looking at is how we can put guidance within the standard to help with the evaluation of what threat is posed by certain levels of fee income, but there's no no hard line threshold, no prohibition. Application material, effectively what we're doing is we're saying if you are the provider of the sustainability assurance engagement, treat it as if it's the same as an audit fee engagement, so you've got consistency. And you'll remember that we agreed back in June that there would be a specific question in the explanatory memorandum to deal with any issues that might come up, and also to help us in our outreach with stakeholders. That also then links on to 410 and fee dependency. And one of the things that we were looking at is an exception in Part 5 to the fee dependency arrangements. And this was applying if there's a compelling reason to do that in the public interest, if a regulatory or professional body in a jurisdiction allows the firm to continue with the provision of a service, or where you've got a safeguard applied through a practitioner outside the firm. We then got ourselves into a little sort of minefield of what happens when you're in a jurisdiction where you've got no regulatory or professional body to do that. And we didn't want a more stringent requirement to apply because you haven't got the regulatory architecture. So we've said in those situations, you consult with those charged with governance as a way of trying to put a test there and a way of doing it, because you might not actually have anyone else to go to. And then the other issue that we covered in terms of long association, the key thing here is to make sure that we're not diluting the long association arrangements in the code that already exist. So you can't effectively have a situation where you're going from being the audit engagement partner to the sustainability engagement partner and resetting the clock. And we've also got to ensure that that doesn't happen vice versa. So therefore, we've developed the material to ensure that we're not, in essence, if you are providing this work, you will not see a difference to the long association requirements that apply, but we're just making sure that we're not leaving a hole that anything can go through. And that will require conforming amendments to Part 540 that will also be developed. This is the lovely Marmite slide about how do we create something that is less sort of PA centric in its terminology. So we've now got this engagement partner leader definition in respect of sustainability engagements. I suppose all I can say is I refer you back to my comment yesterday about sometimes you go for the least worst option. I don't expect anyone to like it, but you may be able to live with it. But effectively what we're doing is we've designed this so it's parallel to the engagement partner definition in Part 4A. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Mark. And I see Galen.
Mark, help me out on the fee dependency. In financial reporting, we do have thresholds. So why wouldn't we have thresholds with sustainability, at least at a minimum level? I mean, conceptually, if you have it in financial reporting, why wouldn't you have it in sustainability?
In the proportional fees or fee dependency?
Fee dependency. I'm sorry.
We will have the fee dependency, so we are not proposing any changes to that. We will keep the threshold, the 15% for PIs, but there is an exception from that prohibition that the fee dependency cannot go on for more than 5 years. There is a prohibition.
Well, I thought on slide 44 that it said there would be no threshold.
That's the proportion of fees.
Proportional fee. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Luigi, please.
About the proportional fee, one matter that I really do not understand, but it is my fault probably, I'm sorry for that, is why we are continuing considering the sustainability assurance a non-audit service while we are applying the same rules of an audit. Basically, we are applying the partner rotation, we are applying it in a cross way. We are applying all staff of non-audit services, all staff of management role, everything, group audit, and we are still considering this fee as a non-audit fee. I do not understand. I'm sorry for that. And therefore, I cannot accept this view.
One of the difficulties that we ran into is that quite often in many jurisdictions, audit is a defined service and the definition of an audit fee is defined. So in in many different jurisdictions, it is set out in law. The same legal provisions do not apply to the definition of the fee that you earn for a sustainability engagement. So therefore, although it is from a first principles perspective, exactly the same as an audit fee, it does not have the same legal status as an audit fee. And therefore, that is what has driven the approach that we've taken. Did you want to come in, Jens?
If I can respond to this point, I agree with that. But all the code is working in a way or developing in a way where there is a prevailing law at the jurisdictional level. The law will work. So we will not apply the code. The law will prevail. So I don't think that we should be conditioned upon by the law in certain jurisdiction in define whether this is in nature an audit service or not. It is. Then if there are specific laws that are treating in a different way, well, we will apply this law in specific jurisdictions.
Jens, did you want to come in, Jens?
Yeah, I just want to remind that, in my understanding, it is a non-audit service, the assurance work, but the question is whether this part of the code is applicable for that. I think that is you are referring, for example, to European legislation where it said it is a non-audit service, but you can ignore the caps and the proportionality. That's how it is done in the CSRD. So there is an exception. But the question is whether we're going for the type of service, and then it is not an audit. And the only question I would raise here, and that is a possibility we have to think about, whether we should address this exceptional situation, being a non-audit service, but very close to the audit, that there should be a different perspective on that. So
the last word.
Yeah.
The fact that in nature is not audit is clear, but we are defining the same rule under an independence perspective. And for this specific point, we are taking a different direction using a different set of rules. So there is an inconsistency here. So why we should adopt the partner rotation as if it was an audit, and we are working in this way on the 99% situations, and just for this one, we continue believing that it is not an audit. It is not. It is a nonsense, in my view.
Can I just add something that it's not really just the terminology, but also I think in other cases, and I agree with you that this is the 1% when I think we probably need to treat them differently, because if we say that these are also audit fees, and basically we would include them, that would require some modification to Part 4A. And we have just adopted the fee provision saying that we are considering audit for the financial statements and any other fees. So if we involve the sustainability assurance fees as audit fees as well, I think practically we would make those provisions that we have just approved in Part 4A less stringent. And I think it's maybe we would like to do that, I don't know. And also, like, we have just approved the fees provisions. There will be a post-implementation review. Probably that could be the point where we consider that. But I think it's a bit different, this fee issue, than all the other issue that where we treated them differently.
Just to say, and then I will really stop. Just to say that we have an extraordinary event, unexpected, new, and therefore we need to take into consideration this new unexpected event that changes completely the rules here, basically.
Okay, thank you, Luigi. I know that there are a few people waiting, but probably give the floor to Chana, since the task force is able to provide us with the reasoning for this difficult topic.
I mean, I don't think, Luigi, we are saying it's a non-assurance service. I think it's an assurance service. And audit, as defined, is of historical financial statements. This is not historical financial statements. So I think what we are saying is there's the audit fee of the historical financial statements, and there'll be assurance fee. And the assurance fee of sustainability information, we are not saying it's non-assurance. And I think the other thing is, as Mark said, a lot of jurisdictions for a long time, they want to identify the fee of the financial statements clearly. What is the financial statement audit fee? So what it means is, like on the note disclosure, it might say audit of financial statement, this is the fee. Assurance, sustainability assurance engagement, this is the fee. So there'll be a more, there'll be disclosure that can deal with it into the different categories.
Thank you, Chana. Sorry, I think that Paul is waiting for a long time. So Paul, please.
Thanks. This may be just a question. Given our current reality where we're focusing on the PA space, the realities around the fee and length of service issues are consistent. But the minute this is expanded to the non-PA space, I just get a sense that there'll be quite a differential reality on the fee dependency concentration when you're looking at a growing pool of sustainability assurance experts coming out and who don't have the benefit of kind of having the audit services kind of liquidating or reducing their concentration. But lengths of service, definitely there'll always be consistency. But what's the outlook on how we're going to manage that reality? Sorry to jump the gun. Yeah.
No, in a sense, like, you know, we recognize that, and we did go through this, didn't we, in June, I think. We recognize that effectively where you are the provider of the sustainability assurance engagement and not the audit engagement, effectively, if you took the model in the code, your baseline fee for the assurance engagement that you're providing may well be lower, and therefore there may well be more tension as a result, which is why we've sought to put the flexibility that we have in respect of both proportion and fee dependency. But you know, in a sense, what we've tried to do is apply that in a way that's consistent with how the code applies in an audit type engagement, again, sort of doing that equivalence. Like in practical terms, it's going to be a very different market because you've got a lot of sustainability assurance providers who are boutique providers who may well depend on their, you know, may well depend on one client for half of their income. But we can only, in a sense, go so far as we work through this.
Thank you, Paul and Mark. Christelle, please.
Yes, in fact, I support what Luigi said. I listened to the arguments and I feel a little bit upset that we lose ground with the substance. We go back to the form. Well, we have to report on the financial statements audit fees. Okay, we have to report, we report. What does it have to do with the question of independence? I mean, on the proportion of fees, it is to keep an independence for your audit. Yes, if I understand well the meaning, the reasoning for having such a proportional. If we put on a very specific assurance, which is the sustainability assurance, the same obligations, requirements, etc., to demonstrate and be independent, then to me the question of proportional fee should be dealt as audit and sustainability versus other sources of income. I understand that we do not ask for the reporting, mixing all that. That's another thing. We are reasoning on the proportion of fees that has an impact potentially on your independence. And I think, like Luigi, that we have put a lot of all the substantial element for demonstrating independence are there. So it's just the same for substance, not for reporting, not for saying that it is the same legal framework. I don't care about that because I'm framework neutral.
Christelle, if I may ask, just for my clarity, so this would be, you would agree with the solution? You're just...
So you would, for computation of the proportion of fees that leads to an analysis of your dependency, you would add the audit and the sustainability fees because they are of the same nature in terms of independence. And then you compare to what other kind of revenues you have, and is it the proportion acceptable?
You can do that where you are providing both the audit and the sustainability engagement. But if you're only providing the sustainability engagement,
well,
then
the proportion of fees has a reason.
Yes, but the proportion of fees is based on an assessment of the impact on your independence, of the level of fees that you receive from the provision of other services. So if you are only providing the sustainability assurance engagement and you receive a fee of 100 and you earn fees of 1,000 from other services, there is a real threat to your independence because your commercial interest is in the non-audit service, not anything else.
But if you are receiving 2,000 for audit, 500 for sustainability, and 1,000 for fees, you still have a proportion that you can analyze. And and if you are only in sustainability and you have the 500 and there is 1,000 of other service, you have a problem. And I'm not saying anything, but you have a bigger problem if you are in this situation in terms of independency than if you have a 2,000 audit, 500 sustainability, and 1,000 fees. So I come back to the substance. Where is your independence at stake? And it's in the proportion between your independent-driven assurance work and the others. Well, that's my understanding, and I'm not an auditor. So I propose to go back to the essence, to the substance of the objective of testing the independence of, and not to be driven by a legal analysis of what is audit versus sustainability assurance.
Thank you. I think that Mark somehow responded to that question now, but let's see what the other questions are and see if we can get clarity on this topic. So, Richard.
And I appreciate the complexity and thought that went into this. And I am maybe confused by what I see on the slides versus what I hear being said. So if you go back a slide, what is meant by the phrase guidance to elevate the level of threat created by proportion of fees means in terms of what you actually did in the draft? Are you saying that's a higher threat level than it is for an audit?
No, it's it meant that in what we have in part 5 now, if we are saying that there is the audit fee and the sustainability assurance fee, so if the provider providing the audit and the sustainability assurance at the same time, they need to go back to part 4A. They need to apply the provisions in part 4A there. And what we highlighted in the slides, that in part 4A, there is only a guidance to evaluate the level of the threats created by the proportion of the fees, and there is no specific threshold. So it doesn't mean that if, I don't know, the level of the fees for the sustainability assurance engagement is higher, that there's a prohibition or a threshold. They just need to use the conceptual framework and consider the factors that provided there to evaluate the level of the threats and to evaluate whether those are at an acceptable level. But there are many factors over there, including whether the service is an assurance service, whether it's a mandated service. So that's what we highlighted in the slide.
So when you go back to 4A, your bullet now further down on the page says that you combine the audit fee and the sustainability fee as one in the proportion analysis.
No.
What does that bullet mean? That's what it says.
Then in part 5, we just try to explain that what's the fee arrangement, that sometimes the fee arrangements can be that they include audit and probably audit of some of the sustainability information if there is no sustainability assurance service per se. So it's really what we did in part 5 now is just adding application material to explaining the issue that in some instances the audit and the sustainability assurance fee could be the same if there's the arrangement, but most of the time they are separate services.
So you're saying that if you negotiate the fee as one, it's considered audit, but if you negotiate as two, it's not?
No.
That's what you just said.
Yeah.
Right?
No, what we're saying is you've got an audit fee, a non-audit assurance fee, and then non-assurance services fees. But we can't say that the fee for a non-audit assurance engagement is an audit fee. But what we can do for the purposes of evaluating threats is where you are the provider of both, then you can treat them the same for the purposes of evaluating the threat for non-audit services.
That's
what we are saying.
There's no difference in the proposal.
I'm not following that.
No, we are just referring to this part, and there you have to make the judgment.
Yeah, but if you're not going to treat the sustainability audit, because we're going to give reasonable assurance as an audit fee, then that's not, I don't find that acceptable, and I agree with Luigi. It is an audit, and it's going to have both financial and non-financial information in it that's being audited, and it's required by law or regulation. And I'm not arguing that we have local jurisdictional issues that are problems. We have that today. We've got jurisdictions that have put their definition in such a way that you can't even perform services that their own law requires the auditor to perform because of the proportion issue.
But if you're applying correctly or prudently 4A, you would exactly come to the outcome you are asking for. So that's
not what I'm hearing being said.
Yes, we are saying we are not making any specific, we are cross-referring to 4A, and there is application material where it said it depends on the nature of the service, whether it is mandatory by law, whether it's in connectivity with the audit, and we can all this national specifically. It's a little bit complex because it's cross-referencing, and we have to think about to make it more clear in application material in 5 to ease the thought process. But we thought if the audit fee and the sustainability fee is provided, it is a PA who is providing the service, and he or she is knowledgeable of 4A. And that's why we thought it's not necessary to put it in 5, because in 5 it's neutral.
Yeah.
And normally we are not making the difference whether it's a PA or a non-PA, it's neutral.
Okay.
But for the PA, it is a little bit more complex to understand, as we are now seeing, and we have to think about how to make it easy. But in the outcome, it's identical what you are asking for. But the question is, do we do it in 5 or in proper application?
So can I clarify? Then this is a significant change from what we had proposed in June.
No.
Because in June, you had the example that you had to compare the non-audit fee against all the other things being, the sustainability fee against all other things, and including the audit.
This is the same proposal as in June, so we didn't make changes to that.
So when you had, sorry, when in June you showed us a chart with the amounts examples, and you never were putting sustainability and audit in the same envelope to compare to other things. So but what, if I understand well, what you said is we do not do, but if you analyze the situation, you should. because it's
Depending
of
on
the
your-
same nature.
Depending on the legal framework in which you are, or the analyst, whether it's mandatory in your legal jurisdiction, yes or no, whether it's the same
Okay,
service.
okay.
Discussed.
Well, but okay, so are we saying the slide was just
Yeah.
wrong back in June?
No.
Because that's not what it showed.
No, you have to start with the numbering. So
Mhm.
you're starting,
Okay.
that's the audit.
I'm going to go back and study this, but
Yeah, okay.
this is not clear. And I think it's going to be very difficult for many practitioners
Okay.
who are PAs,
That's what I meant.
as well as non-PAs,
Conclude the same way.
to Paul's point.
If it could be straighter
Okay.
in terms of
Understand the
more
point.
explicit, it would be good because we made the analysis on the nature of the sustainability audit, if it is in conformity of what we call a sustainability audit. Huh? But,
Okay, can I give the floor to Sadia? Sorry, just so that we can go around the table.
So I asked this question yesterday and it was about conforming amendments because I think that it would read better if we read it in part 4A.
Yeah.
And part 4A would be clear, so you'd be reading it both at the same time. I think Jen's already mentioned it, but I think it's important to also clarify that if it's a statutory requirement, we do have that provision in there that says that it gets taken out of the denominator, so it's not as effective. I do think we need to explain the statutory appointment of an auditor versus a statutory appointment of a sustainability assurance provider and whether we're giving them the same link. But I think that we had this conversation a few years ago when we were discussing fees, and there was a push about whether it should be audit or assurance, and we made that decision, which is only 1 year effective. Well, not even 1 year effective and implementable. So going back on that big decision might be something that we might want to delay until post-implementation review of fees, which is on our work program. And you probably want to highlight that that is the thinking of the board.
Thank you, Sadia. Any comment from your side? Mark, Sylvia? No. Okay. Rania.
Yeah, to be honest, like this is something that I struggled with back in June, and I'm still struggling with now. And very honestly, I have to agree with what Luigi said and what Rich and Christel. I don't really see the rationale of separating. I understand that an audit is not a sustainability assurance. I mean, you can decide to put the categorizations the way you like they're both assurance, but one is audit of financial. I mean, obviously there are some differences and lots of similarities as well. But my point is, what's the rationale of the proportion of fees rule to start with? And my question is, I mean, is there any reason beyond that we're just trying to transpose what's already in the extent audit to sustainability assurance? I mean, perhaps we should consider changing things. We don't have to just keep everything as is and just tweak them for sustainability assurance. And this is something I mean, I invite the board and the task force to really consider. We don't have to keep everything as is. I mean, we're living in a very different, yeah. So what's the, I mean, with the proportion of fees, if the question is that or the issue is, the risk is that the fees from a single client are way too large, then I think that's covered. What? The fee dependence.
Yeah, there is
the
the fee
covered.
The fee dependency, which is like that the fees from one client
Are
is
too
too
high.
high. But
Yes,
the proportion of
true.
fees is on the slide actually, and it's included that the large proportion of fees from one services create the threats due to the concern about the potential loss of either one service or another. So and there is also a threat to independence to appearance, that the practitioner would focus more on the service when there is the higher fee. So,
but I think in terms of, again, probably, I mean, it's the concept. I think the whole notion of the issue of the proportion of fees and the risk that it's addressing, in my opinion, especially with all the, the stringent rules that, and the issues that, I mean, we've been discussing, I think that in terms of risk, I would say it's pretty much covered with the fee dependency. I don't see, I mean, in my mind, it's just that we're trying, I mean, the issue of the proportion of fees is in the code and we're trying to apply it, and we're trying to see, should we apply it, how should we lump the services together? In my mind, if you're charging one single client to perform a very large service, whether it's one service or a bunch of services, okay, you are somehow dependent on that client because they're a major source of revenue. I don't, if you decide to split it up or look at it as one whole, the risk is that you are dependent on that client because you're taking a lot of money from that one client. There's a revenue concentration. And in my opinion, that's covered by the fee dependency. I don't see the, I mean.
So I think there are two things. The approach on all of this has been equivalence. So you're either equivalent or you're not. You can't have part equivalence. And we've gone down the route and we've confirmed through the board more times than I care to remember that what we should be doing is equivalent. So that's what we've done. Okay, we may need to look at how it's presented and make sure that it's clear and make sure that it's operable, but it has to be the way it is. And the board also decided that this would fit in with a new section to the code, but again, it would be equivalent. So, you know, we would effectively take the approach in 4A and use that to drive the approach in part 5 for sustainability assurance engagements. There is no way that we can say this doesn't work for sustainability, let's do it a different way, because we have the code and it has built up over an extensive period of time. And if you want a different code, well, the board could have a different code, but, you know, quite frankly, it's going to take a very long time to do, and it's not feasible within the constraints of the project that we've got. So what we've got to do is make sure that we've got operation requirements that we can effectively operationalize and not keep thinking we need something different to what we've got. You know, we could write a new code, but it will take 5 years and someone else can do it. But these are the guardrails that we've sort of gone within, and we've got to stay within those guardrails because otherwise we will not provide anything.
Okay. So Mark, I completely understand, although, I mean, I think perhaps given the very fluid and shifting landscape that we're facing right now, I think our code deserves to be, you know, reconsidered. But that's not the point here. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that since we have a way out of this, if we look at the issue of the proportion of fees, I think that the risk that it's trying to address is covered by another requirement in the code. And so since we have a way out of it, which is that sustainability assurance is, audit and sustainability assurance are, you know, assurance engagements, you have a way out. I'm not saying go and change the code so that, I mean, and we're not coming across as doing something that is not equivalent. We're just saying that, you know, we're going to put them together in one category. And I really don't see the danger in doing that. Having said that, one last thing I'd like to say is that given the way things are headed, and I had mentioned this at the other, the June meeting, and given how, I mean, I believe sustainability assurance engagements will be, providers will be charging much higher fees for assurance, sustainability assurance, given the scope of the work that is involved. I think ultimately, auditors are going to be shying away from audits of financial statements, like moving toward, they're going to be gravitating towards sustainability assurance and away from audits of financial statements, because obviously the money is going to be there. That's my opinion. The money is there, the risks are there, the stakes are much higher there. And so.
Okay, thank you. China, please.
Okay, fee dependency and proportion of fee are two different things, right? When we talk about the, like earlier Sylvia said, fee dependency is the 15% issue. Proportion of fees means normally when we look at the audit fee versus the non-assurance fees. That is the proportion of the fees. And what we are saying is that you can consider the audit fee plus the sustainability assurance fee versus other services, if you're doing both, right? That's all we are saying. I think it's dangerous to unpick projects that are already completed and signed off. We need to have faith that the board and those who came before us followed the proper due process, and that is in place. I mean, this code is developed over like 25 years, and it's got to where it is. And if we are going for equivalence, then we need to stick to that. And the IESBA standards are already issued, effective 1st January 2024. Most jurisdictions will take it on board 24-25. So our window is from now to December 2024. And we can still work on this, like we can get the ED out in December. We can still have some open items. We can ask questions, and we can deal with some of it in the 6 months that it's open for exposure and we consult on. But our window is closing fast, and I think we need to have faith in what has already been done and signed off by the board and by those who came before us.
Thank you, Chana. Andy, please.
Thanks. I feel your pain, and to the extent that we could reopen the fee issue, I would certainly love to do that, since it's public knowledge I voted against that for some of the reasons that you described. But for where we're standing now, to the extent Part 5 incorporates a parallel to what Part 4 is, I accept the results of the election, and I lost that election, so I'm okay with it. But I mean, I certainly do understand these very similar issues. So I just wanted to let everyone know that to the extent that we do incorporate anything from the fees in Part 5, I still don't agree with it, but it's part of our Part 4, and I will certainly live with that as we adopt it in Part 5.
Thank you, Andy. Luigi.
Yeah, just to say that I don't think that the timing motivation or the fact that a rule is there since 5 years or since 1 year is the right motivation not to consider that we are dealing with a new event that is changing completely the paradigm on which certain rules have been approved before. We are elevating at the nature of an audit activity, something that was assurance before, but now is no longer an assurance. That's where we will not be here discussing this document. So I don't think, well, it is a matter of willingness. If we want to change, we may. If we don't want, we will not do. So there is nothing different from that. So in my view, this is really an inconsistency, considering all the rules we are now working on in order to adopt in the right time. And I continue believing it is wrong not to consider it. But of course, if there are no willingness to change anything, let's say, we will see what will happen. But it is not a timing issue. It is not the reason why the fact that a rule is there since many years. If it is, if a rule was approved many years ago, 2 years ago, or just entered into application, but it is no longer consistent with the next word, we need to take into consideration this fact.
Thank you, Luigi. Ken, please.
I'm not sure I'm going to solve it today. We do have the mechanism of the exposure process to solicit further stakeholder input on this issue, and clearly the board isn't going to land on a unanimous position on the issue. But I must say, I do have sympathy for some of the comments we're hearing around the table. Looking at the issue objectively, I don't believe it is really an issue of achieving an equivalent position in Part 5 relative to what we have in Part 4A. Because maybe as Luigi, you've said, what is changed is that we have elevated what used to be an assurance engagement to the status of an audit, in effect. And what we're dealing with here, first of all, Chana, it's good that you've pointed out, we're not dealing with fee dependency. We have to be very clear, it's a proportion of fee issue. And secondly, what we're dealing with here is the situation where the practitioner is also the auditor. We're not dealing with standalone where it's a non-PA who's doing the sustainable assurance engagement and there's another firm that's doing the audit. What we're dealing with here is it's the same firm that is doing both the audit and the sustainable assurance engagement. And in this case, how do you then compute the ratio of the fee for services other than audit type engagements versus the other types of engagements that the firm might be providing? And I think what is challenging is precisely this issue of consistency, Luigi, that you've mentioned, because if you think about the approach we're taking for long associations, if we were to take a strict correspondence approach, which is to say what is in Part 4A today relative to requirements of putting off ought to be exactly the same in Part 5, then we shouldn't be treating precisely the issue we just discussed earlier about what should be the approach when the same individual is performing, first of all, the audit and then transitions to performing the sustainable assurance engagement. And there we have taken the same approach of saying, because the sustainable assurance engagement is at this level of an audit, you have to consider the two together as one. And that is the predicament. And I think that's a very difficult position to argue going out on exposure, that this is one approach we've taken in, use an example of long association and maybe some other cases in the proposals. And then we're taking a slightly different approach relative to the issue of proportional fees. So again, it's just to be clear, from my perspective, I don't see that it is an equivalence issue between Part 4A and Part 5. It is an issue of where the same firm is doing both engagements. And you deal with it in Part 4A, but should we then open up? Yeah.
That the task force proposal is right, but I fully respect and understand what is coming. So we don't like Sorry, I would encourage the task force to bring this work a little bit forward in with respect to the reasoning for this proposal, namely against the fundamental reasons for the existing proportion of fees standards. What made it 10 years ago, 20 years ago, whatever? What made the standard setter set the standards? What were the reasons? And test this proposal against those reasons. Of course, on top of other a little bit more formal or legal reasons that we may have. So yeah, I would have other considerations. I'll leave it for another moment because it's time. Mark, I think that we are almost done with the presentation, but it's the floor.
So I think where we are now is yes, we will go away and look at that. I think the thing to also remember is, of course, that the requirement is a trigger for the provider to consider the implications for their independence of the level. It's not saying you can't, it's saying actually I've considered and I've concluded that there isn't a threat. So we have to remember that, but we will look at that this evening. Can we take a break now and then return to actually go through some of the text, and we'll focus on the key issues that we want to bring to your attention.
Okay, so we will break and
We'll reconvene 10:55 for those who are online.
Thank you.
Carbon trebuie nasze pięknego just now. Yeah.
So we are.
So I think the question is, do you have any comments on section 405 that you haven't been raised? Again, if it's editorial, then please email us and we can discuss that on section 405.
Sorry.
Okay, no comments on section.
No.
Oh, sorry. Okay. You have a copy?
Okay. Apart from what we discussed yesterday about the opportunity or not to have a group audit approach and so on, that I reiterate without saying, paragraph 405.283, I do not understand the reason why there is this statement. That it doesn't seem to me an independent statement. It is more a responsibility statement that should rest a responsibility of the other board, not of IESBA to define whether or not the assurance provider is responsible for the performance of the work. Is not up to us. So I disagree with the inclusion here of this paragraph.
I agree. It wasn't the intention to create any kind of responsibility. It's actually something that's in the IEESB standards. We also recognize that we are framework neutral, so we shouldn't refer to ISSA 5000. It meant to be a clarification, or like we meant to be helpful explaining that it's the responsibility of the engagement leader to be necessarily involved in the work. So if they are relying on someone's work, then there should be direction, supervision, and review. And if there is no direction and supervision and review, then we should go to section 406. But we will take that comment on board and consider whether we need it here, because it meant to be an application material to be helpful when they are deciding between the application of 405 and 406.
As it is written, has another meaning, and it is not the responsibility of the IESBA to define this type of thing.
That we agree. It's only it's meant to be a guidance that how the practitioner can decide between the application of 405 and 406. So we will take that comment and make changes.
Okay, thank you, Luigi and Sylvia. Laurie, please.
Yeah, on the same point, I'm not sure it is completely irrelevant if you think about the fundamental principle of professional competence and due care. So I think just think about the wording.
Yep.
And right, it is relevant to ethics, because if you're not doing some reasonable amount of professional competence and due care in terms of that, then it would be a violation. I just think it's obviously not hitting right. Maybe it's wording, maybe it's placement, to Luigi's point. So maybe just have a think.
Thank you. Any other comments on 405?
In all the section 4, there is the need of revising what I said yesterday, the reference to the part.
Yes.
Because in many places, I would not involve that, but in many places, part needs to be intended independent.
Exactly. We will address that. It's just, yeah. Any other comments on section 405?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I have a number of them, so you need to
Yeah,
to give
sure.
me the
Okay, then I
time
will
to
just
go through. In paragraph 405.4, and there is a matter I already commented, but I noted that it was not changed, and it is not clear to me what means and why we are using the terms shall take responsibility for confirming whether the component sustainability assurance firm understand. I know that it is written in this way in ISA 600, but let's say in the group audit already approved and going into effect in few weeks, we said another thing. So I would recommend to keep the exact text. So asking information, receiving information, assessing the information. Who need to confirm is the component auditor, not the engagement partner or the engagement leader.
Yeah, we will have a look at that, Luigi, and we noted the comments. It's the reason we made changes to this paragraph because ISA 600 won't be applicable for group sustainability assurance engagement. And as part of the ETJ project, we made a reference to the requirements in ISA 600, to communication requirements. Given that ISA 600 revised won't be applicable here, we need to bring this requirement under the under section 405. We're going to double check to be consistent with the wording with ISA 600.
In the sake of equivalence.
Yes, in the sake of equivalence, it's just there is not full equivalence here because in part 4A, we can make a reference to the requirements in ISA 600, while in part 5, we cannot make that reference. So we need to bring in the requirement. But our intention is that to keep the wording of the requirement equivalent, what we have in ISA 600. So we take your point and I will have a look at the exact wording.
Okay. Luigi, I assume that have other.
No, I need some time.
Okay.
Doing in this way, it is very difficult because I prefer to follow the text and it was easy to follow. But if I have to put forward all my comment, I need time to review them.
Okay. Yeah. If you don't mind, Luigi, while we wait for you, I'm gonna give the floor.
Oh, yes,
to
of
Andy.
course.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, thank you. I don't want to, well, I actually do want to go revisit all the group stuff, but I won't do it. But there's just if it's going to be that it's going to be there, I'd like to look at 405.2A1. Yeah. And I don't think this, I especially want you to look at the phrase that an entity might prepare group information. Since group and component are a construct of an assurance, not the record keeping of the company, I'm just not sure that orientation is correct. I mean, entities might prepare information that involves, comes, flows from components, but I'm not sure literal. An entity's internal controls doesn't really use groups and components. Those are terms that are from the audit construct. So I just was struggling with that term, but as mentioned, I probably.
Sustainability information, or that we are saying that entity might be required.
Well, I don't think, I think with might and be required, you say might prepare. I don't think you need to have that, but I think it's preparing group information. I don't think entities set out to prepare group information. I think they set out to prepare information, and if from an assurance construct, it might be that there are multiple components because groups don't exist unless there's a component. So anyway, if you guys could just look at that. I was just stumbling over that construct. So.
But a group might have its own legal framework to go by, and so he might require some specific information from his subsidiaries, for example, which are not in the same kind of framework. So they might require, information. to be added the right way, no? Or to consolidated the right way. Because if you add apple and pears, it doesn't work, even for sustainability indicators.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And I mean, I think this can still be written from a combined information without using either the word component or group. But anyways, that construct, that if you could please look
Yeah,
at.
we will have a look at it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Luigi, are you ready for the
Yeah.
next one? So please.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, you don't have any other
No,
comments?
no.
Okay.
Any other comments on section 405? Then I will move on to section 406. Practitioner using the work of another practitioner. Section 406.
No, okay. I have the same comment for the other section relating to confirm, who need to confirm. No, should work. The same issue relating to who need to confirm, whether the engagement leader or whether say the other practitioner. In my view, should be the other practitioner. And in one of the response you gave to my anticipated comment, you said that you will change this point, but say in the section, there are still at least 2 or 3 places where the engagement leader should confirm that the other practitioner understand, which is, in my view, not the correct way.
You mean that in the context of the communication requirements?
Yeah.
Because regarding the independence, we said obtain confirmation.
Yeah, but if you go through the text, there are at least 2 or 3 places where still it was not changed. It is still the engagement leader should confirm that the other practitioner understands.
Because when it was that the other practitioners understand, so when we were in the context of the communication requirements, we used the confirm that.
But there should be the other practitioner that confirms, not who require the information.
We will have a look at it. I know that the intention was to use the similar wording that we have in the communication for the group. So I will
exactly. It is the same issue.
Okay, I will have a look at it. Thank you.
So now, please.
Yes, I have already sent a comment, but my comment here is on page 41, the paragraph 2A1. I think this expression causes confusion. In the mid, I believe, the third line, if the firm is able to direct, supervise, and review the other practitioner's work, the other practitioner will be a member of the engagement team because of the definition of another practitioner, which cannot control or direct, review, or supervise. This sentence, I believe, is some contradictory.
You mean redundant or contradictory? Because
contradictory because we define the term of another auditor, which is referred to as the other, another practitioner, which is defined, which is referred to as the other practitioner here. So by definition, the other practitioner cannot direct, supervise.
But that's the tricky part. We are referring to other practitioner, not as the definition. So if we are
but in the context, it's confusing. All the way, not only here, but in other places as well.
It's really difficult because the definition is another practitioner, but we are it's an application material, and what we try to explain that if there is another practitioner involved, if he is under DSR, he's the member of the engagement team. If he or she is not, then he's another practitioner. So we will have a look at it. That we meant
if
to
I
be,
read
yes.
over and over again, so I can understand, but
it's
confused.
It's the difficulty that we cannot use the reference to another practitioner each and every time because
I understand.
Yes, so So we will have a look at it, and thank you for raising that it could be confusing.
In paragraph 406.6, I wonder whether the reference to in the second line, the reference to paragraph 406.5 may be changed by saying exactly which entities are relevant, because it may prove to be confusing.
I agree. It's really difficult, but if we spell out that the entities we are referring under R406.5, it would be a really long and difficult sentence. And
try to see whether there is a mean
to
help readers, because in this way it is pretty, for me, probably is my issue, but it is pretty cryptic.
We will have a look at it, Luigi. Thank you. I think we tried, it was quite difficult. So we went back to an approach that we used other places in the code, like in the ETGA standards, when we are capturing individuals and referring back to another paragraph. But I completely understand the point. It's hard to follow the cross-references. We only use cross-references, but there were no other ways to do that. But thank you.
Thank you, Luigi. Rich, please.
Actually, I think you just addressed it. It is hard, but perhaps someplace we need to turn it into like a bullet list, so it's all right there. It'll make it clear for a reader, and then that's where you refer back to.
Yeah, good suggestion. I think we don't have any other comments, Sylvia.
Any other comments on 406?
I would really appreciate to have, obviously not in the code, but in some places, some clear, I don't know, graph, picture, or whatever it is, that states in each scenario which are the requirements we are thinking about, the group sustainability assurance, the other practitioners, and every combination thereof. So what it seems to me I have difficulties in understanding is the full picture, basically. And so I am used to think about different possible scenario and say having the response for each of them in order to understand whether I understood correctly the full picture of this process. So this would be very, very helpful.
I was going to say, just on that point, I think on that specific question and more widely, there's a challenge about what do we put up front by way of signposting, because if it's complex for experienced PAs to work their way through, it's going to be even more challenging for non-PAs coming to this the first time. So there is a sort of bit of a question about, you know, is there a way of either putting some sort of table in or some sort of, you know, roadmap that helps you say, if you are doing the following things, you look here, 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 and here. Because I think, you know, when you take that point to new people coming in and using it, it is all the more important.
If I may just come in, this is a broader issue that we discussed earlier in this meeting, and that is how can we provide the necessary support to practitioners who will be implementing those provisions, including PAs as well, for that matter. And we have gone through a number of issues that are relatively complicated already. So having that support is going to be critical, but I would be just very cautious in perhaps contemplating any suggestion to include that sort of support in the code itself, because we don't want to turn the code into a tome of several hundred pages, because it's already long and complicated. So all of this material, guides to the code, guides for non-PAs, etc., this is all fair game, but we can do that outside of the code.
I'd say we should, for the reasons that you mentioned. So any other comments? Sunam, please.
this is not read, this what work stream one, what work stream one. I believe my comment is, I've heard that the standard, in particular independence, is very technical and difficult to understand. At the same time, one paragraph or one sentence too long. It starts from actions, blah, 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 and it continues 4 lines, even 5 lines. So my suggestion is whether we can just make it short and adding bullets or something like that. So for instance, 432A1, you start actions and then it's one sentence, one paragraph, one sentence. And it's a bit difficult. 432A1 is not there, but as an example. So my suggestion is whether as part of this project, we can possibly, just to try to increase understandability by making concise, making short, adding paragraphs, adding bullets, something like that.
Thank you for raising that. I think that's the structure in the extent code as well.
I understand.
So it's really difficult to change the wording if we would like to achieve equivalence, because there is the unintended consequence of like we are changing something. So
because of the reader who are non-PAs, I believe we receive a lot of responses.
But we will have a look at it if we can make any changes without actually changing the meaning and keeping the equivalence.
Yeah, I'll take this this opportunity to highlight the Sumnam's comment. This is in line with what we heard in Japan and Korea about their difficulty in dealing with long sentences, with complex craft of the sentences, etc. So this is really time for us to make an effort. I said it yesterday, but I think that I will take the opportunity to insist. And equivalence does not mean that we have to draft things exactly the same way. Equivalence is in substance. It's that the requirements are the same and the procedures and etc. So just putting the challenge again here, because it's the opportunity to, if we have the opportunity to make it more readable for everybody, I think it'd be good. I think there was, yeah, Luigi.
I have a number of comment of details that I will send you later, because that's where it would be very difficult. The nature of them is really to have clarity in what the task force is meaning. Just to give an example, in 406.5, we are requiring the other practitioner to be independent with respect to the entity over which he is performing work, and that's fine. Then in 406.6, we also ask him to apply the known or reason to believe approach to the other entity. What it is not clear to me, for example, in the last, not the last, but thing, in the last bullet point of the application material 406.6A1, we say an employee in a position to exert significant influence over the preparation of an entity sustainability data record or sustainability information on which the other practitioner will express an opinion. But this is a duplication of 406.5. So I do not understand whether this is relevant as a different example. Yes, under 406.5, he should be independent with respect to the entity. And so this is a matter that he should consider. Then if we go to the application material, we are repeating the same thing for other entities, which I do not understand.
We will have a look at it, and maybe I can take up this comment during the break, because I think they are related to different entities, because in 406.5, we are talking about
but on which the other practitioner will express an opinion.
Yes.
It cannot be another entity. It is the entity over which he works.
I see the point. Yeah, we will have a look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's say I will not tell all the comment of this. many of them could be wrong. I will send you then separately all of these detailed.
And really appreciate that. And also as a task for, or as a work stream 1 and the staff level, we will sit down again and have a cold read just for these purposes to see if there is any duplication or there is something that is not coherent to see, because we developed these materials since June. So of course we need to go back and double check if everything is like the cross references are all correct. So we will do that. And if you have comments on that, Luigi, we would really appreciate that.
The last one for this section, sorry. 406.7. Upon receiving the notification as set out in paragraph 406.6, there should be a process. Would be very useful and helpful to have some sort of guidance on how you are intending this process.
But that's the communication between the, oh, okay, I see it between the other practitioner and the firm.
Yeah,
We'll
but
think about that.
the process is shall evaluate and address any threats. But some guidance would be very helpful.
Okay, we will have a look at it.
Any more questions or comments on this question, on this section? Oh, Sadia, please.
So apologies, it's actually on a word that isn't in the text, and that is in this section, we don't have a distinction between pies and non-pies. I just want you to confirm that there. Okay.
So any comments on section 400, which I recognize is a really wrong section? So any issues that we haven't covered so far, because there are many areas in section 400 that we already talked about, like public interest entities, the period during which independence is required.
400.7, we use IIS, so we are going to revisit that language. 400.7.
400.7.
IIS.
Yes, in this part, yeah. So we will have a look at the reference to this part and the IIS and what's the best way to make a reference to the independence provisions in part 5.
So there's also the issue, I mean, of very much to Sungnam's comment and what I mentioned yesterday about the language, especially with regards to the definition of engagement team. And I mean, I found it confusing, and I found what you presented yesterday in terms of, very short bullets, much more, understandable. And I really think, I mean, as Gabriela just said, I think if we keep it simple, I mean, especially, I mean, it would show that we are acknowledging that, the audience is different. We don't have to change the substance of it, but I think, especially if you include the use of diagrams, it's more,
And that's indeed a really technical part of the standards. But I think what we can do, as I mentioned, that even when we develop that standards for audit engagements as well, we use diagrams and flow charts that we can update, and we can make it available as part of the guidance. So when non-professionals are using this for the first time, they will have these materials available.
But just to confirm this, because yesterday we started on this point and then somehow we diverted. So the sustainability assurance team is if you wanted to put it in like a formula, type of explanation. So it's the engagement team plus the other practitioner. No? Yeah, so Keith is saying no.
Yes, so it's the sustainability assurance team is like the engagement team for the sustainability assurance engagement, and other individuals who can directly affect the outcome of the engagement. Yes.
Yeah, and the other individuals who can affect are the other practitioners.
So, and they're set out in examples of them are set out in the definition, but there are other individuals who can affect the engagement. So there might be a managing partner in a firm.
Yeah.
He's not directly involved in the engagement, but he might well be in a position because of his status
Yeah.
to influence the engagement.
Yeah.
It's not practitioners from other firms.
Yeah. So those who are performing the assurance procedures, they are the engagement team.
Yes.
And everybody else who can like sort of influence, not necessarily performing assurance procedures, but they are part of the broader. Yeah. And so I think that in many cases you can make this, because I mean, the language, again, I'm not going to go into each and every single word, but I think sometimes it's confusing. It's confusing. I mean, we really have to pay attention to the wording for someone who's reading it from, for the first time.
And unfortunately, that's the case. So how we drafted the definition, it includes that engagement team members, and it starts like all others.
Yeah.
So it's clear, but it's a technical.
Yeah.
It's a technical.
Because like when you talk about, for example, when you talk about the other practitioner, you're saying anybody, you start out, I think it's important, again, the language, like how you phrase it. So you, like when you say everybody who can influence the engagement, but everybody, I mean, the engagement team can influence the engagement, obviously they influence the engagement. So you have to stress on the distinctive factors. I think it's very important, and keep it like, stick to the keywords. That's my suggestion anyway.
Any other comments in section 400?
I think I do not need to repeat the comments relating to PIE and all the matters we discussed. ISQM1, single practitioner firms, and so on. Okay.
Any comments?
No 10 cards, so
to finish my
on 400. Yeah. So, Sadia?
So I understand that we are creating parallel paragraphs, but in certain instances, it might be easier to amend paragraphs than create a new one. So an example, very small one, is 400.2 versus 400.3C. The placement of that reasonable and limited seems like it should have gone straight after the first paragraph. And I'm wondering if there's other instances where we can edit rather than follow a very strict placement of parallel. I said it before on numbering. Numbering, we said we're going to be equivalent. If it's additional, we're going to have A, B, C, D. What an example we just went through is management responsibility. So that's not entirely equivalent, or are we going to call that equivalent? Because there has been edits to that, which is more onerous or more engagement specific. And are we going to capture that for easy reading in the code? So are we thinking about highlighting those amendments in gray or something like that?
We can highlight it in the, maybe there could be, I think the intention is, can correct me if I'm wrong, that in the exposure draft, we will highlight those areas that we added. So there will be a, so to say, a markup from part 4A, but not in the final text. So, yeah. So the markup, or what's the difference to what's in part 4A, will be available.
So then the question is going to be, eventually, are we going to have a mapping exercise between part 1 to part 4A versus part 5 for easy viewing? And not within this project, but something we want to do in the future.
Yeah, I think so. We can do whatever we have the capacity to do to facilitate adoption and implementation of the final provisions. And if one of the steps we can take is to make available a mapping document that would map Part 4A to Part 5, I think we should do it. I mean, there's no reason why the staff cannot do it, and make that available to firms and national standard setters and whoever needs that sort of assistance to help them take up the final provisions. We can do that. But I think what Sylvia is saying is, in terms of the final handbook, we wouldn't have that sort of markup, because we can do that as a separate exercise, but not for the code itself. Yeah.
Any other question in section 400? No, then is it okay for me to move to the next one, which is, so we already have 405, 406, so I think the next one is 410. Is it correct? Yes. It takes a while to get there. So any comments on 410? We already, from that part, we already discussed the proportion of the fees, fee dependency. So we will deal with those comments, but if there's any other changes. So 410 on fees.
So I was slow on the last round, and it was that addition of those charged with governance. And I was wondering if we're going to explain properly that this is only for sustainability engagements, and have a proper reasoning about why we are opening it to those charged with governance, because there might be some jurisdictions where audit isn't regulated, and they're going to ask why a similar amendment isn't being considered for audit, right? Second. So in the previous explanation, we said that one of the safeguards has been expanded because sustainability might not be a regulated entity. So there might not be a regulator who can create that safeguard. Give me 1 second, I'll find it. Yes.
The exception from the fee dependency, that we would say if there is no designated regulators, then they can turn to those charged with governance. Yeah.
I just wanted to close the gap in terms of audit. This mustn't create an expectation that if there's no regulator, that they would be allowed.
Yeah, so there will be no similar addition in Part 4A. Then it's only in the context of sustainability assurance, and we will explain that in the EM, and then also in the, if it stays in the basis for conclusion, that what's the intention of this paragraph. Any other comments on 410? Then I would just quickly turn to the next sections, which I believe there are no significant changes to section 411. It's really just consequential amendments. Same in.
There's probably nothing now till 510.
No,
really, is there?
yeah, section 410, 420 also, section 430. And I think the next one where we have amendments is in section 510, financial interests. And here we included, one of the changes we included is an application material with the application of the reason to believe principle in the context of value chain entities. Which is in 410.9A. 510. Thank you.
So it's just-
We are not going back. 510.98. Any comments?
Yeah, and as the board is considering whether there are any comments to raise, could I just encourage everybody, because we're getting some feedback from those who are observing online that sometimes they're not able to hear the discussion. So I'd encourage you to do maybe a couple of things. Lean forward closer to the mics and speak up so that everybody can hear you, because there are people also at the back and they need to be able to hear the discussion. Thank you.
Comments on 510? And again, if you have any comments that we miss, or then please email us so we can discuss them offline as well. So for 511, sorry, loans and guarantees, the same issue is addition of an application material in the context of value chain entities. In 511.8. Any comments on 511? No. Rich, yes.
Just that's in the context of known or have reason to believe.
Yeah. Yes. Second one.
So I think, just real quick, just to make sure we're clear, if a sustainability assurance provider knows that they have a loan from an entity that's in the value chain, then they would have an independence challenge. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments on 511? And I would move to 520, business relationship. And we have the same application material in the context of value chain entities in 520.8.
For all these, we already commented that it is probably the task force should think about a way to identify which are the threats, whether there are safeguards, which type of safeguards, and how to remediate if it is possible to remediate. It is not just for non-assurance services, for everything, basically.
I think absolutely yes. I think maybe it's something we'll think about and come back for a conversation with the board about quite what the form of that is. And the reason I say that is I'm already mindful of the fact that this is like about 130 pages of additional code. And if we do those, if we do what you suggest, Luigi, do we do that within the body of the code, or again, do we prepare some guidance that sits around it to help with the application? Because otherwise we may be looking at another 200 pages of code. I don't know what the right outcome is, but I think we need to give some thought to that and then come back to the board for a steer.
And I agree with the approach to think about how to deliver this additional guidance. My preference would be to have something simple, but in the code, instead of having in a non-authoritative material or a basis for conclusion or a guidance, because let's say the stature and the level of the documents are completely different. So I would prefer having them into the code.
So then we would move to 521. I think there are no changes there since the June meeting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Luigi, as opposed to you, I prefer it to have it outside the code because we have things in sustainability changing quite rapidly. And to have it as a material that is linked to the code, but not inside the code, not only makes the code light, but it will make it possible for us to adapt the educational material, the guidance, as we have a clear view of what is expected from reporting sustainability in the market. I think that to have it as a non-authoritative material would be best, but just my personal view on that.
On paragraph R 21.5, I believe in connection with the independence period.
Which paragraph?
Sorry, R 21.5.
21. R 521.5.
21.5.
Okay.
On C, I believe this is related to independence period. As we discussed before, there will be, I believe, more correction here. Okay, thank you.
Yes, that it should be changed to be consistent with the other changes. Okay, so I think 421 and 422.
Excuse me, Sadia. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I just want to test some thinking on the amendments we're making. So on 422, we're only speaking about sustainability assurance. But when we get to 440, we've taken to the consideration between audit and sustainability assurance. And I was wondering whether there's some sections that might need you to consider both those relationships and the effect that it has. And whether if you can move from audit to sustainability assurance and vice versa.
Thank you for that point. And we did that. We considered if there is any other areas where you believe we should give further consideration, please let us know. But yeah, we tested the requirements and the paragraphs in that context as well.
And the reasoning for not considering it in 522 would be? And you don't have to give me an answer now, but when we get there, we're gonna have to give a reason for why we didn't consider it when they're very similar prohibitions. Why have we taken a harder line on long association, but we haven't taken a harder line when it comes to these relationships?
Yeah, we will go back to that, and I will have a look at it in section 523. So the mentioned it's similar to 523. And section 524. Any comment on those? We didn't propose changes since the June meeting. No comments, that I would move to section 525. And section 540, long association.
In 540.3A6, there is an addition on the third bar, term commission. I'm still struggling to understand why it is needed. In addition to that, on the basis of the comment I received, this was raised in August and I received a comment. It seems that there is the intention of Rostream 1 to also amend the extant code in the same way, which brings to me another issue, is whether this is the only one amendment that the Rostream 1 is proposing to do to the extant code, or there are others. And if there are others, I think they should be listed in a specific document subject to a specific discussion by this board, because this has nothing to do with sustainability. It's something new, it's something different. And so every proposed amendment of this type should be explicitly listed, examined, explained, and discussed by this board.
And regarding the amendments to Part 4A, yeah, that will be available for the board's consideration by December. There are only one or two consequential and conforming amendments. So, but we will bring it to the board in December. But we highlighted them in each and every case in our matters for consideration gray box if we propose any changes. But I recognize that, yep, the board will have the proposed text as well.
Please, Tom.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. It's a question, not a question to the perhaps to the Blackstone one, but to Ken and Gabriel. It is the first lead is always like this. I mean, that's the I have to PIO, we have to take care about the due process. And normally I think that the first read is on sort of the a little bit more detailed discussion on the line, not line by line, but the it's a little bit different from the impression of the first read to my mind. It is always like this. So this is the first time, so I joined this meeting. So forgive me, it's always like this. It's okay. But if it's a little bit different procedure, we need some sort of the complementary procedure to enhance. I think that's the series really likes that, right? It's you need time for the cold read. And what is happening right now is Luigi is following and take 2 or 3 minutes and giving some sort of, and of course the offline discussion is very important, and it's okay. It's okay. But if this is not the normal way of due process, we have to explain that we need some sort of the enhancement of the due process. That's my point. Thank you.
Can I come in? So I recognize the challenge of what you say, because for a first read, the volume of text that we're actually asking the board to go through is significantly greater than perhaps a lot of projects that might otherwise come this way. So one of the things that we tried to do to supplement this is significantly in advance of this meeting, we sent out text, which gave board members a little more time to read through, and then they were able to provide us with written feedback that we're taking into account. But like sort of my experience not long on this board is you can go through and literally turn the pages, because you might be looking at a dozen pages or 15 pages, not 140 pages. So it's one where it is slightly more challenging, although the approach we've taken is to lift things that would have sat in Part 4A and amend those for the sustainability context. So what we could also say is that our focus has been on new text and new requirements, and less so on the where we've just lifted and duplicated into the section 5. But it is a really challenging one where you've got 140 pages rather than a more tailored subject, which lends itself to much less volume of text.
I understand the point, that the bottom line I would like to share with you is that we need some sort of explanation of the due process, because perhaps that the Mark is right in that sense that this I'm going to say the Part 5 is a little different from the character of the other project. So that's the reason that this is the right way of the first read. It's okay, but you need some sort of the board has to need some sort of the agreement. What is the right process, and what should be the right first read for this project? This is the issue I'd like to raise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Actually, as I understand it, you are not that much concerned about if this is right, but about giving an explanation why this is a bit different from the usual approach to the due.
Yes, it's a decision of the board. I mean, that's what is the right due process for this project, and then you have to explain that. If it's different from the other normal procedure, you have to explain that.
Yeah. Well, if I might share, Tom, the approach we're taking is, in a way, not that much different from the approach we've taken in the past in terms of first reads. And the process that Mark has, it's on.
It's on.
The process Mark has outlined in response is also nothing new to this board. We have done advanced circulations of preliminary drafts in the context of preparing for that first read. The focus, as Gabriela said at the beginning of this meeting, is for this board to focus on substantive issues and not to raise every single editorial comment on every paragraph, because we're going to need 6 months to get through the entire part 5. So I think there's a question of efficiency that comes into play. There's a question of focusing the substantive issues. There's a question also of this board being comfortable with the approach we're taking, and the board has the opportunity to raise any questions in terms of process. And I think we've heard, Luigi, you have a number of comments, for example, that you've said, yes, you do want a bit of time to consider whether you want to raise them as substantive points, or whether these are points perhaps that are of a similar nature that you've conveyed before and that you think would be more appropriate to pass to the task force or the work stream offline for them to further consider. And maybe what I'll add as a final point is that the transparency is very important to this board. And any advanced comments that board members submit to the work stream ought to be shared with the entire board, as indeed has been done coming into this meeting, and should be done as well for any comments that are submitted offline to the work stream. So we will make sure that comments that are raised offline are basically shared with the board as well, so that at least the entire board has the opportunity to consider any other comments that are raised on the proposed text.
On this section, just to have some clarification, because you mentioned during the presentation, but it's not yet in the text. I think that the partner rotation matter should be applied, let's say, in the same way for audit and sustainability assurance. So if we are saying that an audit partner cannot serve as a service leader for more than 7 years, I think we should say also the opposite. So the service leader cannot serve as so far it is not yet in the text. Another matter which is not clear, well, I think it is obvious, but sometimes it is better to say the obvious things. In 540.14, in the case an audit partner serves as a service leader for both engagement, I assume that each year count 1 and not 2. But it is obvious, but I want to ask. Okay.
Luigi, just to respond to your comments regarding the changes to Part 4A, yes, we will make the same changes in Part 4A.
Okay.
We indicated that in the text, but we will come back with the proposal before the December meeting.
So to be helpful in these amendments, I want to suggest to the task force to actually consider taking out that rotation table from the non-authoritative material. So there's a rotation table on the different roles that people could perform. I think that will help alleviate any implementation issues that these amendments will have. Thanks.
Any other comments on section 540, the long association. Then I would just turn to section 600. Now only 600, we will deal with the subsections later. The changes we made since June that we added the application material with respect to the value chain entities in 600.6a and some clarification regarding the materiality.
Yes, please, Luigi.
600.13a2. I do not understand why we should add this paragraph because it is already written into the code. If you are an auditor, you need to apply Part 4B. If you are also a sustainability assurance provider, you would also apply Part 5. So why we are saying this type of thing?
We will have a look at it based on the discussion we had regarding the proportion of the fees as well, but this is the same issue that if someone is an audit, providing the audit and the sustainability assurance engagement, that the multiple non-assurance services should be considered from the perspective of the audit. But this is an issue that we have raised regarding the proportion of the fees, so we will go back to that paragraph as well. And
it is slightly different in my view, but I'm not saying that I cannot live with this paragraph. I am saying that we can avoid to have it because it is already embedded into the code. We are referring to a matter other than fee here. We are referring to the cumulative effect of multiple services. It is written in one side, it is written in the other side. No reason to repeat it.
That's the first time we've tried something out.
Any other comments on section 600?
As far as 627A1, sorry, the general comment I already raised before, so to have a clear description of what a practitioner should do, because so far it is not clear what the second paragraph means, but someone should elaborate that, but probably a guidance or some application material would be very useful, whether, in order also to understand whether or not there is a cure, a remediation, when if there is not. So this would be very useful.
So 600.27a.
Yep.
There can we say that there's a self-review threat, and the firm needs to apply the conceptual framework to evaluate the level of the threats, and if the level of the threats are not at an acceptable level, to apply safeguards. And in A2, provided examples to safeguards. Do you suggest that we add?
I'm not sure it is completely clear for everyone, this approach. Probably some additional material may help.
We will discuss that. The intention was that if someone reads the first part of the code, so section 100, that goes back to the application of the conceptual framework, and that's what we requiring here, that if there is a self-review threat, indeed, that the firm needs to apply the conceptual framework, so needs to go back to what section 100. And so that's the general approach in every threat. But we will think about that if we can provide further factors or make it clearer.
Just to give an example, should we just apply the conceptual framework? Should we apply those clarification and example that we have in 600 for various services for non-PIEs? Should we apply the self-review prohibition for PIEs? So these are the type of things, because if we say apply the conceptual framework, we forget that the code include a number of provisional non-audit services that could serve in order to assess and evaluate and identify safeguards and so on. So my personal preference is to have something here that explains that the provision in 600 for non-PIE are also applicable in this case.
Yes, our intent, because these paragraphs is only in the context of value chain entities, and value chain entities will not be part of the client definition. So the self-review prohibition and anything else in section 600 is only applicable to the client. But this is in the context of the value chain. But I see the point, and we will discuss how we can make it.
To add some words, sorry.
Yeah.
Take, for example, whether there are some information coming from a system where, let's say, the practitioner did something in terms of implementation and so on. Maybe referring to the second, you don't need to refer directly to each section, but referring to the section where design and implementation is treated, there is extensive discussion there that could be used for a sustainability practitioner to consider the threat, the safeguards, and the outcomes. So this is the type of help that may be provided to the sustainability practitioners.
Thank you, Luigi. Rich, please.
A couple clarifications. Sylvie, this heading over these two paragraphs says it's for services provided to entities within the client's reporting boundary, but okay, you're going to change that.
Yes, because we use that term, we didn't want to define value chain entities, but based on our discussion, we will do that, and in accordance with the reporting framework. So we will change the title.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. James, please.
Oh, just and maybe to Tom's point, maybe I could just suggest, Sylvia, as you go through sections, take on a number of comments. I think it's important because as the cards are raised, we will see if other board members are resonating with a particular issue or not. And if there's an area where we need to spend additional time, we take the points forward and move forward. I think the important point, Tom, is making sure that every board member has a chance to weigh in. And the first read is to make sure that we've got a sense of support or comfort with the direction of travel. I think we are proceeding on that basis. I would like to say, though, the worst thing that I've ever seen, and I've seen it many times, is that no one has done their first read. So it's very obviously we're all engaging in the first read very actively, and I think that's very important for the board in order for their success by the end of the year.
Thank you for that, James, and reinforcing again what Ken said, that this was already subject to a careful, I hope, attention of the board before the meeting. So it is expectable that when we come here that the comments have been identified and etc. But yeah, but of course we have to make the best out of these moments and make sure that everybody has the opportunity to comment on, but I think it's the case. Hope that we are giving, if we are not giving you the enough time, or just tell it and say it, and of course we will review the process. Angie.
Yeah, and so just to be clear on that, since we did discuss a lot of what I would have given as first read comments in our robust discussion over the past day and a half, I'm not doing those here again. I am just preparing a little summary email I'm going to send to you guys just to make sure they're captured on a list. But for economy of time purposes, I'm not repeating myself.
So then I would move on to section.
I think we should just. So again, not wishing to undermine having a full first read, but the substantive changes after 600 are in respect of section 601 and 603. And in a sense, all we've done in the other sections is update the existing code for the material that's to make it sustainability proof. So can I suggest, again, to maximize the benefit of time, that we give any comments on section 601 and 603, because those are the ones that have been most substantively changed, and everything else is reasonably straightforward.
Does the board agree with this approach? Does everybody feel comfortable? Okay. So, Mark.
So if we start with 601 then, which is the sustainability data and information services. So this is the equivalent to what used to be accounting and bookkeeping in Part 4A. And this has been updated with it following discussion with the reference group.
Comments?
And again, we do note that yesterday we did have the discussion specifically around these items. So we've already picked up comments given by board members on that, and also on the valuation, forecasting and similar services, which again has been through the reference group. I think perhaps one final thing that we might want to just ask board members for as well, and Sylvia's reminded me that I'm rather remiss in jumping over it, is section 610 on due diligence.
And you can see I'm quite eager about the conforming amendments. I was wondering if the board, if the working group has given, task force has given any consideration of whether there should be a consequential amendment to 601 for sustainability assurance engagements. So that's where you're the auditor, you're not the sustainability assurance provider, whether we need to signpost any additional requirements or considerations for that. And
we'll certainly look at it. We haven't tripped across anything yet, but we'll go back and have a further look at it and see whether there's anything to do there. And if you've got any ideas, then please pass them our way.
Yeah, so Mark, just conscious of time, did you want the board to weigh in on the due diligence point now, or?
I think, Ken, it was just to note that there are some changes within that as well, and it was just whether board members had anything to add or anything that we should take account of, because at the moment what we've done is we put in an additional bullet within 610 which talks about due diligence with respect to sustainability information. I wonder whether actually what we might need to think about is whether there's more application guidance to help explain what we mean by that, because you could be opening Pandora's box in many ways there.
I already commented this point, and you responded that workstream 1 will consider this issue further. I'm not convinced it is the right place to, well, it depends what you are meaning with due diligence with respect to sustainability information. If you are meaning a normal due diligence type of work in the context of a transaction, I don't think this is the right place. If you are meaning something different, probably you need to explain in order for us to understand, for me to understand.
And we'll certainly reflect on that. I think probably the only other thing that we would say is that you've also had definitions provided as part of the papers that went out. As a result of the discussions we've already had, we've got to update a number of those definitions to reflect the discussions yesterday and earlier today. And we'll do that. I think it's probably something that we will cover off at our task force meeting in October. And then I think I might suggest that we send it round by email to board members for any consideration ahead of December, because I recognise that those are really important sort of pieces of the jigsaw. But I think that is probably all we would look to cover on work stream 1, the end of day 1 of 84.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Rich.
Yeah, just on this last point on due diligence. My recollection was when we went through NAS, we took pains to be clear that due diligence was permitted. And I'm cautious the way this got written, it looks like it could be a service prohibited under the corporate finance service. Just take that into consideration when you think about it. Thank you.
I think that's everything. Thank you, Gabriella.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark and Task Force and Board. We are running out of time, but let me just very quickly try to wrap up what happened here in the discussion yesterday and today. And I think that everybody agrees that it was an amazing discussion with an amazing level of engagement. Very difficult moments for the task force sometimes, I think, but all of them helping achieving success. That's personally how I like things to go. We covered an incredible number of difficult topics: PI, QSM, fees, entities across the value chain, groups, and etc. There was a particular engagement and questions, etc., from the board with respect to the independence considerations for individuals involved in sustainability assurance engagements and groups as well, with all the difficulties that we know from the past that these issues bring and some perplexities. And today on fees particularly. So, but what I think, and I think that Mark, I hope you agree with me, that you should be happy because there is nothing here that seems unsurmountable or impossible to solve. I would say in a fairly easy way. I mean, how as easy as these things could be. The text, the drafting does not pose any. I mean, thanks for all the comments and for all the comments that have been provided before. Because I also, again, I was also impressed by how the members were able to engage with the drafting in such a difficult period as August. So thank you for that. That's what allowed probably this relatively easy first read of the standard. So I think that we are in a very good position to move forward. No reasons, at least from what I've seen here, no reasons to have doubts about our capacity to have a final and approvable draft in December. And this is due again to this very lively, engaged discussion that always helps us move forward in a more robust and confident way. This will help us putting forward these standards with the confidence that we need to respond to the questions that will come after. And all this very significant and substantive discussion is like a warming up for what will come after. We have to be sure at the board level to go to the next level. So thank you very much to all of you. Sorry for taking a few more minutes here, but I think that Mark, you can agree that you have reasons to be happy.
Yeah, I think it's been a really good discussion. I think it shows the difficulty of trying to steer 140 pages through the board all at once, which is a huge amount to ask. The early comments were really appreciated as a sort of steering point. It's disappointing that Luigi is the only person who's taken a paragraph out. More of you could do that. Not those paragraphs, Andy. But no, thank you.
So, right.
Okay, thank you very much. And
Sorry, thank you very much with this, well, almost half an hour late, but anyway, it was worth. We are going to move to the next topic in the agenda, which is the presentation from the work stream 2 on ethics standards for sustainability reporting and assurance. What we heard yesterday at the common issues, I think was also warming up for this discussion. I think that there are a lot of strategic questions. I think that will deserve some attention from the board, even not to change anything that we have decided before, but just to reassure ourselves that with respect to the decisions made and the ones that we will still have to make, we are completely confident about the reasons to go in that direction. I think that Christelle will probably mention that, but we had some comments, substantive comments from the CAR meeting last week, and Galen will be able also to address them. But I don't want to be faster than this should be, and we'll give the floor to Christelle to start the presentation.
Thank you, Gabriela. So we are half an hour late.
Yeah.
In our tentative timetable, we had the idea that today we would share almost all what is included in our slideshow except definition, and would keep the tomorrow slot for the reading. We'll try to keep ourselves in this mood. So what we want to address with you, just not sure how it works. Yeah. Well, we want to, so we'll share what we want to address. I wanted to start there with a very deserved thanks to the staff. John, Jeff, and particularly Laura, they have done a tremendous work to allow us meeting the deadline today, and with a quite complete set of analysis and of drafting documents, of course. My second wave of thanks would be to the board members that have contributed this summer, and with early comments that part of them we have included in the documents that were sent to the board. And of course, the other ones are still on our agenda, and we are going to discuss them during our presentation. And also a very warm thanks to my fellow workstream members for their very valuable and solution-oriented contributions. Okay, so this week today, tomorrow, and maybe a little bit on Friday, we'll see. We will make a focus on 4 matters, which are on the left part of that slide. The sustainability reporting part, the sustainability assurance part for the ethics matters, the NOCLR that we have discussed already a little bit in June, and finally terms and definitions of, well, the significant ones that we want to share with you. On the sustainability reporting, we are going to focus on how to communicate on the fact that we want the IESBA code to be applied by all preparers, even if our scope at this moment is not addressing the point. Also, how we address the draft revisions to part 1, 2, and 3 that we had to do. Okay, and the fact that some sections in sections in the part 2 and 3, how we want to address it in part 5, and finally, our proposal not to develop a separate section for sustainability reporting at that time. Finally, to have that debate on which the CAG expressed itself. On the sustainability assurance, next slide, we want to share with you the proposed revised scope for ethics standards and how it fits with the scope proposed by the work stream 1, because we're changing a little bit the frontiers. A new, more explicit provision on sustainability assurance practitioners' expertise and training. This was a result of a discussion in June with the board. How we made various considerations to value chain in our drafting. There are various points relating to this sensitive issue. And so we have concentrated them in the way we are going to present, and how we propose also to deal with in part 5 with the selected sections from part 2, and also 2 equivalent sections from part 3. Our third discussion matter will be on NOCLAR, and Laura will present our proposed approach to address NOCLAR depending on the service provided, and also the issues of communication on NOCLAR from diverse point of view, from the from the practitioner to auditor, etc. We started the debate also in June. And regarding the terms and definition that we will probably address tomorrow after numerous feedbacks and additional work during the summer, we will propose an updated definition for the sustainability information and a revised proposition regarding professional activity or services. Maybe first thing is to share with you what the feedback from the CAG that took place early last week. We shared some of these issues because we had a little bit more than an hour slot. So some of these issues were shared with the CAG, and we received general support. On our roundtable report back, and on our proposed scopes of ethics standards for reporting and assurance. On NOCLAR, there was a suggestion to change both on part 3 and part 5 from consideration to communicate to communication required. We will talk with you, discuss this element. The CAG also recognized the importance of the alignment with the IEESB definition and stressed that every framework having its own definition may generate complexity, and they suggested to consider comments from the exposure draft step. One CAG member also expressed the view that IEESB definition should fit into IESBA's one and not the reverse. But to some extent, I would say that they already made the first step, because their first expression on the sustainability information matters was adapted with our first draft definition back in March, I think. So the intention was there. Maybe the last step can be done in the rest of that process. And we propose to elaborate on CAG's recommendation during our detailed presentation. So these are the general points that were raised, and sorry. So yes, and maybe Galen, you want to raise a additional big issue than the detailed one we are going to go through later.
Well, I think you hit on the big issues there, Christelle, and yeah, I think that was a significant observation or comment was about the IAASB, and I think the feeling was that regardless of whether they've come out with their definition first, that ours needs to be our definition, and let them evaluate whether they want to change what they have externally proposed or not. In a sort of polite way.
Yeah. Thank you. On next slide, I want to also focus on the fact that since June we received a lot of very valuable input from the reference group, and we have integrated some of them, a majority of them, in the proposed draft that you have received, and John will go through them in a detailed way during the presentation. So let's start with the sustainability reporting. Our objective, okay, is to deal with the communication that the IESBA code can be applied by all preparers, despite the fact that it will be written for PAs still at this point. So this slide and the following is just to share the recap of where the status of that subject with the board. The board agreed in June with after a lot of outreach activities that we should keep ourselves in developing ethics standards for sustainability reporting, though not in a profession agnostic way at this time. And we discussed that there might be we should be clear or very how to be powerful in expressing the fact that despite it is written for PAs, it is available and usable by all preparers, because as Gabriela says, it is a key pillar of the credibility of the sustainability information to have the right level of confidence and accuracy and reliability of the information prepared. So we agreed that we continue to explore how to expand the code to all preparers, and also how we can express public statement of that. We identified 3 options for consideration by the board to convey this message of the relevance of the code and encourage the non-professional accountants to use the code for that also. 2 of them we have discussed with the board on a preliminary basis in June. The fact to consider the option of adding a paragraph in the new part 5 to encourage non-PAs, because the part 5 is for them, to use the code more broadly, okay, a general statement. We also discussed the fact that it would benefit to the point to issue public statements on the public interest for all preparers to be subject to the same ethics standards. And we identified during our work in July one additional option, because as we have put on this slide, there are arguments for each of these options, and there are some fragilities or on each one. And for example, expanding the encouragement at the start of part 5, you will limit the exposure to the practitioners, not to the preparers. Yeah, who's going to read the part 5 a priori the practitioners and not the preparers. So it's a bit hidden for them. Then we are going to expose ourselves with a public statement. Our preparers naturally are readers. I don't know. But we can expect that with all the outreach we are going to do, all the news that are coming to the preparers with the reporting frameworks, with the new audit standards, etc. Their focus will be on what's going on, and so that we can go to them and reach them, right? And our additional proposition is to put an additional encouragement in the guide to the code, which is it is at the forefront how to use the code, in fact. Okay, and it's a good place from our point of view to raise the awareness that despite it seems to be for PAs, it's a good reference for preparers. So finally, we propose not to choose, but to combine all three options. Having an additional point at the beginning of the code has no impact on the extent code or on path 5. So it's a good one. I mean, it's not contradictory. Having a strong statement in part 5 will be useful, whatever, because the relationship between the issuer and the practitioner can be also discussed and so raised. And the public statement is, of course, for us a very important element to raise awareness on that. So our little communication plan, we would like to share with you if you have recommendations or restrictions on what we propose.
Thank you, Christelle. Any comments from the board? Andy, please.
Yeah, I think it's a very a thoughtful proposal. I think the retail reach, I think, might not be efficient because, as you, I think, have alluded to, the readability, the readership, rather, of our documents is limited to begin with. So perhaps reaching those people that influence others, such as either, what I'd call market makers or regulators or bodies that have a reach, might just be more efficient. But to have what I'm referring to as a retail look, I think is important too. But I think we'll probably be more effective if we go to influencers and regulators, the public forums.
I'm supportive of the approach that the work stream suggests. I think the only thing that may be worth testing out is that some years down the line, the code may well be used as an enforcement tool where things go wrong. So is it worth just checking out to see what is most helpful from a regulatory point of view if action needs to be taken? But I think it seems to be a good jumping off point.
Thank you, Mark. Hector.
Just briefly to mention that this obviously has a link to the more strategic issue of the branding of the code. And I don't think we should discuss this in that vacuum. I mean, it makes sense to have a look at issues together at some point.
Thank you for reminding that, Hector. Luigi.
My preference was, of course, to have the equivalent of part 2 into the code, because this is really the first line of defense on this matter and even on the risk connected with this matter. So greenwashing and everything else. And I think that the code in this way, it is missing this part. I'm aware that at this point in time, this is the only available option. And so even if I'm not happy, I will stay with this option. I think that the board should not make me happy, but it was my preference. On the other hand, I think that even in the discussion that we should have during the week on strategic work plan, this is a matter really very important, not just for sustainability, because it is missing, but I think in a broader sense also for the extant code, because I think we need to realize that even today, those preparing the financial statement are not necessarily PA, as we are defining PA. In many jurisdictions, including mine, this is not the case. So if we believe, and I believe, that this is really an important part of the code for the reason we already explained, I think that the strategic work plan should factor into this matter with a holistic view in order to try to tackle this point, because elsewhere this code would be something very close to be complete, but not complete.
Thank you, Luigi.
I totally agree with you.
Galen, please.
Can get that. Yeah. So thank you, Christel. And as you recall from the CAG meeting, I think there was general support for the direction that you're headed here. There was comments about messaging. The messaging, in as much as we've previously indicated that the same ethics would be applied across the board in protection of the public interest. And encouragement, is that strong enough? And here I'm talking about the SAPs, the sustainability assurance providers or practitioners that are outside the profession. Is encouragement enough? And that messaging, I think, is going to have to take place fairly early, especially in the exposure draft that goes out and gets some feedback on that. They may not have their own guidance. And so reference to the code, but anyway, encouragement, is that strong enough? That would be, the question.
Thank you, Gavin. Well, just a few words on my side. Well, I think that just like the board, this communications plan is fine, but I have some considerations with respect to how we look going forward, should or might want to present this to the world. This is important. We are, I think, struggling a little bit to how to tell the world that we are not going to go professional agnostic. I think that I don't want to contradict the chair of the CAG, not at all, but I think that I read the message in a little bit more tougher way. There were some tough words with respect to lack of ambition and missed opportunity and these kind of things. And we should not, we have to, this is what it is. We are going to listen to things like this. And so the better we address this before, the best for all of us. I think that we are so much, and rightly enough, involved in this idea of professional agnostic, not professional agnostic. How are we going to communicate this, that we may be missing the most important part, which is why are we doing this? And this message, I think for me, it's absolutely critical because we cannot compare what the board is doing on sustainability reporting and on sustainability assurance. On sustainability assurance, there was a call from the regulators. We know more or less what the frameworks will look like and etc. So like Mark was saying this morning, because of that issue, it is what it is. It's it is what it is. Here, we are really stepping in a new world, which is for the first time trying to set something thinking and getting the world to think about what it means to have a framework for an ethics framework for sustainability reporting. Nobody is speaking about this. Regulators and some standard setters think that they are done with what they have done. We spoke about that yesterday. European Commission probably thinks that they don't need anything. This IESSB probably thinks that they don't need anything. We heard this morning about the CSRD and what CSRD says about independence, and I decided not to say anything, but the question that came to my mind is, do we really think that what they have there with respect to independence is enough? Or wouldn't we like to go, this kind of considerations. So what I mean here is that it is important that wherever you go, we go. So we are discussing this among us with many people listening, but as we go out with this proposal, we have to be very clear about one thing above all the others, to my view, which is how important this will be, how this will allow to fight greenwashing, why we see that there is a gap that we have to cover, why the system would not be complete if we were to cover assurance and not reporting, these kind of things, very positively convince the world that what we are doing is good, is necessary, will be important, and if we miss it, something bad will happen. And then there is a second consideration, which is, well, are we going to do it for professional accountants or not, professional agnostic or not? This has to be, to my view, this is my vision, has to be treated as not a secondary, because the world is, the eyes of the stakeholders are already on this, but it's not the core of our message. The core of our message and of the work is we are adding something which is very important. I listened to Luigi, and of course, you know what my opinion, what my thoughts are about this. We know this will apply to a very, very narrow part of those involved in sustainability assurance and reporting. So it's a first step. It's a first step. And it will probably not make the impact that it could make, but it's a first step in an area where we have to get our own space. So my comment is, I agree with this. I think the board agrees with this communications plan, but anyway, anywhere we go, we should start by saying, listen, we are doing this. Put on your seatbelts, something is going to happen, because we are doing something that is not there. Show that it is not there, and this is going to be difficult because we have to demonstrate that this is needed, and I think that we all agree on that, but it's not clear for our stakeholders that this is needed. So this is, I think, where we should put the focus. No disagreements with anything, just a question of how we are going to put this, not to have as first and most important comments like you're not developing that for professional accountants. This is not I mean, we can have all the opinions, I don't know, but since we made that decision, and that's how the direction that we decided to take, what we have to tell people is how important this is and demonstrate the difference that it makes. So, no disagreement at all, just a perspective about how to put things.
Thank you, Gabriela. I think we agree on the trajectory. We just took that decision, if I remind you, because today the code is addressing, like Luigi said, the reporting side for a part of a profession, or what is defined as a professional accountant in the world of preparers, which is a tiny little bit of the preparers, by the way. Today already on the financial reporting, we are addressing the reporting, the requirements for the ethics for reporting at preparers on a very, very elitist and sometimes not existing in business. Yeah, in certain jurisdictions, the PAs are only in PAPPs. They are not in PAIBs. So if our move, when our move is going to be, we want to be contributors to the brick of reliability and strongness of ethics in preparation of information, be it financial or non-financial. Then we will also face the issue of the enforceability. As our code should be enforceable, it is easier to enforce it to a regulated or targeted profession. It is less easy to do on a holistic population contributing to preparing information. Still, we have to find a way. So I agree with the route, but there were strong reasons why we stepped into this first point, which was not only time, by the way.
I'm not challenging the decision, just preparing ourselves to put this out in the best way possible, so that the comments of the stakeholders focus on what they have to focus. That's what we are doing and not on what we are not doing.
Yes. Okay, so I will, oh, sorry. Yeah.
I just want to, just to share my perspective. The way I see it is that sustainability reporting is what it is, and sustainability assurance is what it is. And in my mind, there's one way to do it, regardless of who is doing it. And I believe that we're supposed to be the experts on the ethics, principles, and guidance to how this should be done. I think the issue of whom it applies to is not, it's an issue of mandate. So I think we should be focused on getting it right. In terms of what should be done and how it should be done. It's up to us to demonstrate the value of the standards that we are proposing and the rest of the world to adopt it, because I don't think in theory it should be done differently by different people or different groups of people. There is one way to do it right, and our job is to get it right. That's how I see it. And then for the world to adopt it, because they know that, because they can see that we know how it should be done. So
sorry, Christelle, if I may, I think that we all agree on that, and we agreed months ago in Abu Dhabi, where we had a wonderful discussion around this topic. And I was surprised, not surprised, but amazed by the level of engagement and insightful comments from the board all around the table. But the decision that we made, and we are not going now to recap why, was not to go profession agnostic for the time being. So that's I think that we have to stick to that, because even if we would want it would not be possible now to get back. And we are relatively sure about the reasons why we decided not to do, and this is related about the dimension and the scope of such a project, which will probably to get it right and to the next level, really get at those groups of stakeholders engaged, and etc. So let's start from where we are, and where we are is no, we are not going to do it the professional agnostic way, and see what we can do. Of course, we will do. It's not what we can do the best way possible. Thank you.
Okay, so I give the floor to John on the next slide.
Okay, thank you, Christelle. So I intend to take us through the proposed revisions for the sustainability reporting, but just want to make a few contextual points, I guess, before we get started. So obviously, the way we've approached this is, like as we've just discussed, it's in relation to professional accountants. So obviously looking at the extant code and focusing on the sustainability reporting aspects of whatever the sustainability services could be. And obviously there's been interest or focus on professional accountants in business, and obviously potential revisions to Part 5, but also professional accountants in public practice, because they may be involved in sustainability reporting as well. And then obviously there's through the applicability paragraphs that flows through to Part 2 as well. So obviously, we're just focused on the extent parts 1 to 3, and it's obviously separate work to what we're doing in Part 5. But then in doing that work, we've got to ensure that the extant code remains applicable to other services and activities of professional accountants. So we don't want to, amend something that impacts other services and activities that the accountants undertake, but also obviously focusing to make sure it is fit for purpose for sustainability reporting. The other aspect is, as we all aware, we need to make sure it's framework neutral. So when we're developing examples, we haven't tried to avoid them being specific to a particular framework, or so it's broad enough to capture a number of frameworks or methods or that sort of thing. So that's the sort of approach we've taken. We've also done it in accordance with the public interest framework, so around coherence, to make sure that the code, which obviously has got very existing robust standards, which they're relevant when they've been developed to be relevant for all services and activities that are undertaken by professional accountants in business and in public practice. Around relevance, clarity and conciseness. So we've only looked at adding considerations and examples where we think it's really necessary to make sure it is fit for purpose for sustainability reporting. And then around implementation or implementability and enforceability. So again, only trying to make changes where it isn't a necessity to make it for that purpose. So the proposed revisions predominantly relate to section 220 on preparation and presentation of information, and then to a lesser extent, but more so to section 200 and 270. And the main development is around including sustainability examples, and we've done that in a way to address concerns around greenwashing, which could be caused by intentionally misleading others or inappropriately using discretion. To address things around complexities in the value chain and in relation to the data and the collection of data within the value chain and the characteristics of the value chain. And also around forward-looking information and around assumptions and inherent uncertainty. As Christelle mentioned, we've had a lot of input from the SRG, which has been really valuable in the development of the revisions. And they have given us a whole raft of examples, and we've sifted through those in terms of relevance and making sure they relate back to the code and how the code works. So some of the examples were developed by the workstream too, and then they've gone through a review process with the SRG, but others have been developed based on input that have been provided by the SRG as well. We've also tried to make sure that the examples are in line with the principle-based nature of the code, but also the examples that are in the extant code as well, in terms of being not too overly specific and being able to be as broadly applicable as possible. So when we're going through the revisions, we're going to focus them on these three themes. So greenwashing, value chain and forward-looking information, rather than going through section by section. And then the aim will, after going through a particular theme, we'll pause and seek feedback on some of the proposals and some of the examples that we've included from the board members. So as mentioned, the most substantive revisions that we're looking at relate to section 220 on preparing and presenting information. And we think this is obviously particularly relevant in relation to sustainability reporting, and potentially the best way or the best opportunity to address these concerns around greenwashing, value chain and forward-looking information. So there are some minor changes that we're looking at there in paragraph 220.3A3 to include other aspects around the preparation and presentation of information around collecting and measuring information. So the collecting aspect is to reflect obviously the importance of collecting data, obviously within the value chain as well, so as to enable us robust sustainability reporting. And also to highlight measuring, because it is an important aspect of sustainability reporting in terms of measurement methods, metrics and estimations, all those sort of aspects of sustainability reporting. But in saying that, we also think they're as relevant as well to the financial reporting aspects of preparation and presenting information. So we don't think that impacts existing services in that respect. And then the proposed revisions to R220.4 are just to incorporate those aspects around collection and measurement, but also to include the other aspect around impacts, which is an important aspect of various sustainability reporting frameworks, including CSRD. So the proposed, there's a new proposed example in 220.4A1 in relation to the intention to mislead others by omitting information, inappropriate reporting, or under emphasizing information. So we think this clearly addresses greenwashing activity and the intention to mislead, but it also addresses some of the limbs in the requirement in R220.4 around omitting information to mislead, which would be a breach of subsection D, and also the inappropriate measurements and the overestimating and underestimating would be an intent to mislead in breach of a few of the limbs of R220.4. The other aspect of 220, there's the requirement in R220.5, which requires the professional accountant not to use discretion when they're using or exercising professional judgment with the intention to mislead others or inappropriately influence contractual or regulatory outcomes. So workstream 2 is the view, because of the voluntary nature of sustainability reporting in a lot of cases, most cases and most jurisdictions at this point in time anyway, but also the professional judgment that's involved in applying the various frameworks, which are obviously evolving and maturing, and that creates, you know, a level of latitude for discretion and potentially the opportunity to greenwash. So we believe that, yeah, setting out a number of examples in 220.5A1 where discretion might be used to might be misused, sorry, as an opportunity for IESBA to highlight some potential misleading practices to address greenwashing concerns. So the first example is where the professional accountant might cherry pick disclosures either within a reporting framework, or it might be across a number of reporting frameworks in order to misrepresent the organisation and its achievement or alignment to its goals. The second example is where the professional accountant might use discretion to select alternative methods or that are permitted within an existing or an applicable sustainability framework in order to misrepresent material information. And we've referred there to opportunities, risks, or impacts. So that's an example where we tried to be framework neutral. So, for example, the IESBA standards talk about opportunities and risks, whereas the EFRAG standards talk about all three aspects. And then if you look at something like GRI, it might look at impacts. So we've tried to be sort of neutral there in terms of how that is approached. Materiality is obviously a really important aspect to sustainability reporting frameworks. And obviously some of the frameworks use the double materiality. And again, as these frameworks are being developed and maturing, that there's obviously a lot of professional judgment in terms of how that materiality assessment is to be applied, and obviously provides a potential opportunity to misrepresent sustainability information in terms of potential greenwashing. And then the last example in proposed that, just go back one, that's all right. The last example is just around using discretion in terms of the timing of the release of sustainability information in terms of potentially misleading others as well. Sorry. The other area where we're looking at including a couple of examples in relation to greenwashing is in section 270. So under 270, professional accountants are not allowed to allow pressure from others or to place pressure on others, which might result in a breach of compliance with the fundamental principles. And potentially greenwashing or pressure to greenwash could come from within an organisation for a professional accountant in business, but it could also come from outside, such as investors or customers, and also from clients in relation to professional accountants in public practice. So we've included a couple of examples there in relation to 270.3A2, where pressure might be to misrepresent whether programs, projects, or products are achieving or aligned to their goals, or it could be related to pressure related to non-compliance with laws and regulations around manipulating sustainability information to avoid fines for breaches of environmental laws and regulations. So I'll pause there just on those previous three slides or so, just to get board members' views on the examples that have been included and any comments on that approach that we've taken.
Thank you very much, John. I think that these examples will be extremely welcome and useful to start making people understand what are we talking about if we don't have this framework. Exactly what I was saying. Rania, please.
So I'm just wondering, should we include an example, or is it included, implied in what we are presenting here? An example where the entity is a supply chain entity. So it is not reporting in the context of, an official sustainability report, but rather it's just reporting to another entity. So I think in order to say, it may be incentivized to greenwash. That is the appropriate term in order to secure a contract or keep a customer.
Yeah,
Or,
it's a good,
so I think.
yeah, thank you. We're going to take that.
I'll take that on board. Thank you.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you, Rania. Andy, please.
Yeah, thanks for the good examples. Just she asked for feedback, a couple of them. I don't know if it would apply to open slide 17, over or under emphasizing information, but it's inappropriately summarizing or combining information, if that's what was meant, instead of disaggregating information. Sometimes information is made accurate by aggregating it, but to be misleading. Also on slide 220, proposing new examples on the exercise in discretion and making professional judgments. I dispute whether, in a way that might be misused to achieve inappropriate outcomes, is making professional judgments. So I'd actually prefer to take the word professional judgment out, because I think it's dangerous to suggest that if you start off with professional judgments and you're misusing, it's not within the range of professional judgments to misuse or achieve inappropriate outcomes. So I'd be more comfortable with that. I think those were the two things I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you, Andy. If there are no other comments, I'll give you the floor back.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, do you want to move on now, or do you want to break for lunch? Where I think
that we can go until 1:15, and kindly ask you to have your lunch in 45 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
If I may.
Yes,
if I may, before we move on to the next, I was just mulling over this question and whether I should be raising this for Workstream 2's consideration. This concept of green hushing. Green hushing.
What's that?
That's why I'm raising it, as to whether Workstream 2 has considered it. It is floating around in the space of sustainability, and the concern is, and it is a bit of the opposite of greenwashing. And if you were to Google it, you might see a bit of the explanation. But the concept is that consumers generally don't want to feel that they are associated with, let's say, products or services that are not environmentally friendly or not sustainable and so forth. And if a company were to put a spotlight on the fact that actually in producing whatever it is producing in order to sell those products, it is not employing sustainable processes. That disclosure may be seen by consumers as basically linking them to being associated with a practice that is not sustainable, and therefore will disincentivize them in terms of purchasing the product or the service. And therefore, the company is incentivized to keep quiet. But the fact that its process is not just, and you can pick any industry, whether it's fashion, whether it's manufacturing, whatever it is. in other words, there are always challenges for companies to be able to put their green credentials forward and advocate that they are sustainable when in fact they are not, and they'd much rather keep quiet about it or wait until such time as they are able to come out in the open and say, yes, we can vouch for sustainable credentials, you can trust us, our products are green, etc. And therefore, you have confidence and trust, etc. So is there an ethical dimension to that?
It's omission of information, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
Emitting information.
It is a bit of the omission, but it is also in the context of thinking about how users would perceive the information that the company is producing, and whether the users have the entirety of the context in order to make that decision. So it is a concept that, as I say, it is emerging because this is a market that is really, it is growing, it is developing, and basically people are finding that this is also an issue, not just a greenwashing, which is very intentional, very deliberate, and very clear.
Okay, we'll try to see if my intuition is that we're covering that, but not explicitly addressing this point. So we will go for it, because on omitting information, this we have included. On the fact that whatever the counterparts are that you are misleading, so others is quite large. So of course the customers are included in there, but we'll see how we can address this point in addition. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ken and Christelle. And before giving the floor maybe to Paul first, I'd like just to add, because I think that you may have something to say in that respect. Following up on what you said, it also came to my knowledge, or something, that some entities are shying away from investing in carbon markets assets and initiatives, because they feel that if they do so, they are immediately seen as an entity which is producing a lot of pollution, emissions, etc. And that the fact that they invest in these carbon markets will not wash their faces enough. Sorry, I know that you were first, Hector, but Paul, because Paul is CEO of the African Carbon Markets Initiative. Am I right?
Okay. I think it's a critical point, but almost two layers of comments. That also just the acknowledgement that in certain markets, there's an emerging feeling that the more you talk about what you're trying to do with green, the bigger the target is on your back. And you'll be faced with so many accusations about the risk of greenwashing. Just don't talk about it, or sometimes do nothing. So even that's when you said green hushing, I was just like, does it have a term now? But in just the context of that, I think is very important, that even those who, as it were, are trying to lead from the front end up being the most victimized in what they're trying to do. So then they try to really downplay the good work they're doing. But I think, secondly, very much to Gabriella's point, that, okay, I'll speak very much from the African continent, that there is, because Africa is very much a low emission center, there's an increasing sentiment that the whole carbon trading space is just simply a mechanism to neocolonialism. Just, you didn't cause the problem, but we're going to pillage you to allow us to keep doing the wrong things. So that buying African credits, we don't need to do anything about abatement and emission reduction. All we do is just keep collecting from Africa because you're not putting anything out there. So it's an opportunity. So I think there are definitely some scale issues that need to be unpacked around that. And very much what we're trying to do through ACMI is critically drive the narrative on the value proposition that exists for the continent, with carbon markets really as a fundamental economic driver and transformation opportunity, as opposed to just an offset sales initiative, and focus much more around really the, shall we say, the core benefits, not the co-benefits, or the opportunities that are being unlocked in terms of changing quality of lives and really fundamentally unlocking opportunities. But it's very much a work in progress. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Paul. Very interesting.
No problem. Very briefly, it's more a question and based on a real case. I'm worried about if those examples capture the need for skepticism when reporting on information. And let me give you a real case. A telco company saying we are spending $10 million on scholarship for young girls in a country where there's a big gender imbalance and inequality. And it's true, the budget was 10 million, but less than 1 million was going to actual scholarships. The other 9 were billboards with the initiative and the logo of the telco company. So from an accounting point of view, it was 10 billion bill for that project. But we need to make sure that when we report that, we are reporting the 800,000 that went to scholarships and not the 9.2 million that was going to publicity. And I'm not sure if we are going to be able to capture that, because that requires honesty and skepticism on the side of the reporting person. And if that is an employee and the CFO says it's 10 million there, what are we going to do? So I'm not sure if we can address that challenge, but I'm not sure if the examples were covering that.
There's also something about the, what is the reporting framework saying about that? What is the right way to report on a beneficiary actions, or what? If it's a question of budget allocated, it's true that it's 10. If the framework says you should make distinction between the direct cost of an action or the direct benefit and the supporting cost, then you should make the reference. And then, because putting on only one individual, you see what I mean?
I understand, but
it's a good question.
Isn't it an ethical issue beyond the reporting framework? Isn't it an ethical issue for the person?
I will take an example in the financial world. You have, as an issuer, you have pension plans in your company. You are required to give a lot of financial information on that. But find in a financial information or notes to the financial statements where it is written who are the real beneficiaries of that pension plan. Is it a few persons? Well, if it's very restricted, you go back to the information about executives. But if it's a little bit less restricted, but still quite elitist, you don't find the information. So there are a lot of circumstances where this applies to, but I understand what you mean. Well, try to.
Thank you very much. I will withdraw the proposal to move forward because we have to go for lunch, but we still have Vanya. Vanya, can you put it very, so I'm so sorry, Gail. I hadn't seen it. So Vanya.
Quite very briefly, I think that what is important in what we are doing is exactly to avoid this kind of speech that Paul mentioned. We think that the solution is to have transparency. We speak about greenwashing in a sense as everyone who releases any kind of sustainability information is practicing greenwashing, and that's not true. We have many, many, many that are doing good things, and we must know about them in order to add to them and to have some kind of result. So what we are doing here is to preventing those who are not so well intentioned to keep doing that. So we must speak about sustainability. We must provide conditions where transparency is there and available to protect the market, to protect good information, and to protect the public interest. So that's my opinion.
Thank you very much, Maria.
And I'll be very brief. I agree with a lot of what has been said. Part of the advice from the CAG was be careful with the examples and really focus those because they can be taken out of context. The other thing that came up in our meeting was be careful with the green lingo. And we just heard, about this new term that I hadn't heard before. And I do note that in the drafting that I've seen, I don't know that the term greenwashing is used. Fraud is used. And I think in my opinion, fraud would be the preferable reference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Already a lot of food for thought. We are going to stop here. Sorry.
But fraud means that there is.
Oh, Jeff, sorry, I hadn't.
Yeah, it's
a bit.
Sorry, it's a bit hard to signal my interest to speak at the back here. Just a quick point. Just to remind the board, of course, in section 220, there are already requirements and application about how you deal with misleading information. So for instance, in our 220.8, it talks about when a professional accountant knows or has reason to believe that the information with which the accountant is associated is misleading, the accountant shall take appropriate actions to seek to resolve the matter. So sort of address some of kind of what Hector was talking about, but not as an example, but as a requirement, and that there are other application materials already included in the extent 220.
Thank you for that, Jeff. Very important as well. So we are going to stop here, and I'm gonna stick to the 45 minutes lunch. So we will be back at 5:30. Sorry, 2:05. I think it's 2.
Yeah, it's not a 10-minute lunch, so rest easy. It's a 45-minute lunch.
Green fashion? How do you spell that?
H-U-S-H-I.
It means
Yeah, it's like someone's going to say something. But I think like one of those just talking about
eventually there's external communication should appear. Okay, let's go to the work stream lunch. No, task force lunch.
Yes. Do we need to take anything with us?
I think so. No?
Just
Let me take that one.
Really a big challenge increased speed and between the year.
I agree. Because otherwise you have to use a lot of independence issue.
Yeah, so I actually Well, no, No.
And you said Friday. But on the, when will? I wonder if we should wait.
No, it's a meeting and it's on.
Right, yeah, I just hate to say. You know, are available on purchase. You know, they're gonna have available purchase on Thursday. I mean, if it's gonna be Friday, it should wait. It's gonna be one day, you know. Because people will read the release, most people will download it, like people like our former D'Angelo. She would want to buy. People like that.
Maybe ask her, I'll ask him when they will
Okay, all right, I'll load it all in the system, I'll have it all ready to go. And I'll get that answer later today, I'll say it can. If he says Friday or whatever, I'll send a message, Ken say we're ready to go, you can put it out tomorrow at 9 AM. And then for print will be available, Friday. He says tomorrow or Thursday, I would say, on hold until. Yeah. And plus, if you purchase it,
Even if you purchase it.
right, right. As long as it's on the market.
So what to say, this is what was.
Yeah.
I think the advocate is upper on this here today. So, do you think actually that means that it's available to sale? The handbook, if it says it's uploaded from the new today, does that mean it's available for sale from today? I did go for the. Oh, it's that one, it's Sunday. That gets me Tuesday. Does that mean that it's available for sale from today?
It says it's uploaded and available today, right?
We didn't say available. This is that it should be uploaded on the new today. Scheduled to arrive.
Yeah, I think it's different. That's doesn't necessarily mean, or we need to tell them by when, has he told them the date for it to be available? Or are they gonna make it available at the same time?
What about the law? And that, this is. It could mean because
Yeah, it just depends on how they're at their process.
Yeah, the only reason we're trying to
Because
figure out
we
is.
need to know that for the final news release. That's really.
Well, I was just saying, if it's gonna be on video Thursday and not, tomorrow, let's not push out the release tomorrow, let's wait till Thursday. That's like the end. We should just, I want to buy it right now.
So when they should tell us not only the date, but also on what time it's going to be available, so that we can check. Just send it on to your news releases right away.
Right. Next time. feel free to use the release. Yeah, that's what I would have done.
I use that
But
one.
I like to blend it with ChatGPT.
Oh,
or,
okay.
ChatGPT.
I get into it, I get into it with KGPT.
That works. Kenji is just, he's actually better.
So I sent it to him and he reviewed it, but then it changed, but it didn't change much.
Oh, man, it changes every word.
Well, you had everything stuff.
All right. I can remember how that flowed. Maybe I asked Jen number. Okay, it's all right.
I haven't already. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, when you have to- so many changes. That's why I want to do that, but I think I just. Same presentation. As long as we don't get. Compare everything that's. Carla Ishikawa, I mean, if there's any.
Okay. What do you guys?
Well, then now to say
That's the only
what-
time.
My apartment's not, it's very close. Oh, that's nice.
See, this is-
Exercise.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're retaining the now.
Yeah, that is. We're in the office.
Friday. Yeah, but I have a very late flight, so.
Very late. Taking a minute to speak. Shared this one. Anna, I shared it. Sorry? That's what you wanted, right? Yeah, you shared it, okay. Learn from my friend on the right side.
Sorry, guys, would you mind turning your mics off?
Welcome back to the meeting. I'm going to give the floor to Christelle again. But before that, let me just reinforce what Ken asked you a couple of hours ago. There are complaints from people in the room and from the outside that they cannot understand what we say. So please make sure that you speak loud, direct to the microphone, because it seems that the sound is not that good. And of course, we need to be listened to. So, Christelle, back to you for
Yes,
the presentation.
in fact, it's done, but it's continuing with the value chain examples and addresses.
Okay, thanks, Christelle. So yeah, we'll just move on to some value chain considerations and some examples that we've incorporated to address those aspects. So some of the, or quite a few of the participants at the IESBA Global Sustainability Roundtables raised several ethics issues relating to the value chain and sustainability reporting in relation to that as well. Things in relation to conflicts of interest, but also around potential complexities within the value chain and also the collection of data from within the value chain. So under section 200, which obviously deals with the compliance with the conceptual framework for professional accountants in business, we proposed a new example of a self-interest threat resulting from a financial interest in an entity within the value chain. I think this is sort of unique to sustainability reporting, which can obviously incorporate upstream and downstream sources. And the example covers a potential scope 3 upstream example where the activities of the purchaser could impact the reporting of the supplier. We've also proposing to incorporate an example in section 220 in 220.4A3, which is a new example where there may be undue reliance placed on an entity within the value chain. So under R220.4, that requirement, one of the aspects is not around not putting undue reliance on an entity as an example, or technology and other factors, but an entity is one thing. And so the example there addresses concerns again around what was raised at the roundtables about the quality and accuracy of data within the value chain, and maybe the PA or the professional accountant may not have the ability to control that data. And so it's trying to emphasise that undue reliance shouldn't be put on an organisation within the supply chain. And the example refers to a large supplier, and where there might be a sort of an assumption that that supplier, because it is large, that it's sophisticated and its data is accurate and as quality data. But then without sort of assessing whether there is any potential issues with that data, and therefore putting an undue reliance on that entity. We also looked at 270 around pressures and proposing a new example on pressure to act without sufficient expertise or due care in relation to preparing sustainability information where there might be insufficient or deficient data, and that could result in threats to the fundamental principles. So when you look at section 230, which talks about acting with sufficient expertise, it refers to a self-interest threat to compliance with professional competence and due care, where amongst other things, where there might be incomplete data or restricted or otherwise inadequate information, and how that could impact the duties that are being performed. So the proposed example there is aiming to link back to that provision in section 230, and relates to concerns that were raised at the roundtables, again, around the quality of data within the value chain, but also within the organisation, and where there might be pressure within the organisation from superiors to continue to prepare the sustainability information, even knowing that there is insufficient data or there's deficiencies with that data. So the last aspect we wanted to cover on the value chain is a proposed new paragraph 300.7A4A. And this is aiming to address the evaluation of threats to the fundamental principles resulting from so the complexities in the value chain, so quantitative and qualitative characteristics within the value chain. And this may be, the number of entities, or it could be their geographical spread. And then there's an example to explain how that might happen in relation to professional competence and due care, where the information is coming from multiple sources. They might be from various different places across the world, but also being reported under different or diverse frameworks. We did get a fair bit of feedback on this particular paragraph and example from the sustainability reference group. There was different iterations of this that went through, and initially there was concerns that we were trying to require the PA to actually assess the individual or the health of the individual entities within the value chain, which is not what we're trying, or the intention of the paragraph, that it is more to be looked at the value chain in a holistic way, and whether there's complexities and how that might impact your ability to deal with the information therein. And also the example sort of tries to explain what the quantitative characteristics include, so around the multiple suppliers, but also qualitative characteristics in terms of the geographical disbursement and also the diverse frameworks. So again, I'll pause there just to see the board's any input or comments on the approach and the examples that we've included or proposing.
Thank you, John. Comments from the board, always very difficult after lunch. No comments, apparently? Yeah, Angie, I'm going to give you all the time that you need to be our front runner again.
No, I don't do it. I'm on. Sorry, you're going to have a little bit of my thought process here with that, but I'm on slide 20 of 19. And it's the 220.4A3. Oh, good. That's what we got there.
Yep.
And I was just. I don't think I have a problem with certainly the first part of this example, an example of placing undue reliance on an organization is using. I understand that what I was flipping back and forth was how this organically fits within the rest of the section to see if it makes sense versus the original bits. And it's the part at the end. I'm just wondering if it isn't fine with just a full stop after sustainability information, because the part at the end, without assessing whether there are deficiencies in the quality or accuracy of that supplier's data, I was just wondering if that's really application guidance. If that's appropriate application guidance, that maybe implies that this professional accountant is somehow required to assess whether there are deficiencies in the quality or accuracy of that supplier's data. That's why I was flipping back to the 220 paragraph, and that got a little bit too prescriptive. That's why I thought maybe a full stop after sustainability information.
Okay, so the initial drafting of that paragraph, it was where the PA actually knew that there were deficiencies. So
that's different.
Yeah, so no, it was different. We felt that was clearly like breaches of various other things, because it's not just about undue reliance, because you already know that there's an issue with the information and the data. But we were trying to point to why there might be undue reliance because you haven't actually made any. And I get your point that you're potentially creating a prescription in terms of where does that start and stop in terms of how much. But obviously, as an accountant, there is the obligation to have an inquiring mind and skepticism, and well, maybe not skepticism if they're not doing assurance, but yeah, in terms of the inquiring mind. So we did want to have some level as to why it is an undue reliance, but I certainly understand your point that that could create issues around where does the PA start and stop in terms of how they assess that information and what is expected of them.
Right, because sometimes examples then become standards of conduct. And the R paragraph that it hangs off of says avoid undue influence. So I mean, I got that. So this says this is an example of undue influence, but
undue reliance.
Undue reliance. Sorry, is it an example? But is it undue behavior? Is it suggesting a solution that's, well, I think you got it. That's too fine a point. So if you could maybe take a look at that, and I'll try to think more about it too, because I was stumbling because I felt I needed to give you something more constructive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Rania, please.
Yeah, so actually very much to Andy's point, so related to Andy's point, when we're talking about undue reliance, I'm wondering, I don't know really, I don't have the answer to this unless I've missed it somewhere, but do we explain in the code, like what is due reliance? Because I mean, here there's a new, I mean, I can understand the issue of, self-interest, identifying threats of self-interest and so on and so forth. But now that we are dealing with information that we are getting from an outsider, is there, and again, also conscious of not expanding the scope of work too much in terms of sustainability reporting. But then I think one question we should ask is, how much, due diligence is expected in that case, if anything at all? I don't have any ideas, but should we, like, for example, consider the governance structures, the motivations of the providers of that information? Just a question that I'm putting out here, on the table. I don't have an answer. I don't know. We don't, of course, very conscious of the fact that we don't want to, burden, add too much on the accountants' shoulders, but at the same time, what is due reliance? My question is, to that point, we're talking about undue reliance, but I think we have to ask ourselves, what is due reliance before we...
Yeah, well, the undue reliance is not the new stuff in the code, right? So here we just capture the fact that if it's external to your organization, for sure there is more risk that you should have a reflection on the reliance you can have, okay? Because we were speaking about undue reliance on technology, on information systems, etc. Okay, and so here it's you cannot just swallow the information without having a system in place to assess the potential accuracy or the origin of the information. Yes, does it seem to be a reliable or you can have a confidence because you have worked with these for a long time. You have assessed a few times the fact that when they give you information, etc. So it's not that you should do a due diligence on all your suppliers. It can be done on some aspects. If we speak about human rights, for example, it's difficult to say that you can do it from, so, but here it was just to say there is an additional burden when you not only are in charge of mastering information on which you rely inside your organization. Here there is an additional burden. It's worth taking it as an example.
So yeah, just to add to that, I think like Crystal is exactly right, because it's from external that there's a lot of things you may not know about the information. And going back to the inquiring mind and just not have necessarily taking things on face value that it's all good and well, especially just because it's a large supplier in this instance, that it must be sophisticated, must be accurate. So it's about being aware of potential issues with it, that sort of thing. But back to Andy's point as well, that it's a difficult one because you don't want to create some sort of threshold. So we'll take that back on board and have a think about whether we can. Yeah, of course.
If I can add, we don't. So what we were telling, what Chriselle was mentioning is that this is an example of a requirement that is already there. So when preparing or presenting information, a PA shall, and then we have on letter E, avoid undue influence or undue reliance on individuals, organizations, or technologies. So it's an example of a requirement that is already there. And what is due reliance? This is a principles-based code, and I don't think we need to be over prescriptive. And also by applying the fundamental principles, the objectivity, professional care, and due competence, we get to what is or should be due reliance or not. I think by applying the whole framework, I think, of course, we can discuss that, but maybe being more granular than that would be outside of the principles based.
Yeah. So my only point is that now that we're dealing with sustainability reporting and the issue of value chain entities, I mean, we're talking about like information that could be, and perhaps I'm saying this with a very particular example in mind. I was reading about a company that got into trouble because they were working with, I think they're a manufacturer or something, that they were buying inputs from a company that was supposedly not working with Bangladesh because there they don't respect human rights. It turned out that they were, and they took the information at face value and they got into trouble. And so and I think ultimately they were, found to be guilty of like not doing their due diligence. So I'm just thinking about like how such a situation might be, sort of preempted. So is there a certain due diligence? I'm not saying about each and every piece of information, but perhaps when, you're talking about, I guess, materiality or dual materiality or whatever you want to call it, is there a certain like due diligence that's like going slightly beyond just taking the information or the representation from that other party at face value, because it is such, just recognizing today that the information that we're dealing with is weighing in on our reporting much more heavily. Perhaps we should do some additional work. And there's an interesting report that that just came out. It's by the Association of Fraud Examiners, and it talks about external fraud risks and the importance of ESG fraud risks, and like considering internal fraud risks and external fraud risks. And was just wondering if this is something that the PA should consider while doing their internal reporting. Just some food for thought, I guess.
Yeah, okay. I think there are no other comments on this section, on this slide, so we can please move forward.
Okay, so the last sort of theme we wanted to cover is in relation to forward-looking information, and obviously, a lot of sustainability reporting and disclosures rely on that forward-looking information and potentially has inherent uncertainty within it. So we're proposing a new example in 220.58A1, which again is around where there might be the use of discretion, which might be misused to achieve inappropriate outcomes. And so the example is looking at determining forward-looking information by relying on assumptions that might be unrealistic or inconsistent with previous decisions or in the intent of management, as an example. Also just wanted to highlight that the sustainability reference group, pretty much all the members, I think, made it emphasize the importance of highlighting the risks in forward-looking information and its inherent uncertainty. Workstream 2, we did consider including a reference to forward-looking information in section 220 around the exercise of professional judgment. But in further deliberations, which we discussed it again further on Sunday, excuse me, we actually think it's adequately covered in the recent technology provisions. The provisions aren't specific to technology, but the provisions that were included that related to complexity, and those are set out in 120.5A6 to A8. And we think, yeah, that these already adequately capture this issue because it talks about the compounding effect and the interaction of and changes to elements and the facts and circumstances that are uncertain, which comes back to the inherent uncertainty, and the variables and assumptions that might be interconnected and interdependent. So we think those provisions already capture aspects around forward-looking information and how that impacts the exercise of professional judgment. But yeah, I'll again pause there very quickly on that one and to see if there's any comments on the proposed example and our thinking around professional judgment and forward-looking information.
Thank you, John. Chana, please.
John, do you need?
You might.
Right at the end, do we need intent? Consistent with management's decisions.
Possibly not. No, we can consider that.
Yeah.
You propose what to
remove
to remove intent because it's difficult to
show.
Well, unless it is an expression of objectives, etc. Yeah, because the issuers, they are going to speak about their performance in sustainability, their strategy in sustainability, and
or targets.
Yeah, so giving targets, etc. So it's not what you think is in the head of a boss. It's about what is in the budgeting, medium-term plans, strategic plans, and the means that are given to that, etc. And if you see contradiction, you should be aware of that. And yeah, if you see that the information that is going out is inconsistent with what is in the internal plans, internal expressions, internal targets, or internal means given to those who should act, you might be.
So then, is it management plans?
Yeah,
because I'm sort of thinking
instead of intention.
Without intent.
I
have a problem with
management
intent.
decisions and plans.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mark, please.
Thank you. I don't object to the additional application material, the example per se, but forward-looking information is really so fundamental in some aspects of sustainability reporting. Is that enough? Because I wonder whether it's so important, it might be better to have a little more granularity in the examples, because you know that what you've got is absolutely right. But again, you know, we keep having discussions about how can we help people drive the right outcome. I think you could actually unpackage that a bit, and rather than just saying, well, unrealistic or inconsistent, actually trying to frame that about what it means in a sustainability engagement context. Thanks.
Sadia, please.
Following on that, is this provision actually captured in part 3 of the code? Did we look at forward-looking information for when you are the preparer?
In
part 3.
In part 3.
Wouldn't this also be relevant if your client and how you would evaluate forward-looking information?
Yeah, well, that is true, but through to the applicability paragraphs, part 3, if you're a PAPP, it brings you back into 220 as well. Around preparation and presentation of information, it reverts you back to 220.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the new sign. Okay.
Yeah.
Because then my suggestion, if you didn't have that, was going to be, is this not important enough for something to raise in the conceptual framework? How would you evaluate this? Because this is an example of using professional judgment and professional skepticism.
Okay, thank you for.
Okay.
Okay.
Vanya, please.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I think I want to answer to Mark's comment. We discussed about that. And in my perspective, even in the financial side, we have a lot of forward-looking information. So we deal with estimated fair value. We use accrual basis instead of cash flow. So we are looking at the possible realization of assets and liabilities and so far. So maybe if we stress too much in the sustainability, you give it the impression that to deal with sustainability is the equivalent to deal with a crystal ball, where you must infer the future in some way. So we need to have due care. We need to measure, to analyze if the forward-looking information is reasonable enough. And that's why we found out the solution of the company states that will reduce climate emission, gas emission in some, but in the budget, there is nothing. In the training of the employees, there is nothing. There is no change at all in the way they do business. So it does not make sense. But that's something that we should exercise even for the financial one. Maybe in the education material, we can stress more, but in the code, if we stress too much, we bring the perception that there is no forward-looking information in the financial, which is not true. So just the conclusion that we reach when we discuss that.
Thank you, Vanya. Luigi, please.
With reference to this point, so the last bullet point, I wonder whether there is something to include in the definition, because if we read what are such examples, such example do include the intent to mislead. So it is not an error. There is no bona fide. It is really connected with something on a, let's say, with the willingness to mislead or misrepresent or do something wrong. And all the other bullets have this element inside. The last one has not, at least on the basis of my reading. Because it's determining forward-looking information by relying on assumptions that may be unrealistic or inconsistent with management decision or plans. The point is whether or not it is intentional or it is an error. If it is an error, it's not an example to be, it is not correct, but it is not an example to be placed here. If it is intentional, yes. So I think that we need to complete this, say, as for the others, in order to mislead or with the intent to mislead and so on.
Thanks, Luigi.
Please, Andy.
Yeah, thanks for that, because I think I wasn't reading it that way. So it's the way this example on the forward-looking is by relying on assumptions that, as it turns out, were unrealistic or inconsistent. So you don't know that going in. So I wonder with the intention, if you say, what about that are unrealistic?
Are unrealistic.
if they're known to be, not if they may be unrealistic. So I don't know, anyway, consider that.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that the key element, as for the other example, is the intention to mislead.
Yeah. So maybe I'll come very briefly on this, and maybe it's for Workstream to further consider. But as I read the lead-in, it almost seems to me that the purpose is already articulated there, because it says to achieve inappropriate outcome. So in other words, this is not about, your sort of error in misuse, you have an unrealistic assumption you've built into your forecast, but you're misusing discretion to achieve an inappropriate outcome.
Yeah, so it's already
So
written.
the intent is
Yes.
already it's already communicated to my view.
It's more about the use of discretion to achieve that when you're demonstrating the discretion through the example.
Well, and you're already using the word misused. I mean, you wouldn't misuse it, unintentionally, if you see what I mean, right?
Yeah.
You misuse something because you already know that it's not the proper use.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I'm not trying to draft on the fly, but just think about whether you've already gotten an intent properly communicated.
If I can add something to that. I lived the work stream to solve the matter. It's not my business. But the point is that the last point is not consistent with the previous one.
Yeah.
So you're right, but there is a different style in writing the thing. So why the last one is different?
Okay, we'll.
Okay, Laurie, please.
Yeah, I agree with that sort of generally, with one caveat. I never want to throw the word intention around all over the place, because I mean, I think, we have this professional skepticism and turning a blind eye sometimes issue that is very much a concern and a public interest issue. And legally, when you have sort of gross negligence, like you just didn't exhibit professional due care, et cetera, that usually satisfies an intent requirement. But I just think the group should be careful and think about, one of the issues, and we've had to talk about role and mindset and professional skepticism. You might not get to the point where you say, I really want to do something bad here, but you may be doing something bad because you're really not doing your job. So I'm not sure how to fix this. I agree with Luigi's point. We need to somehow be consistent, but I'm okay with the language here on misusing discretion, right? Because that sort of covers that for me, that type of issue, right? You're misusing discretion if you're not applying professional skepticism. Right. So I just want to add that I'm muddying the waters a little. I understand that, but for me, the language sort of covered this intent issue, plus maybe people who really are just outside the bounds of professional behavior.
Thank you, Laurie.
And just want to briefly touch on some of the other changes that we are proposing in the revisions, which are not as substantive as the ones that we've gone through. We're wanting to make, or proposing to make, minimal changes to part 1, obviously due to that being a robust and foundational building block for the remainder of the code. We've incorporated a number of references to non-financial sustainability information to just make it clear that the extent parts of the code do apply to non-financial and sustainability reporting. There's a couple of other examples in 200.6A1 and 300.6A1, which is around examples of threats to the fundamental principles, just to bring in aspects of sustainability. Incorporated sustainability related committee as another example of a subgroup in addition to the internal audit that may be relevant in relation to 220.11A1, which is around the preparation and presentation of information if it hasn't been dealt with adequately by management. referencing to the sustainability assurance practitioner in addition to the internal and external auditor as a potential avenue for consultation. Addition of non-financial reporting as aspects that could be relevant in terms of financial interest, compensation and incentives, but also incorporate incentives as well as bonuses in section 240 because incentives are generally looking at forward-looking activities and your performance in the forward, whereas bonuses are generally looking backwards. So just to incorporate that too. And just general conforming amendments. And there are other revisions that we're looking at in 260 and 360, but they'll be discussed subsequently in relation to the no class session, which we will be having later on. So before we move on to the last part of that, just whether there was any other comments, feedback. No? Okay. So the last part I wanted to discuss just in the sustainability reporting part of the presentation today was at the June meeting, there was a request for the workstream 2 to consider whether a new section should be developed for sustainability reporting. So as a workstream, we've considered those, and there are potentially a number of arguments for, but potentially a few more that are against at this point in time in particular. So obviously, if we were to have a separate section, it could elevate the prominence of those standards and concentrate them in one space. And it could potentially enhance professional agnostic standards in the future if we were to take that strategic decision to go into that part of things. Some arguments that are against that it might create a perception that it is substantially or significantly different to the standards that are relate to financial reporting. That the extant requirements that are already there are relevant, robust, and also the revisions that we are proposing to undertake or to include, we think, adequately address greenwashing, green hushing, and value chain and forward-looking information. And then those other discussions around, inquiring mind, transparent and dealing with complexity, we think also cover certain aspects. And obviously there are potential resource implications, and in terms of the timeframe that we're faced with at the moment, that does create a challenge as well. So based on balance of those arguments for and against, and we think that, with the proposed revisions that will adequately improve or strengthen the code in terms of its applicability for sustainability reporting, and at this point in time don't propose to develop a separate section. And if there was a decision in a future time from that strategic direction, that maybe that could be reconsidered at that point in time. But at this point, Workstream 2 do not propose to create a separate section or sections for sustainability reporting.
Thank you, John.
And just to seek
comments.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, I did miss. There we go. Sorry, I did miss a couple of things.
Yeah.
Just one
We
slide.
jumped on the 230.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to touch on, we also looked, when we were looking at this, we're obviously looking at the whole of parts 1 through to part 3 in terms of their applicability to sustainability reporting. And there's a bunch of sections that we don't think require any changes to or any revisions. So Section 230 on expertise and 250 and 340 on inducements. We think that they've been drafted in a broad way to ensure that they're equally applicable to all professional activities and services. So we don't think there's any revisions there. Section 321 on second opinions already includes where that second opinion might be on the application of accounting, auditing, reporting, or other standards, which we think would already incorporate sustainability reporting standards and frameworks if that were to come into play. And Section 325 is obviously specifically around the objectivity of an EQR or another appropriate reviewer. And it's not relevant or specific to any particular service, it's around that particular activity. And then section 350 is about obviously the custody of assets and what you need to do if you do have the custody of client assets, and it's not specific to any particular service. So we also didn't find that there was any revisions necessary in that section as well. So yeah, just whether the board agrees that no revisions are required to those sections, or have any comments or thoughts?
Seems okay. Well, I think we can take silence as agreement and move forward.
And then yeah, finally, was just on the proposal not to develop a separate section in the code for sustainability reporting. If anyone had any
May I
thoughts or
just
comments?
make a question here on the slide with arguments for and against that you just presented? The first arguments first argument against perception ethics standards for sustainability reporting are different to financial reporting. What exactly do you mean by this?
Everything that we have changed, adapted, added examples, or specifically added the reference to sustainability reporting or information was done within the part 2 as it is. We did not add a chapter. Here is sustainability reporting.
Okay, I understand that. But
so and we as we had a question, we really thought about, is there value in making all the changes, additions, etc., in a chapter of a distinct section in the 220 in the part 2.
Yeah.
And it would be a perception that there are some reporting standards for financial and other ones for sustainability, which we think it's an argument against a different chapter.
Well, that just concerns me a little bit, because if we use the same argument for sustainability assurance, it's a bit risky that we speak about a possible perception that this is different.
Yes, but
it's different where it has to be different.
You're right, but here we are speaking to the same profession. If we were to add or to move the code only to address sustainability assurance, and for PA, we would have gone through 4A, 4B, whatever, and adapt it to illustrate, etc. We have gone through a separate part, not because it was adapting, but because we were addressing new users. Yes, I think this was more the driver to this new part 5.
Yeah. Okay. I see the.
Yes.
I see the point. It reminds me other questions, but
as well, just obviously when looking through it all, and in particular in 220, when you're looking at the provisions in there, it's around applying the conceptual framework to preparation and presentation of information. We felt that it was equally relevant to both types of reporting, and we didn't see there was anything significant that was standing out in relation to sustainability reporting that required an additional approach to that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Felician, sorry.
Thank you, Gabriel. I just have maybe a point of clarification, and maybe my challenge in understanding why we're not coming up with a separate section on sustainability reporting. If you look at part 1 up to the entire part 1 up to 4, we still refer to professional accountants. And if you look at part 5 that we're coming, we talk about sustainability assurance practitioners. And even given the revisions that we're making in part 1, part 2, especially that they have gone through, we still talk about professional accountants. And of course, from the discussions, that there are other people that can also do reporting that are not necessarily professional accountants. So I'm just trying to reconcile the two, and assuming that if someone is coming from outside who does not understand this code, and you read part 1 up to part 4, you are referring to professional accountants, either in business or in practice, but there's no mention of any other, I don't know whether it's not necessarily practitioners, but preparers of sustainability financial information. So I don't know in terms of Christelle and team, whether you can maybe give clarity on this and how we can be able to reconcile the two concepts to make sure that the code is more clearer and understandable to people who are not used to it, to those who are non-PAs. My point is clear.
Okay. Are you kindly bringing us back to the discussion we had before lunch?
Just to reconcile, because if I look at the changes that you're proposing to part 2, we're still referring to professional accountants. And
that's true.
So I don't know whether you can be able to maybe bring in anything else that necessarily not refer to, yes, refer to professional accountants, but also maybe bring in other aspects of other people that are not necessarily professional accountants. So it becomes profession agnostic, like what we are trying to arrive at. And sorry for causing confusion, but still I think it's not coming out well in terms of how do we reconcile the section 5 and also the other sections that you're trying to revise.
So I may be missing something in the way you express, but what I hear is you ask us to put some drafting in part 2 to make it explicit that it is accessible to non-PAs, or that it can be
absolutely just something that can make it.
So
yeah, something that
I'm
can
right
make
to
it more
say
clear
that
for
you
somebody who is.
You come back on the way we were we discussed this morning, that we are staying in professional accountants world for part 2 for now, and that we will encourage other preparers, thank you, other preparers to use it. And we will do that in the guide to the code, in the introduction of part 5, and in our communication plan when issuing the exposure draft. This was our conclusion this morning. And so I don't see how we could add a reference to part 2 is it can be used by other than professional accountants. Don't care about the name, the wording of professional accountant. I don't see how it would work, frankly.
So this is just an ask. It doesn't mean that it's going to be possible. It's just that
okay,
when someone is looking at it from a non-PA perspective,
yeah,
may not be as clear as we think, because we are PAs, and possibly people who are not used to the code, they may also find it difficult to understand.
Yes, but the non-PAs, they should not so naturally come to part 2. What is interesting to the non-PAs in part 2 was included in part 5. We are going to discuss that now. So this is going to be fully explicit. Everything that was done in the extent code in part 2 for securing the quality and reliability of the preparation of information, this we have parked it for PAs for now, and we had extensive discussions, which I propose not to go back into, because otherwise we're not going to manage our time the right way.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, but just noting once again that if this is not clear to our board, I bet it's not clear for the outside world.
The question of the navigation into the code, that's what is at stake, or more than that?
No, this is just a comment. This is just a comment that sometimes we think that this is absolutely clear, and apparently it's not. So that's another source of challenge. James, please.
I just a general question, and I think I'll just I'll pretend I'm a market participant on the non-PA side. And we package this, and I can see the arguments for if this is addressing accountants. You know, you tell the accountants you've got a strong code, you know what it is, you live it, apply it, extend it to your new world. Very good. Then we come out with a market communication. This stuff is good for non-PAs. We encourage you to use it and so forth. Yet we're going to stay packaged under the accountants regime. And then I have a question that says, so what am I missing? How far are you away from turning this into professional agnostic? You know, and I'm not here to debate, I'm just trying to answer it. They said, well, no, geez, you know, it's a 2 or 3 year exercise. We don't know what we're doing. You know, we need to explore. It could be that we have to engage with that community and fold it into our due process, all that stuff. Or we say, well, we're pretty close. We've got a guide. We've told you to use it. And all we have to do is change the nomenclature so it's inclusive and put a little bow on it, you know, a separate section. So I'm not belittling it. What I don't know is how far we assess that next step. And is it a little footprint and we're there? Is it a fairly large one? Because it ties into what we'll say in our strategy.
Yeah.
You know, in 2 years, I don't want to say, well, geez, we could have got it done.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking so I can kind of understand the lay of the land, and it might help us decide.
Yeah. So
treatment.
At this point, I cannot put a time value on how far we are. Yeah. But we are far from having a total buy-in on the objectives, of being totally the one body that should do it because it has a clear mandate, etc. We're far from having a buy-in from regulators to use what we would do to make it stronger in their environment. Yeah. So I think all this needs outreach and care, a due care process. So, and depending on how we see that in our strategy discussion, the horizon might be a few years. Yeah.
I don't want to add too much at this discussion at this point in time for the reasons that we have already mentioned, but I think that we will have to distinguish between two things. One thing is making standards professional agnostic, and this is valid for assurance as well.
Yes.
Because we risk, again, to have here a wrong perception, also because of our language, that the standards that we are developing for sustainability assurance apply to non-professional accountants. And this is not true. They will apply as much and as long as regulators will make the decision.
Yeah.
It can happen that we are developing all this in a professional agnostic way, and at the end, no regulators will make that decision. The product is there, ready, available, good, high quality, but nobody wants it. I think we are much closer from a situation where the regulators will take it for assurance than the regulators will take it from reporting. But this, the fact that we do the standards in a certain way does not oblige, does not force anyone to apply them. So again, I think that we have to be careful with the language, because when you say we don't have buy-in from regulators with respect to sustainability reporting, but I mean, okay, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
They never thought about it. It's our work to do that work. But if we had decided to do it, that would not harm anyone. They would be applicable if and as long as regulators would make that decision. So the situation from the start is the same. The difference is that on assurance we have some call and some reasons to believe that regulators will take this or may take these professional agnostic standards. That's why I'm always struggling and trying to dilute this wall that we are creating between these ones are professional agnostic. They will apply to everybody. These ones are not professional agnostic. They will apply only to professional accountants. I think this separation is a little bit blurred. The only difference between one and the other is that on the assurance, we decided to develop it in a professional agnostic way, and on reporting, we didn't. Now, how close are we from that? Then there is a difference. One thing is deciding, as we decided for sustainability assurance, we are going to do it. That because we have some convictions that this is going to happen. But we haven't, well, okay, and we have already engaged with regulators and these kind of things. But we should not also prevent ourselves from making a decision in a short time frame before all the work is done and we have all the guarantees that regulators will take it and etc. Because we don't have that certainty with respect to assurance as well. So I think that James' point is you are developing guidance, you are this and that and that. What's the step that is missing to have this in a professional agnostic way? And the response is we have to do it in a wider way, possibly, but we should not create to ourselves a barrier or an obstacle to make a short-term decision. I'm not saying within this project anymore. I mean that the discussion is, I think, closed, good or bad, for the good and or the bad. But we should not wait for the world to be perfect around us. I mean, we may want to do it, but let's leave it open.
Yeah, there's also the issue of what is a profession, because part 2 is written for a profession. So is the profession being a preparer? And this would have consequences. Who in the line is it? You see, so there are some additional issues that we need to go through when we go on this path, on this road.
My point, just anticipating when we go to market with the exposure draft, I think we can explain a lot of the regulatory landscape and but at the end of the day, the board starts its international standards without any permission, without any sort of regulatory support, right? You take that step and you say the world can adopt, it's a voluntary adoption. And I move away, when you move out of the profession, you can replace a lot of words because we've characterized a regime where it's applicable. But when I read it, it could be voluntarily applied. And I start thinking about corporate entities and they replace their code of conducts with this or whatever group's moving there forward. It's it's making it accessible. And you say, well, it's not written with me in mind. But I don't know how far technically, and let's put it that way, that you didn't think about the activity that I do. And for the most part, I think we are thinking about the activity that we do. We've had that conversation earlier. So it's just as we go to the marketplace, the best way to get a reaction to it is to help them understand our assessment. And they might say, if they asked, how far are you off? Should we be worried? Or we don't know how to help us make this decision. And so I'm just thinking of the evidence gathering process. And if we think about it, the users can help us, I think, at that stage. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that, James. And that will for sure influence, as long as we take these questions seriously, the next strategy and work plan to see the priority and the timeline that we will put to a possible project to complete and make the step that we'll be missing very soon. So I don't know what's your, Paul, I think you were the next one.
It's on the red part. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Just going to that query as to the readiness of the regulators to adopt and apply. I just wondered to what extent that readiness is going to be reflective of our tone. I'm not trying to open doors again, but just, I think if we seem hyper cautious and almost narrow in what we're trying to urge, they'll say, well, that's not for us to consider. When you think it should be considered, you will change your tone. And as long as we're very cautious, they will be cautious. I think I'm just wondering whether there's a correlation between our tone and our aspiration and the level of which things get uptaken.
Do you think it is today, when you think about the PA, do you think it's because we were cautious that there are a lot of jurisdictions where there are no PA in business, in the legal sense of it, meaning that you have some targets that you can go to for enforcement? Yeah. In a lot of jurisdictions, it's those charged with governance for prepares for, and you don't target professional in the line. Okay, this is already the situation. Do you think it's because we were cautious in the code? No.
I think that Paul is speaking about the future, about the next level. The next level.
Yes, but
we were not cautious because of our name. We're the Ethics Standards Board for Accountants. So it was automatic that the accounting profession would align. But now we're saying, oh, because we're for accountants, we can't talk to anyone else. And they will hear us and say, okay, you're the one who told us you can't speak to other people, so we will treat you accordingly. So I'm just wondering about our tone and direction, and how that will
which should be clear in our communication. That is for the first step. Okay. Well taken.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Good point. Mark, please.
I think you can make any case from dependent on what your jumping off point is. So I think, the exercise that we've been through, in a sense, the independence arguments are one thing because there are different independence issues that arise in the context of a sustainability engagement, and that's why we've been through the exercise that we have. You can look at the ethical requirements in a number of different ways, and the way I sort of feel quite comfortable with it is, I think, what is this ultimately about? It's ensuring that the preparation and the assurance of information, not just financial information, but information, is properly underpinned by the right behaviours, the right mindset, the right characteristics, the ability to question and challenge. So it's not so much as profession agnostic, it's information agnostic. And I don't, other than the specific issues that the work stream has identified, where that information lends itself to a different characteristic that needs to be addressed, I think the existing sort of framework that we have is fit for purpose from that, are we driving a consistently high level of ethical behaviour that is sufficient to underpin public trust in the preparation of that information? So it's not that that's necessarily the right answer, but it's a way of showing that you can approach this in a number of different routes. And actually, if you say, is this the purpose? Is what we've got fit for purpose? I think the answer probably is.
Yes.
Now, that may change over time, and we may have a challenge in a number of years' time to address that. But I think if you approach it from that sort of information agnostic position, I think where we are is actually responding well to that challenge without driving a more significant level of change than is necessary to sort of drive the end outcome.
Thank you, Mark. Rania, please.
Yes, so actually very much aligned with what's been said around the table. I think perhaps, I mean, there's another way to look at it. One way of looking at it is that, we set the code for ethics code for professional accountants, and now we're asking ourselves whether or not we should, go beyond this group of practitioners. The other way of looking at it is to say, what, we see the role of professional accountants evolving. We're looking ahead, and the role of professional accountants is evolving. It includes all of this. And so, and now we are speaking to the same group, but there are others perhaps who are like sort of, jumping in on and partaking in that, and partly in that profession. But again, I think ultimately the end point, if there is an end point, but I think where this is headed is ultimately, it is professional accountants who will be guiding this process. They will be drawing in on experts here and there, but ultimately it will be up to professional accountants to make sure that the reports that are being issued are, because that's how I see it. If again, that's of course my own opinion, but the way I see it, ultimately, all of this is going to have to be translated into financial impacts, very much, for example, to what Paul was saying about, like, for example, carbon credits. And if you read all the, different pieces of information here and there, and how these have an impact on the financial statements, it's all going to be like very integrated. And so the way I see it is that it's not that we're talking to another community, it's that our community is just getting, is being enlarged.
I'm not sure. If I see the reality today, some accountants, they don't want to touch that, right? Yeah, presently.
Not even
for diverse reasons.
I'd say that in most cases, or in many cases, not even the preparers who are not accountants.
Yes.
Currently, from what we are seeing, is that they are still working separately. You have preparers for financial information, the other group slowly integrating.
Yes, so in the more mature
if you have
situation, they
have a small proportion of accountants within the preparers of financial information, this proportion will be even more diluted with this. Over time, this will change, I think, because the integration will become, we hope, a reality. And the bigger firms, I think that they are already preparing the current financial information preparers to be also involved in this preparation. But I think that we are still far from that reality where professional accountants working in companies will drive this. But of course, we should do what we have to do to make it.
But of course, whatever the information has an impact or is directly incorporated into the financial or notes to the financial statements or whatever, this is going to happen, of course. But there is a lot of more information going on about sustainability, and the link with the financial, for some of them, are theory, are you see. So I wouldn't bet on the fact that it's going naturally to come very soon, that the PAs embrace everything.
Just to my understanding, which is very limited in this area, but just if I may permit myself, for example, when we talk about carbon markets and voluntary carbon markets. So today there are, you're presenting assets on the financial statements. Carbon credits are being presented as assets, and their valuation is impacting. Or for example, if you are in violation of certain laws, and then that's going to that should result in contingent liabilities. And so there are very intricate relationships between the sustainability information that's being presented and the financial information. And so I think that we cannot, as professional accountants, say that we're accountants, we have to upskill ourselves. I think this is a reality that we have to face, and we have to accept, whether we like it or we don't. And we're going to, if we're, obviously we cannot become the experts on biodiversity or carbon emissions, but we are going to have to learn how to live with that new reality and, take it in. And ultimately, why do I say that our role is evolving? Because at the end of the day, we're the financial, we're the accountants, and we're putting ultimately, for the lack of a better term, the price tag on all those issues. So we know we need to be able to evaluate them properly while drawing on the experts and so on. But that's why I believe ultimately we're going to have to drive the process, because it's about reflecting it in the numbers. That's how I see this moving. I might be wrong, but I think
we agree on that, and this is why we adapted part 2, right, of the code, because saying, well, for sure.
No, definitely.
So the other path, the broader path, which is to have that code.
All I'm saying is that based on what's been going on, like what Paul was saying, how we see our code speaking to which group of practitioners, I think if we see that, they're all ultimately sort of being scoped in, or ultimately, if we agree that this is where the profession is headed, then perhaps we'll have a different approach in our messaging. That's what
Okay, thank you very much. Chana, please.
To James' question, how far are we? I think we are not that far. Because if you look at parts 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 is the most difficult one. And we are sort of not that far away in converting it to professionally agnostic. So I think 1, 2, 3 are more general, and it's not that hard. So I think we're not that far away.
Thank you, Chana. Felicia.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to take too much time. Just a proposal. So when you look at part 2 and how we're referring to, of course, PAs, is there a possibility? This is an ask. It's not that and this is something that maybe the working group can look at. Is there a possibility of also including, if we refer to PAs and then we say maybe sustainability financial information preparers, then we define maybe in the glossary of terms, who are these preparers and what kind of qualifications should they have? I know they are not, there are no known maybe international standards on what kind of qualifications people should have, but at least to go in line with having the code that is professional agnostic, just to put something that I would say sustainability financial information preparers. At least as we've changed also in part 5, and we've been very clear that we're mentioning about sustainability assurance providers and practitioners. We could also maybe find a way of adding something in part 2 that would speak to preparers that are not PAs. Just my ask, but I don't know how feasible it is or whether it might make sense. It may not make sense, but that's something to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. Ken.
Thank you very much, Gabrielle. No, I don't want to add more to what's already been said. I think it's more than enough. I'd just like us to move forward. I think the board is in violent agreement that there is a strategic opportunity, a strategic issue that needs to be addressed, but it has to be approached in a holistic way. There are ramifications across the board. And I probably, maybe just with a tinge of hesitation, line up with what Chana has just said, because the devil will be in the details, and I would just be a little bit cautious to just say it's just a minor step to make it profession agnostic. I mean, even if I just were to think about the first paragraph in the code,
acting in the public interest.
Now you ask me to put ask the lawyer to do that. Well, I mean, that's going to be a long discussion with them to start with. So let's be cautious. There is more to it than meets the eye, is what I want to say. But I think the discussion we can continue during the strategy session if the board wishes to do that. But I think all has been, enough has been said on this topic. But I did have a comment on section 220 before we move on. And sorry to take the ball back. I'm just a bit sorry to just bring us back to slide 20. And maybe you can remind me, Christelle, as to what we're going to do with this issue of undue reliance. And you know, I'm looking at Andy, and maybe I'm blaming Andy for raising it. But as I'm looking at the drafting now, I'm just kind of slightly hesitant. Did we land on work stream to having another fresh look at the drafting of this example?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I think it's more the last line where it says, sorry, I cannot say it here because it's.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, what it says, well, it's basically the example without assessing whether there are deficiencies in the quality or accuracy of the supplier's data. You know, if I were to put myself in the shoe of a CFO, essentially what this is indicating to me is that I have to actually almost kind of audit the data, and maybe that was your point. I think it's maybe one step too far, and the way I would think about it is, and not wanting to come up with a new standard as to addressing the point about due diligence, it is to ask the question: what would be reasonable to expect of a PA in coming to a decision, a conclusion as to whether the PA has a good basis to rely on that data? And it's the principle of what is reasonable to expect.
Okay.
And maybe it's because if I were to, I'm just give you maybe a practical example. If I were to draw data from Bloomberg, maybe the extent of work I would do is probably going to not be much, because I know Bloomberg is reputable. They employ very good quality people. They have good systems, etc. On the other hand, if I were to use data from a third-party supplier I've never used before, they are just a startup, or they are, you know, they're coming from nowhere I've ever been. I might be more willing to do a bit more work to understand who they are, you know, how they put the data together, you know. So anyway,
you done it now. No, in fact, I did send them a follow-up example, and I thought it might just be any assessment as opposed to specific, but it also is undue. I mean, it's kind of, maybe it answers itself, undue reliance. I mean, do you really need an example of undue reliance? Because once you start making examples, you know, then you start spiraling out of these facts and those circumstances. Undue reliance has already been in our code for PAs otherwise, and so I think it might just answer itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Ken.
Okay. So I propose that we move to the sustainability assurance part. So we will talk a little bit on our revised scope for the ethics part of part 5, on some a new provision that we have added following, I think it was board recommendations on expertise and training, some other consideration on the value chain in part 5, and equivalent selected sections from part 2. We already discussed it a little bit in June, and we come back with propositions and whether to include some equivalent section 321, which is the question of second opinion, and 350 about the custody of client assets. Okay, so starting with the question of drafting part 5, we think it was done in accordance with the public interest framework, about the coherence with the overall body of IESBA standards, recognizing that the extant code is already a robust guide, and this was our not more than inspiration. Okay. On clarity and conciseness of the standards, where we were using the language, the structure that is that we feel is understandable by all sustainability assurance practitioners, and in particular, the draft part 5 follows the same building block approach than the extant code, starting with the fundamental principles, etc. And to ensure that an interpretation of the part 5 aligns with the current interpretation of the extant code to achieve really the equivalence objective. Okay. About implementability and enforceability, we have the identical structure than the extant code, with a clear distinction between requirements and application material. And further, since the new part 5 is part of the existing code, it will avoid the issues by IESBA members about the lengthy legal process of adopting a new standalone standard, as we decided. So we think for this reason, the public interest framework has been respected. So what about the scope of ethics standard? In June, the board supported our proposal to have the same scope as workstream 1, to make it short. So the high public interest, okay. Following, we have discussed it deeply, and also we had stakeholders, outreaches, SRG, etc. And our analysis is that we should expand the scope of the ethics part, not only to the assurance engagement that are covered by workstream 1, and by the way, and the other engagement for the same clients. This was our June scope. And that we should go for all sustainability assurance engagement and other services for the same clients. Okay. Meaning that what was scoped out in June was the assurance, the sustainability assurance engagements that do not pass the threshold for the independence. And these were orphans. And if you go to the code structure, you have ethics for all kinds of services from part 1 to part 3. And then you distinct independence for certain services. Yes? Well, just the same, we think there is only one set of ethics for whatever the assurance, the sustainability assurance engagement is. So this is why we propose to have an ethics scope enlarged. And so this raises some question in understanding how it works. Okay, we had a lot of question on that. So Laura developed our little charts to get you on board, right? So we have a few charts. So we are going to elaborate a little bit to bring you on the way. So in the first 3 slides, they apply regardless of whether the sustainability assurance practitioner is a PA or non-PA, okay? So first, we say, is it a sustainability assurance client? If it is, there are 2 ways to address this client. Through the sustainability assurance engagement, everything is in part 5 for ethics. And for any other service, everything is in part 5. Okay. We're going to address the other clients in the last slide. Now, okay, you are in the sustainability assurance engagement, please make it clear. Do you meet the independent scope, which is the work stream 1 scope? If yes, you have what you need in part 5, independence. If not, please go to 4B for independence rules. If we elaborate now on the other services, you had the ethics provision in part 5. Are you also the auditor of financial statements? Please go back to 4A.
Mhm.
Are you doing other kinds of assurance work with this client? You can go to 4B because there's interesting materials on independence. And if it's not audit or it's not other assurance work, you're doing some other things, you have to assess if it's permissible, because as you are a sustainability assurance practitioner, there are also some incompatibilities, okay? Now, if you are a sustainability assurance practitioner and you have other clients for other kinds of services, if you are a PA, go back in the code, okay? Part 1 to 4 apply to you, whatever the kind of services you have for your clients. If you are non-PA, there we try to bring them back into the good practices through the introduction that we have drafted in the beginning of part 5 to encourage the PAs to use the code in all situations not covered. So meaning not covered for your sustainability client, but also in all your activities. So this is the way to understand or maybe to materialize how things are scoped in our new proposition. And I would be happy to have your thoughts about all that.
Thank you, Christelle. Tom, please.
Thank you very much. And I don't know the June discussion, so I'm a little bit not familiar with that. But the thing I would like to know is that why the workstream 1 isn't focusing on the 4A type, and why the workstream 2 is focusing on 4A type and 4B type. That's a question we'll go back to the workstream 1. See, why don't you cover the 4B type? Because the part 1, part 3, part 2, part 3 all covers the all engagements.
Yes.
But why the workstream 1 focusing on the part 4A type? So it's so whose question is that? So if the rationale that the workstream 1 is focusing on the part 4A type, then why that's a rationale will not apply to the workstream? That's the
so this is what I tried to explain, is that in the extent code, you have one set of ethics rules, part 1 to 3, and then you make a segmentation between audit and other services. And so in part 5, at the beginning, we were aligned. And then we thought, okay, now if I put myself in the shoes of a practitioner, and I'm not facing a client that, or an audit type of, that what you don't meet the criteria that were defined by workstream 1, it seems that you have no guide, no code. Why there's no reason to leave behind those who might do assurance work with different independence rules because they don't meet the thresholds, etc. They need also the ethical guide. So this is why we change and we make it so by consistency with the extant code, and also by making it available for all practitioners, applicable for making it explicit, it is applicable for all, and also not insulting the future. Because if we now were narrowed, we would not address all the cases, and we would have to redo it potentially, would we? When we extend the scope eventually of part 5 to other assurance.
If I may add, Christelle,
of course,
it's also to do with the fact that the basis for this project is the extant code, and we recognize that the IESBA code has already very robust standards that are applicable to PAs and to the assurance, and so to a service that PAs do and that other practitioners may also do. And what we decided was to use the extant code and use the extant ethics standards and independence standards and make them potentially applicable by everyone providing that service. The thing is, this is a code that is drafted for a profession, for professional accountants and all the services that they can provide for all the clients that they have. And we are now shifting this focus into the provision of one service. And when we are trying to adapt the ethic provisions from a profession to a service, we need to go further than just that service. And so what we realized is that we couldn't adapt the ethics provision, or we couldn't narrow the ethics provisions to that service. And so we had to cover also the rest of the relationship with the client, with the same client. Because for instance, conflicts of interest, if we are narrowing the conflict of interest for sustainability assurance and other services, it may be too narrow. We need to enlarge the potential conflict of interest with other services for the same client, with other services for other clients. Everything should be taken into consideration. So that is the reason why we needed to expand that first part of the other clients. So if I go back, sorry, not the other clients, the other services for the sustainability assurance clients. And now looking at the left-hand side, sustainability assurance engagements, like Christelle was saying, our first proposal was to align with the scope that Workstream 1 proposed. But what we realized is the extant code, what we have for the ethics is, these are ethics standards that are applicable to all services. And when we go to the independent standards, we have a division between certain services. So audits and reviews are subject to more stringent independence requirements, and other assurance engagements are subject to independence requirements, but not as stringent. Mm-hmm. But what we see in the ethics standards is we don't have that division. It's the same ethics standards to all services. And that's why we thought that it could be a little bit artificial to also narrow the ethics scope in part 5 to just those sustainability assurance engagements.
Yeah, so Laura, maybe Tom, I heard you basically articulate a slightly different question, right? Because your question was more addressed to the part 4B.
Yeah, part 4B.
Right,
because
so
the rationale of the why the Workstream 1 is narrowing the focus to the part 4 anyway. I think if the answer is different, perhaps the Workstream 1 is thinking, what is the need or what requirement for the users? That's why I think that's what Workstream 1 is focusing on. That's scope. That's what my assumption is thinking. Why that's sort of the ease or the understanding or the perception of the board, not right to the Workstream 2. But so it's okay. Anyway, that's some sort of the coordination of the consistency of the thinking between the part Workstream 1, 2 have to be established. That one.
I think my sort of concern is in the same space, which is that when we wrote part 5 for independence, we wrote it for independence requirements for any sustainability assurance practitioner, PA or non-PA, that fell within the scope. If you are a PA and your work doesn't fall within the scope, you go down 4B. 4B has not been revised. 4B exists as something that's been written for PAs. So we have a slight handling issue if we've got a non-PA practitioner carrying out other engagements that aren't sustainability issues. Is 4B then fit for purpose? And we've already said that we've got a future project to look at 4B, but we have to handle a risk that people interpret this as saying we've decided that 4B is fit for purpose for this, whereas it is as a default for PAs, but we haven't really done anything to say is it fit for purpose for people who aren't PAs. So I think that there's an explanation or a handling issue over that, because in a sense, I sort of don't think we've done anything to satisfy ourselves that 4B is fit for purpose for anyone other than PAs carrying out assurance engagements other than audit, review and sustainability engagements. Mm-hmm. So that's my nervousness, and it's more my nervousness about 4B than it is any nervousness about your proposal, because I actually think the alignment of the ethical requirements is a sensible one. Mm-hmm. But it sort of leaves a bit of a weak spot, which is 4B.
Yeah, and sorry, Mark, if I may just add to what you've just said, I think there is basically an open question as to whether the board should earmark a project on 4B as part of the next strategy and work plan.
Yeah.
Not least to make it more relevant to sustainability assurance engagements. And besides the question as to whether it ought to apply also to non-PAs. Mm-hmm. So that is an open question for discussion tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ken. Angie, please.
So I'm perfectly fine if everyone just laughs at me and says, boy, you got it wrong, Andy. So I had thought work stream 1, I'm just going to put it into different words because I like to make things much simpler. I don't mean to do disservice to anyone. I thought work stream 1 was independence, and the devised part 5 as opposed to part 4C, so that part 5 could be everything sustainability assurance. And I thought that work stream 1 then had a kick out that in certain circumstances, such as when it's an entity developed criteria or other stuff, it's not going to live in part 5, it's going to be for PAs to do in part 4B. I thought what work stream 2 was doing and where we were leading to is that if we excise out independent standards and put them in 5, if a non-PA is just going to pick up part 5 and not look at the code as it's described in other parts, they won't have the fundamental principles. They won't have the other aspects. And so work stream 2 was to find the best of parts 1 and 3 and put it in part 5.
Yes.
So I don't understand why we needed these beautiful slides. Don't point that to me, because I figured, what am I missing? I thought workstream 1 already tackled the independent standards.
Yeah.
You heard my comments on that, but they tackled the independent standards, and that workstream 2 was going to take the best of the rest of the code and stick it in 5. So
but in June, the introductory part to part 5 was to limit the part 5 scope to these situations, meaning that all the situations where you're not meeting all the criteria for independence would not be covered by the code or not accessible to non-PAs, essentially.
Right.
And so no non-PAs could say that they are running by IESBA's code if they are not in the scope of work stream 1. So we felt first that it was a hole, it was missing, that there was no harm to have a different scope for ethics part so that they can easily refer to it. Now, there is still potentially an issue if the part 4B is felt not so easy to access, and but it's like part 2, it's way forward. Yeah, I would say.
But part 5 will have workstream 2 develop the text that will be extracted from the rest of the front part of the code.
It is already.
Okay, yeah, I know, that's what I thought we were. And I still don't
But there was a scoping. There was a scoping in the introduction of that part 5.
Because I think we have a clear roadmap to independent standards for assurance engagements, and then for other stuff that doesn't meet the scope of part 5.
Yeah,
I think I can see it,
yeah.
but I can see lots of things that other people can't. And many of them are not even there. Okay, that's a personality defect. That wasn't meaning it. So go for it. Go.
Yeah. Thank you, Andy. Thank you. We run.
If I may, this was just a roadmap for people applying. Sorry?
I got lost on the road.
With maps,
I thought I knew where I was
right.
going. I thought I knew where I was going, and this got me lost.
Oh, we lost you. Oh.
That's my defect. I apologize.
Okay. Luigi, please.
I have a similar approach than Andy's explained, frankly. When I read the documentation, I viewed the matter in a more simple way, basically. Part 4B was for assurance engagement that do not meet the Part 5 requirements, even in June and even before. So it is not. This is not the news. The news is the fact that you are proposing expanding Part 1, 2, 3 to non-PA when delivering something outside the scope of independent provisions. This is really the new event, frankly. And I don't disagree with that. And so probably in the communication process, it may be, let's say, delivered in a simple way, because I found very difficult to follow
the why and the how.
And it is right how you presented the matter, but let's say it is more complicated than I understood it.
Point taken. Thank you. Sadia, please.
So when I was understanding the scope of this project, I actually think that workstream 2 has 2 streams. And I think having them as separate bullets will help, because you'll have two items here, you have 4B and 4C. And understanding the nuances of that to everyone else would help. The other thing I just wanted to confirm for my own reading is that if you are in part 5 and we say other professional services, that might be professional services not relating to sustainability assurance as well.
Yeah.
You would still happy that.
For the same client.
For the same client. So if you're doing the client, if you're doing tax, you'd still be part 1 section.
Yes.
Will all apply. You need to stop saying part 1. Yes. Okay. I'm happy with that. Thanks.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. And I think that this is because, and maybe I'm wrong, independence is always a relative concept. You are independent with respect to this or that, depending on the situation, while ethics is inherent to the situation. You can't be relative strictly ethical because it does not depend on the circumstances, it depends on what you're doing. Savia.
So one additional question. The scope of workstream 2 has evolved and changed. And I was wondering if you'll have considered actually making some kind of social media clarification before the ED. So as people follow this project, then they have a one slide to understand what they should expect from workstream 2.
Has it changed from the initial mandate for workstream 2? No. But it has changed over time. Yes. So I hear your clarification point. We're working on that. Okay.
Okay, I think we will break here. We are already almost 20 minutes late. So, and come back 5 minutes after the hour. So not 20 minutes. Is it okay?
Sure.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm trying to avoid that this finishes at 6:30 because there is a work.
Because in our mind, we should have finished the assurance part. And
I deprived as well because
Forget that.
that's what I
And then you should have had a separate one for the non-PA.
Yeah.
So this made it complicated.
Grab it from somebody else. Exactly. That's your point. Right. I agree. I agree.
Okay. No need for differentiating in the
Because this is already.
That's would be amazing. That's kind of
If the regulations sustainability reporting standards, the regulations can be in place because if our goal is to prevent like events like this from happening. So I mean, the idea is to manage our risks as a reporting entity. So if the regulator is going to see that we are giving
exactly
carbon credits very innocently and it turned out that they were like misrepresented by no fault of our own, but
someone else.
then we have a duty to prevent that from happening. I think that's one major role of the code.
Yes.
So that goes back to other thing, the other entity. I feel that ESG requirements
So we're a little
to impose on us a certain due diligence beyond what was there before.
This one,
I'm just wondering
we
whether
just did
that's not captured by the principles that we have.
because this is relatively. It's what is there now.
The problem is
So
just
this-
arise from the nearby.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know, I found it confusing as well. I thought if you just, without that, if you had PA,
maybe about green
then that
credentials
part.
or about
No, it's
the
basically
non-PA
trying to
part.
offset your.
Because this is what.
Yeah, your carbon
Yeah,
footprint.
carbon footprint. So basically, maybe you're emitting.
And therefore you
And
buy
another,
the
you buy the
credits to
credit
offset.
from, yeah, exactly, and you offset
Right.
it, so you have a carbon position.
Yeah.
So what is?
But I
what
was
is the
ethical
problem relative to
for the ethics part, there's no differentiation.
Yeah, if let's say the
Just
carbon
go,
credits
there's no
are like,
difference.
you bought
Left
something
side,
that is not
I
exactly.
understand
But
that.
you're thinking that you're allow, like you're buying credits that allow you to emit, let's say, I don't know how many extra tons of greenhouse gases. But then it's not true because the station that's selling them to you does not really have that many credits. I mean, they're emitting, they represent.
Well, I mean,
For me is rubbish.
seller of the credits
Okay.
doesn't have enough credits.
Well, maybe we do that first and then we don't need a scope for.
Maybe an
Fraud
ethical
on this?
breach. Well, it would be an ethical, it would be an ethical. Therefore, but also on the purchasing side.
Yeah.
as well.
With the understanding that they don't have enough credits.
That supposedly, I mean, this, the example is what they're saying,
Yeah.
because you don't know.
Oh, you don't know. Yeah.
You're buying innocently. You're thinking that you're really
Yeah.
offsetting your carbon.
I think the ethical issue, Rani, I would argue, comes more from knowingly.
Yeah, that's what I'm
But if
saying.
you
But
don't
here,
know,
but they're saying, according to this
yeah, they're saying
report,
they don't know.
they don't know, but
Yes.
still they will penalize. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but it's, I don't know how the code can address this though, because unless you're saying there has to be the proper due diligence.
Yeah, that's, I'm thinking the new reality requires that we go, I mean, I think the reporting requirements, the ethics that apply to sustainability reporting should recognize that in this new reality, we have a bit more due diligence that should be done than what was there before because of situations such as this. Because you don't want to find yourself caught up in situations, you know. So you're recognizing that you have. I mean, it's just like sort of like you're managing the risk. You're recognizing that now there's more risk that you're facing because of what's being misrepresented, that could be misrepresented to you, and so you have a bit more due diligence.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
not saying you're going to go and.
No, it comes into, it's not so much initial preparation or presentation.
Yeah.
Because
we are
Yeah, exactly.
equivalent to
the question is whether the code speaks enough.
Yeah, exactly.
For
I know it is implied in the code for sure.
No, there is a due
Yeah, of course, yeah, yeah.
The principle of due
Yeah,
diligence
yeah,
is
yeah,
there.
yeah. Oh, but I'm saying is that should it be like slightly amplified
That's the timing issue. Yeah.
in the context of the ESG?
Yeah, no, that's a fair question. I don't know if
should be like this.
I don't know if you raised it before, or maybe
Yeah,
you
yeah,
really
I
tried to
did,
raise it, but
yeah.
I'm not sure the board
Yeah,
really understands the context.
exactly, yeah.
Whether-
Yeah, so I'm just trying because this
whether
is a
what
practical
No, no,
example.
we need practical examples.
Yeah,
for people
to understand like the reality, because what you're trying to do is deal with the reality.
The issue is not equivalent. It's a sort of the priority.
I mean, we're moving on now,
Yes,
but maybe when we go to the different
um,
sections.
Yeah.
If there is no additional for
Yeah.
B in the external.
We'll be
Report is
going
separate.
again through this.
Yeah, I think, yeah, the issue of enduring is given the context of section two.
Theoretical exercise. Yes, yes.
But the issue you raised is not so much preparation and presentation.
No, it's just that you're relying on,
It's the application of the principle of due care.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
would you need, or would you be expected from an ethical perspective?
Yeah.
to do in order to be compliant with your obligations to
What
exercise
should be
due
the
care?
presentation?
Exactly. And is
those are the-
our responsibilities in terms of
Of
due
OA,
care, are they a bit
Plus one, plus two,
greater
plus
now
three.
in the
Yeah,
context
because
of
of
the
sustainability.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's a fair question. Yeah.
Is
So-
correspondence should be expected in the.
I don't, I mean, as I said, we're
Yeah.
moving on, but maybe bring, I have another question I want to, I will raise it tomorrow, but if you can raise it.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Yeah.
We are doing some sort of the prioritization. If in 5 years on, 10 years on,
Definitely.
20 years on.
Definitely.
Yes,
Absolutely.
It's a
process.
Yes, it's a process and the presentation. What is this? Then we can have the coherent explanation between the box room 1 and box room 2. That's
And I think Workstream 2 realized
yes.
there is no difference.
Yes.
in the
Oh,
ethics.
because-
So why we should limit it? So it's
So-
yes. pragmatic approach.
Yes.
And to say, if we can fix it now with one simple.
Yes. Then it come back to the Western one.
Yes.
So
it's a bit-
yes.
You're right.
It's a sort of the combination.
But I think my view from a public interest perspective, it's important to explain it, but not to do work effort now, but to leave it open in the strategic work plan, how to deal with this issue.
Yeah, yes, I understand that. Theoretically, it covers the whole A type or B type, but B typeism are some sort of the
No relevance at that time as we see it
is
now.
Yes.
That might change, and then we will.
Yes, if need be. Then we have to develop that.
But then I would say the scope is broader. It's not only for sustainability. Then we have to rethink the concept of 4B in principle, whether there are two levels of independence. In my view, there should be equivalence also between 4A and 4B. So no need for differentiation. But that's my personal view, and that's a future project. But I know that the profession or the firms are very reluctant to go into that.
Yes.
But that is a different issue.
Okay, thank you very much.
How far are you heading to? How far are you heading to?
Yeah, very much fun.
Can you imagine for the first time?
Yes, it's really great. Yes, how can I say, the interaction between the theory, expression, and especially we are facing the world of sustainability. Totally different world. We have to deal with the supply issue. We have to deal with the after yeah. I'm really enjoying this. Yes.
Very educational.
Yeah, that is.
chapter, the paragraph, sorry. 1A, noting that the performing sustainability assurance should have adequate expertise, experience, and training to do so. So the rationale for adding this chapter in part 5 is that the provision of sustainability assurance is mostly a non-regulated market at this moment, which is not the case for the accountancy profession. Hence, this additional chapter we propose, we do not propose to make a conforming amendment in the first part of the code, right? So it's in addition to address one of our board member suggestion. On next slide, we want to address some elements linked to value chain considerations. We have proposed various adaptations to address this issue of value chain, widening some examples which are existing in the extant code, adding new examples, or adding new provisions to address this new issue, or sometimes even excluding some provisions to be applied to value chain. So here we go for the first example. We added an example of self-review threats, addressing the practitioner having provided sustainability services for an entity in a sustainability assurance client's value chain, the outcome of which is subject to procedures in the sustainability assurance engagement for the client. This is a new example added. In section 300 and 320, these two provisions draw attention to the fact that the complexity of the client's value chain is a factor to consider when evaluating threats to compliance with the fundamental principles. This complexity factor was included in equivalent section 300, applying the conceptual framework, and 320 on professional appointments. We covered this new provision also in the proposed revision to part 3. As mentioned then, the practitioner is not expected to make an assessment of the overall health of the entities in the value chain, but to consider the value chain more holistically and what challenges may stem from the number of entities involved in their location, their activity, their reporting frameworks, etc. Okay. In next slide, yes. We propose to replace the extent example in B here with an example relating to the value chain, because there is a parallel between the two, because both examples relate to NOCLAR committed by a third party. The relevant parties for the purpose of applying NOCLAR provisions are those who are set out in paragraph 665A1, where entities in the value chain are not included. And thus, the example here in B clarifies that NOCLAR committed by such entities is not subject to this section. Nevertheless, the sustainability assurance practitioner might find the guidance in this section helpful in considering how to respond in a situation of a NOCLAR in the value chain. And we recognize that NOCLAR in the value chain might have particular relevance for the sustainability assurance client and its disclosure. Therefore, we propose that this matter is addressed in the NOCLA post-implementation review in a more holistic way and with dedicated time. So in brief, we assimilated value chain as those parties where you do not have to report on NOCLA because it's in third parties. It is a third party. Still, as it might have consequences, we say that the SAP can have the similar approach to dealing with this. And we are going to see with Laura in detail what is the approach. So do you agree with the draft provision on expertise and training and on some provisions that we have included relative to value chain? Do you have comments? No? Yes. Before? Yeah. And the first one, this one, this one. Yeah. Okay. Richie, yeah, of course.
Thank you. It is difficult to follow the scheme. I provided comment on the document, but I will try. In point B, self-review, there are certain terms where I think should be made clear.
Mm-hmm.
I don't disagree with the meaning, but probably should be clear, because in one point, it is probably the second bullet, it is a sustainability assurance practitioner having prepared, that's fine, assisted with or contributed to the preparation. Assisted with or contributed seems to be very generic. And I think probably should be, let's say, made more specific on what you are intending, probably.
So it's not on this example, but on the other one?
No, it is on the same paragraph. Not on the screen. Sorry, I was following the text. So.
Okay. In the text there are other
in the text is
also.
before this one, but for this one, having provided sustainability services, I think that it should be better to have an understanding of what services are you meaning. I mean, so sustainability services is pretty broad. Could
Yes.
also be an assurance service.
But this is why we close down with the end of so whatever the kind of services, if the outcome has is subject to your assurance, then there might be a self review threat, no?
Even if it is an assurance service.
Sorry, even if
it is an assurance, the outcome of which.
Yes.
I do not understand what is an outcome, which could be even an assurance service, and why we should have a self-review on an assurance service.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Makes sense. We take it back. We reflect on that. Yeah, Andy, the same. Okay.
So
okay.
this is under 300.6A1B, the
Yes.
first bullet point.
No, it is the third one.
The third one, yeah.
In the text is the third one.
Because the other two were just adapted, and here we wanted to have an example of a new example.
Yeah, but even the other two, on the second one, you included assisted with or contributed to the preparation.
Mm-hmm.
They are very generic. they could span across very nothing to very pervasive services. Some clarification may be helpful in understanding what you are meaning here.
But in any case, if you were involved in such services, you should ask yourself, no? And the whole way is to identify the potential threats and then say if it's a real threat or not. So if the kind of service it was related to the providing those information or contributing to their building or whatever, you should ask yourself if you are in a position of self-review threat, no? And we cannot give all the examples where, oh, this is in, this is out.
Yeah, but the example before changing them were very specific, very clear. They identified an example of self-review. This is very broad. It span across, let's say, someone providing benchmarking, why there should be an issue, from someone being pervasively involved in delivering this information, and there is no doubt that it is an issue. So having used this generic term, I don't think we are providing, let's say, or we can provide a better service to our users if we use more specific terms in order to identify which are the situation where a self-review exists. Because if it is generic, it could be or it could not be, but it is too large.
So regarding that example that you are talking about, Luigi, the one where we expanded to also saying contributed or assisted with the preparation of the information, that was something that we expanded following comments from the SRG, where they said non-PAs they are not familiar with the code and ethics in general, or may not be. And if they look at an example that says only prepared information, they may read it very narrowly and restricted to, oh, it's only a problem if I'm involved since start to finish. And so the objective here was indeed to broaden the example to say, you know, it depends. You have to think about your involvement. It doesn't need to have to be. It does need to have to be from start to finish. It might be just at a certain point, but is it relevant enough to create a self-review threat? And that is why we expanded that example.
I'm not in disagreement, as I told before. I'm saying that they are really broad and generic. So I would recommend to find a way to narrow them and to explain exactly which is the point. Because in this way, basically you are saying that even when there is no a self-review risk, but the fact that a non-PA or a PA was associated in a way or in another to this process may be an issue, which is not. So I would try to keep, as it was before in the extant code, a more specific example. They are examples. So I think that we do not need to cover the entire range of possibility. They are examples, so we need to focus on situations where we would like people to understand when there is a self-review risk.
So Luigi, if you change it to, let's say, an estimation service or evaluation service without saying sustainability services, then that is a specific example and you'll be comfortable.
Yeah, but I was referring not to the subject matter, so sustainability versus estimation, but to the action, assisting or contributing. It is, they are the two terms that are very generic in my view. So then you can change evaluation with sustainability information, with estimation, with something else. I'm fine with that. What it seems to me generic is the action of being associated with this.
And you don't agree with the fact that keeping the word preparing could be read by these non assurance practitioners, which are not PAs, as the fact that you are concerned only if you were in charge of the corporation.
No, I'm not saying
You
that.
don't see
No,
that risk?
I'm saying that I'm in agreement with introducing new examples, but they should be more specific than generic action like assisting or contributing. So I'm fine with saying preparing and something else, but this something else should really focus where there are issues without the need to think whether we assisted in a way where there is no risk or in a way where there is a risk. So my recommendation is to try to add examples, but which we believe are issues.
Okay.
Point taken.
Thank you very much. Hector, please.
It's the same topic, right?
Andy.
No, I wasn't following. I just want to make sure that if the only service provided was assurance services, that's not a self-review threat, as we've been discussing. Just one that you guys are taking that on board.
Yes, we
Okay.
are. But
I just wasn't sure whether there was a change in direction in the
No.
middle of that go around. So thank you.
Thank you, Hector.
Sorry, at the risk of showing my ignorance, unlike in auditing, the value chain here is going to be huge. And the risk of having a member of my network having provided inputs, services, benchmarks, or something within the value chain is much bigger than in a group audit or so when we're trying to apply equivalence, my fear is that a lot of information coming from the value chain will have some degree of touches from members of my organization in different parts of the world. My question is, would it make sense to say that if that information has gone through a service assurance provider that meets the requirements of the code, then I can use it as if it wasn't my own? And there is no self-review risk?
You are in independence or in?
No, I'm talking about self-review. I'm reviewing my own work within, if I understand, maybe I misunderstand it. What I'm saying is that there will be work conducted at the supply chain level that will come up and get back to me. And it was conducted by a member of my organization, if I'm a big firm. So it will be self-review, right? What I'm saying is that if in between that value chain entity and the reporting entity, there is another service assurance provider, then
that has independently assured.
Yes, then it shouldn't be self-review because somebody else conducted that review.
That's the same part.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, if you have the self-review thread, then you look at the safeguard. If there is an independent reviewer, done, right? Done. Yeah.
Okay, which is, do you still
just
want?
a question of method. Are we supposed to provide comments only on this paragraph or the entire paragraph?
Oh, no. We are supposed to have a reading session tomorrow morning. Yeah.
You responded.
So,
sorry.
Tom, please.
Thank you very much. I'm asking the same question, sorry.
Okay.
And how about the certification or verification or validation? I mean, that's the, relating to the analyst's point, if it's only the assurance service, no self-review threat, then how about the certification or verification? It's a non-assurance, but a little bit of similarity with those sort of services. If literally, I think that they are the sustainability services, but like the assurance service, it may not cause some sort of the self-reviews there. So how do you think of that? And then its issue may relate to that the safeguard issue as well. If it's not assurance, but the certificated, is that okay or not?
This is
Let me ask a question. It's a great, interesting question. If I could get specific, if you did an ISO certification for the entity, and then later on you're coming back to be the assurance service provider, what's the likelihood you're going to deviate from what you said in the ISO certification? Right. So I think there is a risk of self-review there that has to be thought about.
Yeah, that should be shared with the OIB as well.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So,
sorry, Christelle, may I just ask you, your ambition would be to cover the presentation today and the standards tomorrow, or?
in our idea, the definition we could manage with the reading tomorrow morning, but
okay,
we're lacking a little bit
let's bring it
behind
as
because we still have some, not many, but some slide on the assurance part, and then a big chunk with Laura on NOCLA.
Okay, so let's bring it as far as possible.
Okay, we'll do our best. Okay, so the question was whether to include equivalent part 2. So as a recap, we agreed that in June that we would include an equivalent section 270, and the board requested that we draft an equivalent 230 to assess if it was needed to include it. So on the point whether to include the equivalent section 230, drafting this raises a scoping issue, since the extant code provision relates to misleading the employing organization. As this expression is specific to PAIBs, a different expression would have to be used. Okay, so we considered 3 options and concluded none of them would be ideal. The option 1, replacing employment organization by sustainability assurance client. This would be in line with the rest of part 5, but would create inconsistencies with the extant code. It would also raise the question in terms of equivalence of standards between the non-PA and PA, okay, or the PA on audit and the SAPs. The option 2 was to replace the employing organization with the notion of firm. This would be an equivalent replacement, but would create inconsistencies with the rest of part 5 and the rest of section 230, which focuses on the relationship with the client, not the firm. In addition, the SAPs may not be part of a firm, by the way. And the option 3 was to replace employing organization with others to cover both the firm and the client. But this would create inconsistencies with the rest of the code, since equivalent section 230 in part 5 would have a broader scope than the extant section 230. The second issue drafting this section 230 also raises the issues. The extent requirement is premised on a hierarchical relationship, which is the case for an employer-employee relationship. But it doesn't seem appropriate in the context of the relationship with a client, where there is a fiduciary duty that prevents the practitioner from simply declining. Okay. In addition, users of Part 5 may raise doubts about the relevant regime regarding threats to compliance with principle of professional competence and due care, given the content of the equivalent section 320. Part 5 is supposed to replicate all requirements in the code applicable to auditors with no change, as it could raise issues in terms of the interpretation of the same requirement in extant part 1 to 4. So whether to include or not the equivalent section 230, we thought that given all these issues, and on the fact that material in extant section 230 is already covered by the fundamental principle of integrity and professional competence and due care, we propose not to include this section. And also considering the new introductive paragraphs on the sustainability assurance practitioners' expertise and training. And finally, because we retained examples of pressure related to acting without sufficient expertise in equivalent section 270, we are in the position to say, well, the substance is covered, explicitly covered, and trying to import this section 230 has too many issues that would be problematic. Relating to the equivalent section 270 on the, so we included a draft equivalent in part 5 following the board's agreement in June. And the scope of this section covers pressure from and on others, which is a broad enough concept to fit with our scope in part 5 relating to client, to firm, etc. The main changes in that equivalent section were in terms of adapting and adding examples relating to pressure, related to conflict of interest, acting without sufficient expertise, inducement, knockler, and fees. And these are the examples that we adapted or added to reflect on that. So I propose we keep on this one, which is a little bit of a pre-reading, and ask if there are remarks on our analysis for the section, equivalent section 230 and 270 from the board.
Okay, thank you, Christelle. I think that your intention is to pause here.
Yes, I was
possible
not
comments,
reading
and we already have some candidates, starting with Mark. I don't know if you were the first.
Thank you. I'm comfortable with where the work stream's got to. The issue I have is almost a slight inconsistency, which is if I was looking at 230, I don't see employing organisation as a PAIB term. I see it as sufficiently wide to include anything. So I wouldn't get too hung up on even looking for an alternative. And then does that allow you to better align your 230 and 270? But, you know, I'm comfortable with where you've got to, but I think I just wouldn't say employing organisation is a PAIB issue. It's a generic enough term.
Okay.
Thank you. Andy, please.
Thanks. I'm completely down for the 230 not being there. I mean, we may have already made these decisions, but I'm questioning why any of part 2 is needed, given where we landed the other places. But I think professional competence and due care cover the 230, and I think it just gets confusing I think it's confusing as to why 230 and 270, quite frankly, would be there for the assurance practitioner and not be there for the in the case of non-sustainability assurance for the practitioner.
Oh, they are, because they are referred to as applicability paragraph, you see. In part 3, you refer to these. So this is why we were questioning ourselves, do we import them in part 5, because they have something to do with the.
I know from a standpoint of I'm reading this for the first time.
Okay.
I think the fundamental principles are so elegantly stated that I don't believe it's needed for that reason. So
Okay, I
that's
understand.
I probably should have led with that as my headline.
Thank you.
I do not object about your conclusion. I think the root cause of this conclusion is the decision not to include part 2 for preparers. And therefore this basically, let's say, create this inconsistency that you highlighted in the various options. If the part 2 was there, let's say, we would not discuss this matter now. On the other hand, I have no objection even in leaving it included, considering what Mark said. Employing organization may also be the firm of the assurance practitioner. So I don't think there is anything that could prevent us from leaving it, but I'm fine with both options.
Thank you, Luigi. There are no more comments.
Okay. So we also worked on whether it was necessary to include the equivalent section 321 and 350, and Laura is taking the stage.
Thank you, Christelle. So we are going to look at 2 sections from part 3 that we propose, on which the workstream 2 has certain views on whether to include or not in part 5. And the first one is section or equivalent section 321 on providing second opinions. And if we look at the scope of the extant section, it is for the situations where PAs provide second opinions to an entity that is not an existing client. And when we look at the scope of part 5 of our project, and the proposed, and I think I can say maybe the approved scope that workstream 2 proposed for the ethics part, it applies to sustainability assurance engagements and other services to the same clients. So there is an assumption there is a client already, and so these 2 situations do not fit with each other. In part 5, there is already a client, and extant section 321 assumes there is not an existing client. And so we have a section that is outside the scope of part 5. Sorry. And therefore the proposal of workstream 2 is not to include an equivalent section 321 in part 5, but instead, and not to forget this situation, to have a specific example in one of the introductory paragraphs in part 5 that deals with the scope of part 5 and the encouragement for non-PAs. So basically, we suggest adding that example highlighted in yellow there, that when there is a provision of second opinions, that is a situation where a non-PA is encouraged to use the code because it's not covered by part 5. If the sustainability assurance practitioner is a PA, then extant section 321 applies because it's part 3 and it applies to a PA. And so this is the proposal regarding 321. In respect of the custody of client assets, as you could read from the materials that were posted, the initial proposal of workstream 2 was not to include an equivalent section 315 part 5, because there is a prohibition in the independent standards of assuming management responsibilities. And there is an interpretation where if assuming management responsibilities includes controlling financial or human assets that belong to the client. Further to the comments that we received during the drafts that we circulated in August, and also a conversation with Luigi, thank you. Workstream 2 revised its proposal and decided to propose to include an equivalent section 315 part 5 because basically, since Workstream 2 has widened the scope of the ethics standards to now apply to all sustainability assurance engagements, and not only those sustainability assurance engagements that meet the scope of the independent standards, this means that we have to consider two prohibitions on assuming management responsibilities. Not only that prohibition that exists in Part 4A, and that will be imported into Part 5, but also the prohibition that exists in Part 4B. And these two prohibitions are scoped differently. The first one applies to the whole relationship with the client, and therefore it allows for that interpretation that, if there is this prohibition, then there is no situation where they can hold client assets. However, the prohibition that we have in 4B, it's only for the underlying subject matter. So in a situation where a practitioner is providing a sustainability assurance engagement that does not meet the scope of the independent standards, and is also providing another service, for example, a tax service, then in theory, under the tax service, the practitioner can hold client assets, for instance, to client money, for instance, to pay the taxes on behalf of the client, or to receive a reimbursement from the tax authorities and then transfer that money to the client. Also, Workstream 2 considered that not including an equivalent section 315 part 5 could lead to incorrect views or interpretations. It could lead to questions as to why is this section not included in part 5? Is it because it's not permissible at all? Or is it permissible but is not subject to any rules? And so we think it's advisable not to create this kind of questions. And also, so this is the proposal to include, and what Workstream 2 also considers relevant is to add a paragraph in what will be equivalent section 350, reminding users of the code that there is a prohibition of assuming management responsibilities in the independent standards. And so that section needs to be read together with that prohibition. And I would pause here for board's views regarding the proposals on 321 and 350.
Thank you, Laura. Sadia.
So I have some reservations. With not including section 321. I think this is a very important section in the code, specifically in engagements where they might be shopping around for opinions on treatments of technical issues. As we understand, sustainability reporting might be a new concept, and this might be something that professional accountants as well as non-professional accountants in the arena might experience. There's an important requirement in section 321, which is the requirement to allow for communication. So that's if you are asked for a second opinion, you need to consider whether you need to communicate, and that communication should be allowed. And without putting that in part 5 of the code, that might be overlooked, that there's a need to communicate when asked for a second opinion. I do understand the scoping says existing client, but is it existing client in accordance to the engagement? And I'm thinking of the example where an sustainability assurance provider could be asked for a second opinion on a sustainability assurance engagement where they're not the assurance provider, because there might be multiple engagements and they're allowed to do the services. That's what Workstream 1 said. but they need to communicate with that assurance provider, especially where there's a disagreement, and in order to confirm that they're being asked the same opinion or the same request that has been asked from the assurance provider. So that is my view. I think it's important. Sorry, I didn't realize I had less concern on the custody of client assets, but I was considering where we haven't included these. If you want to ask a question in the ED to ask if you are comfortable with these type of scenarios or is additional guidance required. So that's kind of a bridge of, if you don't require it, would these be clear both to our PA market and our non-PA market?
Just one thing regarding your comment on section 321 and the requirement to allow for communication. And this is just a question whether that requirement that is already in 320 in the section for professional appointments, that also where there is a predecessor, a practitioner, and an existing, and would that be sufficient to cover?
So no, because that requirement is when you're beginning your relationship. So you might have already taken on that client, but when you ask a second opinion, whether it has an engagement or no engagement, you need to consider this communication. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. While we're on section 321, I don't know if you can just go to slide 54. Just on the drafting, and I don't we shouldn't be trying to edit on the fly here, but just the language under bullet B. I'd probably be more inclined to approach it from the perspective of saying that the code might be applied by practitioners who are not PAs, as opposed to the code can be used to make it a bit more open, as opposed to the way it is worded now, which is a bit more directive, I think, and it might come across a bit too strong. And also on the on the second line, adopting the ethics standards to guide the practitioner's general conduct. So it's not in the context of how the code gets taken up or used by practitioners. It's not so much that they adopt themselves, but they will have a dedicated or designated standard setter that ought to tell them, or standard setter, or maybe it's their organization, if it's about voluntary take up, that will instruct them as to which standards they need to follow. So rather than saying adopting the standards, it's more something along the lines of adhering or complying with the ethics standards set out in the code, etc. Right? Because in other words, the action of adopting it doesn't sit at the level of the practitioner. It is either the organizational level or at the level of a national standard setter. And those organizations will then specify which standards they need to follow, or they ought to follow for voluntary purposes. If so, it is a drafting point, but I don't believe that if I'm a practitioner and I'm not a PA, I would adopt, so to speak. It would be my organization by policy that will say, if you're involved in performing sustainable assurance engagement, follow the standards of IESBA. Right. I mean, we can work on drafting, but it's just a point that I just want to flag for further consideration.
Okay, it seems that there are no other comments. To the easiest part.
Okay, so we now go to the proposals regarding or under the equivalent section 360 and 260. Sorry, not only the equivalent, it's NOCLAR as a whole. So in part 2, in part 3, and in part 5. Regarding communication, between the accountant or the practitioner and with each other. So let's start with part 5, what we're doing in part 5. We are basically using the same structure that we have in section 360 in part 3, where we have a series of requirements and application material in essentially 2 subsections. And depending on the service that the accountant is providing, we have a different regime if it's audit of the financial statements versus services other than audits. Both these subsections have provisions on understanding the matter, addressing it, determining whether further action is needed, and also documentation. The subsection on audit of the financial statements is a little bit more detailed, and they also differ in terms of the communication with other parties. For part 5, we are proposing to use the same structure. So the equivalent of the subsection for the audit of financial statements would be if the practitioner is providing a sustainability insurance engagement that meets the independence criteria, because that is the equivalence that we've agreed on. And the subsection that we have in part 3 for services other than audit in part 5 is used for other sustainability assurance engagements and other services. So in terms of what we have in part 3 in Accent section 360, in terms of communication, what we have in that first subsection is that the auditor has no responsibility to communicate with other accountants. In the second subsection, there is a responsibility for the accountant to communicate no CLAR or suspected no CLAR with the auditor. This is a summary of the workstream 2 proposals. We will go into detail regarding each one of them. And so we will start focusing on this first subsection, so audit of financial statements in part 3 and engagements that meet the independence criteria in part 5. And workstreams 2 proposal in this part here is this slide is a little bit more visual and explains the same as the previous one. So the workstream 2 proposal here is to have in part 5, so right-hand side of this slide, a requirement for the sustainability assurance practitioner that is performing an engagement that meets the independence criteria to consider communicating no CLAR or suspected no CLAR to the auditor, and then have a mirroring new requirement in part 3, also following the discussion that we have had in June and following the suggestions and comments from some board members to also have the same kind of requirement in part 3 for the auditor to consider communicating no CLAR or suspected no CLAR to the sustainability assurance practitioner. And why are we doing this? Because, as I mentioned, the premise is that the audit of financial statements and the sustainability assurance engagements that meet the independence criteria are underpinned by the same public interest. So there is a common interest from both practitioners that they both consider communicating with each other. This requirement or these new requirements in part 3 and in part 5 are drafted broadly enough to include communication regardless of whether the other party it belongs to the same firm or the network firm or is outside the firm or the network firm. We have included a new factor that needs to be thought about when the practitioner or the accountant is considering communicating no CLAR, which is to consider the firms or the network firms' protocols or procedures for communicating no CLAR. So they should be followed. regarding this is a draft, and the new factor, I'm sorry, the new factor is the second bullet in the slide. And we also discussed about that last factor that we proposed not to include there, the likely materiality of the matter, which should or should not be a factor to consider communicating. Workstream 2 retains its proposal not to include this factor because even though we recognize that some reporting frameworks like the IESBA or the FRAG recognize the financial materiality of sustainability information, and in a certain way, this suggests that the practitioner needs to understand some concept of materiality in a financial sense. However, they might not necessarily know what materiality is for the purpose of an audit. So the concept of financial materiality is different of materiality for the purposes of an audit. It also might not reasonable to expect a non-PA to recognize the materiality of no part to the audit of the financial statements and vice versa. The auditor might not recognize the materiality of no part to a sustainability assurance engagement, especially if they're not used to integrated reporting. In terms, we also requested some feedback from the SRG on whether this factor could be included or not. And they supported not having practitioners who are not PAs making judgments on financial materiality or to form opinions about financial statements. And so therefore we are suggesting not to include this factor and include in the guidance for non-PAs, explain that if the practitioner has this expertise or this sensibility, then they should consider this factor as well. And just a final reference that even though this factor seems to introduce some sort of threshold for the communication, not having this factor does not automatically mean that the practitioner or the auditor must communicate all no-CLAR or suspected no-CLAR, because there are also the other, these are just examples of factors to consider, and the practitioner should use their professional judgment to decide whether to communicate no-CLAR or suspected no-CLAR. And before, just in terms of the CAG feedback, there was a comment from a CAG representative suggesting that instead of having a requirement to consider communicating, we should have a requirement to communicate. And the workstream 2 views is that one of the objectives of the practitioner or of the auditor under no-CLAR is to communicate first and foremost with the clients. It's to inform management and those charged with governance, and then the client has the responsibility to address the matter and to remedy it and to rectify it, and also to undertake communication with third parties. If we look at the existing regime and the factors that we have when there is a consideration to communicate, that factor there at the top is precisely whether management or those charged with governance have already informed in this case, the external auditor about the matter. So, and the existence of this factor is a proof of this argument that the priority is to inform the client. As I mentioned, we also propose to add a new factor related to the communication protocols or procedures within the firm or the network firm. And under those procedures, there might be a requirement for the practitioner or the auditor to communicate immediately with the firm instead of just consider communicating. So that part is there's a safeguard there. And we also consider that considering communication instead of just requiring communication is a more balanced approach. Given there are some practical considerations, or there might be some practical issues, if the firm with whom communication is required is a different legal entity, is in a different jurisdiction, so there might be some practical challenges in terms of contacting the other party, and therefore just considering communication is a more balanced approach. Before I pause, these are the drafts, and we welcome any comments that you may have on the requirement and the factors. But just before I pause for comments, just to let you know that Workstream 2 considered an additional possibility, which is, so we are adding a requirement for, this is for part 5, we are adding a requirement for the practitioner to communicate with the auditor. Why are we not also adding a requirement for the practitioner to communicate with other sustainability assurance practitioners, especially if those other sustainability assurance practitioners are also performing engagements that meet independence criteria, and therefore there is the same rationale of public interest underpinning all those services. So the proposal is not to include that additional requirement because, one, the financial materiality aspect of sustainability reporting, it seems that because of this aspect, the identification of NOCLAR in sustainability assurance will most likely have an impact on the financial statements, on the audit of the financial statements. And so therefore the communication with the auditor is particularly relevant and important. Again, some practical challenges in adding this requirement, because it might be difficult for the practitioner to know if the client has engaged other practitioners and whether those other practitioners, what kind of service they are, or what kind of sustainability assurance service they are providing. Does it meet the independent scope? Does it not meet the independent scope? We also discussed this issue with the SRG, and the feedback that we got is, at least in the UK, it is not very common for a client to engage more than one sustainability or more than one practitioner to provide sustainability assurance. And this is where we are talking about assurance in technical terms. So according to assurance standards, IESBA standards, not if we're talking about certification under ISO standards. So if for assurance, it's not common for a client to engage more than one practitioner. Again, the same rationale or the same argument that the priority under the NOCLAR regime is to communicate with the client, and the client then should have the responsibility to decide who are the interested parties in that situation, who should be informed. And so we also, finally, we also consider that the approach taken with just adding the requirements for the auditor and the sustainability practitioner, not expanding it to other practitioners in part 5, is a balanced approach, is in line with the characteristics of the public interest framework. It makes the standards clear and concise. It makes them scalable in terms of whether IESBA in the future wants to revise or elaborate on the standards. And by keeping them simple, by adding the essential requirements and not other requirements that may pose practical issues, it also it helps with our implementability and enforceability. And I would now pause for any comments from the board regarding these proposals and or the drafts.
Thank you very much, Laura. I would welcome any comments or questions. Mark. please.
Thank you. I think overall, I think the proposals are well thought out and reasonable. I have one sort of residual worry, and that is in many jurisdictions, there are legal protections for auditors over their communications in the no-class space. And I don't believe any of those have yet developed in respect of sustainability assurance practitioners. And therefore, my only reservation is the proposal, I think, is a good one, but is it creating an obligation on the practitioner that might expose them to legal risk because the legal framework has yet to be developed? And I think maybe rather than unpick the good work that the work stream has done, is there a way of putting something in there which reminds the practitioner of the need to take appropriate legal advice, because they might not have the same protections that exist elsewhere?
The first factor to consider addresses your points.
Yeah, so I would say that we have two safeguards. The first is that we have a consideration to communicate. So it's not a requirement per se, it's for the practitioner to consider or the auditor. So sorry, this is in part 3. It's the same, but it's for the auditor to consider communicating with the sustainability assurance practitioner. And in doing so, there is a number of factors to consider. And the first one is considering whether doing that would be contrary to law or regulation. And the second one is whether there are any restrictions about disclosure imposed by a regulatory agency or a prosecutor, etc. And again, these are only examples. And others.
What you want to address is the protection of the whistleblower. And it is different. It might not be contrary to the law, but you don't have any protection. So what kind of other risk than being contrary to the law you want to address?
I think it works fine where you've got a legal framework that has prohibitions, but it's more difficult where you've got a legal framework that has permissions, because those permissions may not exist in the context of the sustainability assurance.
Should it be addressed in discussing this in the exposure draft?
It could be a good question. It could be a good question. Yes.
Okay. Point taken. Thank you.
Okay, Hector, please.
Sorry, another question. Why is it important that the sustainability assurance provider meets the independence requirements for communicating no-cloud?
Because that is the
equivalent.
Yes, in terms of public interest, it's exactly. So it's the scope that we've decided that should be equivalent to audits, to the requirements that apply to the audits of financial.
Otherwise, it would be. Otherwise, it would go further than no equivalence.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rania.
So just so that I understand this, so we're saying that if the financial statement auditor identifies a situation of no CLAR, then they have to consider communicating it with the different sustainability assurance practitioners, assuming there is more than one. But then if it's the sustainability assurance practitioner that identifies such a situation, they only have a requirement to consider communicating with the financial statement auditor, but not the other. But I mean, how come? So my point is, if we are saying that the assurance, the sustainability assurance practitioners or providers should be aware of no CLAR, whether that event has been identified or situation has been identified by the financial statement auditor, or another sustainability assurance provider, I mean, what's the difference? If they should know, I mean, for the public interest, then they should know.
So the way that we drafted the requirements in part 5 is to be, sorry, in part 3 is to be broad enough to allow consideration of communication with one sustainability assurance practitioner, or if there are many.
Yeah.
So not to restrict and say, because there, if we had restricted to say, well, they have to communicate with the sustainability assurance practitioner and there is more than one and the
Correct.
auditor knows there is more than one, then they would have to choose.
Okay.
So what we are just saying here is that it should be communicated or considered to be communicated with the practitioners. In brackets.
Yeah.
But it's not an obligation to communicate with every practitioner that exists.
Okay,
Because
understood. But then I think the same requirement to consider, and I'm not saying a requirement to communicate, but a requirement to consider communication should fall also on the sustainability assurance practitioner. Because I think the issue is not in placing the requirement on the practitioner who identifies the no-CLAR. I think the issue is in saying that if there is a situation of no-CLAR, then it is in the public interest that other assurance providers are aware of it. And so whoever identifies that situation, they should communicate, they should consider communicating it with the other assurance providers. You get my point? Yeah, I mean, so if I'm providing sustainability assurance and I'm aware of other sustainability assurance providers, okay, then I should also consider informing them about it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, we fully see your point, and we considered it. We just thought that overall and in balance, assessing or considering how common or uncommon that situation may be and the practical challenges that may arise. In balance, it was a better solution not to impose that requirement.
Yeah, but you're not imposing, you're telling them, consider communicating it. So I think it is.
It means that you require from them to know about other practitioners.
Yeah.
Because
I mean, you could, the way you structure this requirement could be very balanced. You could say, like, if you are aware of other sustainability assurance practitioners, then, or if it comes to your attention, I mean, because then again, you're imposing that requirement on the financial statement auditor. So what's the difference? I mean, again, because I think what I'm struggling with is this. The idea is not the idea of having or considering communicating no-CLAR is not to impose a requirement on the assurance provider, but rather in recognition of the fact that it is in the public interest that other assurance providers are aware of this. That's how I see it. So whoever discovers it is really irrelevant. The idea is, if it is in the public interest for other assurance providers to know about it, then whether it's me or him or whoever is discovering it, it is in the public interest for them.
Just to clarify, what we are requiring in part 3 is not for the auditor to communicate or to consider communicating with all sustainability assurance practitioners. We're just saying that it's broad enough for him to consider communicate if there is more than
fair
one.
Fair enough. I'm saying that same requirement should also fall on any other sustainability assurance provider. I mean, I don't see why the distinction. That's what I'm saying. I mean, if I understand this correctly, I don't see why the distinction. I don't see the point or the legitimacy of distinguishing, in the treatment. I think, that's just.
I think part of the part of the consideration as well is that auditors are well and truly well versed with the regime and how it works in terms of non-compliance with laws and regulations and how to deal with the information, all that sort of thing. Whereas now with sustainability insurance practitioners, especially non-PA ones, that this is a new regime and a new thing that they need to get to understand and how it all works and how to deal with the information, that sort of thing. So it's part of that potentially phase approach in terms of what Laura was talking about, that getting it started and getting that part of the regime, and then down the track when there's the PIR review and that sort of thing.
We discussed the fact that it is going to be a difficult chunk for the non-PAs to apply these no-cloud provisions. So adding complexity and additional burden to some, so it is still scalable. If we, in our, for example, post-implementation review or whatever, if we feel there are so many situations where there are numerous practitioners that meet the criteria on the same client, and that there are holes in the, well, after a few years, if they are used to analyzing and putting themselves and dealing with the information the right way, etc., we might scale a little bit. And make it totally symmetric.
The first point up there is that more than likely it will have the impact on the financial report in terms of materiality, and that's going to be a clearer aspect. In terms of other sustainability assurance practitioners, it's going to be a lot more difficult to determine whether that is actually relevant or material to what they're doing, even if you know what they're doing, or you may not know what they're doing, whereas it's a lot clearer with the financial reporting. You know what an auditor does, all that sort of thing. So
I have two follow-up questions on this. So the first one is, so let's assume I'm the sustainability assurance provider or practitioner, and then I identify no CLAR, and I communicate it with the financial statement auditor. In that case, does the financial statement auditor have the requirement to consider, even though they're not the ones who discovered it, but they became aware of it, to consider communicating it with? So you're sort of placing
there's a safeguard there in a sense as well.
You're placing the responsibility on the financial statement auditor to determine who should to really make the final consideration.
This analysis they are going to do with the question of materiality and impact, etc. And so if they receive from I don't know if it's going to exist, but this SAP was on the environmental indicators, and you have another SAP on the social. Imagine, right? And that SAP on environment, he finds out that there is a huge problem on human rights or whatever, and so he does his job. He gives it to the auditor, and the auditor has a view that this question of human rights will have a big impact on financial potentially. I would argue that he should pass the baby to the other practitioner, because he normally will have a holistic view on the assurance landscape.
I understand
for a client.
I
would
I understand. One last question on this. So is there, like, when they're considering communicating these issues with one another, does it have to be like for ongoing assurance engagements, or is it like, for example, let's say right now I'm conducting a sustainability assurance engagement, okay? And if the financial statement audit is not underway at the moment, am I supposed to communicate it, or is it clear, or to consider communicating it with the entity's auditor, even though the audit is not ongoing at the moment? Is this an issue, or?
Well, the first step is to communicate with those charged with governance. So if you are 6 months before the audit, you can give a little time to those charged with governance to communicate. But to the auditors, to other practitioners. But this would be the primary responsibility of those charged with governance, to communicate what they have relevant information for the assurance service, right? I think the communication should be dealt in a reasonable time. You don't wait 6 months because you know that the auditors are coming next December or whatever.
Yeah.
I would
I mean,
argue that
should you
you
communicate?
might need some time to make your mind clear.
No, I'm saying that should we identify, should we specify,
I would
this
not
should this be
specify because it's a principle to consider communication. I would argue that the more time you give, the bigger the problem might become. No?
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's timing issue in the extent code for the moment. No.
No.
But of course, in the extent code, it's the question of the auditor being informed and taking it into account in his audit. So it's a bit different.
Yeah, I mean, because like I'm just considering the possibility that, let's say, I inform the external auditor and the auditor, let's say, has already been completed. Could this in any way like constitute a subsequent event for the auditor, perhaps?
Maybe,
So
depending on the issue, or
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry because we don't have that much time and we have to listen to the others, and maybe the rest of the comments may help solve this. I don't know. I'm sorry for this, but China is waiting for a long time.
The auditor is in a unique position, right? The auditor, it's like a statutory position. They are in a unique position. They have to consider laws and regulations under ISA 250. So I'm happy with the distinction between the auditor versus another practitioner. They are given certain rights depending on the regime. They can communicate with the regulator. So the auditor is a completely different person to a sustainability assurance practitioner. So I'm happy with the proposed approach that work stream has proposed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jana. Sadia.
So I sympathize with you because no cloud has never been easy. No cloud has always been something that's difficult to understand as well as to implement. And it would have been nice if we had done post-implementation review before we were going through these revisions to understand what have been the trigger points of different auditors around the globe. But having said that, from my jurisdiction, I keep on hearing about how NOCLA is cost intensive and takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
And we have legislation that supports auditors. Chana mentioned that auditors are supported by legislation, and we have made the equivalent of making an auditor and sustainability assurance provider equal, and we've elevated those requirements. But there may be jurisdictions that legislation hasn't caught up and they're not privileged to the same confidentiality. Also, breaching confidentiality is a huge thing. And we are now asking people to consider multiple times on when to breach when to allowably share information that's in the public interest, not breach confidentiality. And that's where I start having concerns, because how do you principally expand, but also at the same time making sure that it's reciprocated? So if you are, that's the benefit of a profession, right? Everyone has the same requirements. But here we might be in a situation while one sustainability assurance provider follows our code and another might not, if it's voluntary basis. And therefore you have to consider communicating one way, but you wouldn't be receiving the communication. I do think Rania raised a valid point about timing of this communication and if you've just issued a report and you receive one of these communications, what do you do? And NOCLA is supported by a lot of non-assurance material that IESBA has published. We need to consider that.
Okay.
But I think that as you navigate this here, one of the tricks that you might want to keep is when we're deciding on effective date of the code, this is one of those you might want to push out, because every jurisdiction is going to have a lot of conversations that isn't going to be sufficient during the exposure period about what it means about your jurisdiction, how practically this will be implemented.
Oh, thank you for the.
Sorry, one last question, and
Yeah.
this is probably something that I need clarification on. Earlier, we said that greenwashing is included in OCLA. But is that obvious from the amendments? Am I missing one of the provisions that says greenwashing and those type of things is equal to fraud? Or is that something that's going to be accompanying the explanatory memorandum?
Well, greenwashing is a fraud if your legal environment says it is. No, we can qualify it as a fraud, but in the NOCLAR, it's a question of legality, not of ethics. No, do we agree? Yeah, on that one. Okay.
I agree. I just want to make sure that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Luigi, please.
While examining the rules, the provision you prepare, I figure out a number of scenarios. Let's say, I like that. But basically, I ended in a very complicated set of provision or need to set up multiple communication. And frankly, I think that we should try to keep it simple, effective and simple. Effective meaning timely in the communication and identifying those that need to receive the communication due to their role without putting anyone in a situation that they spend awful amount of time in understanding who should be the addressee. So I sympathize with your proposal. I can figure out much more complicated way to deal with that. But frankly, I think that so far it is a good solution, a balanced solution.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Luigi. Yohei?
Thank you, Chair. I generally support the direction of the proposal of workstream 2. And one comment here is that regarding the NOCLA, which is very complicated, even for PAs, it is important to develop the provision of Part 5 in the front that is easy to understand for non-PA who are not familiar with the IESBA code. And to do that, it is necessary to fully listen to the opinions of the non-PAs on the application and provide information on them in an early stage. And further, it will be helpful to create useful guidance for appropriate application from the viewpoint of making professional agnostic standards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Yohei. Ken, please.
Yeah, no, thank you, no problem. So and maybe you can refresh my my memory without having to go through the entire text of the provisions. But did workstream 2 consider requiring, in the case of the sustainability assurance practitioner, before even considering whether to communicate the NOCLA to the external auditor, to advise the management or the charge governance to?
Yeah, it is a normal.
So that is a normal path.
Yeah, it's a normal path. But
And
when you hit the point to communicate to the auditor, it was we felt it was necessary to ask ourselves, what about the SAP?
Right, and is then one of the factors for consideration whether management and or the charge governance have indeed made that communication?
Yes.
Right, because I couldn't see it in your slide.
It's the first one.
Oh, I see. It's following. Okay. Okay, so it is there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the comments and questions. Chana?
And the other thing is, in most countries under whistleblowing law, normally the auditor would be a person who could receive reportable matters as well.
Yes.
Sorry, thank you for all this. This is not easy, but I think that we are we are there, and with so many clarifications made with respect to the reasons for some choices. So I hope that everybody's comfortable with where we are landing. Christelle, we have to make a strategic decision about if you want to move a little bit. I don't know. I think we can extend 15 minutes. Ken, what do you think? I know that the task force will meet, so I don't want to kill you. But,
already done.
Oh, you don't seem so. You seem fine. So 10, 15 more minutes more so that you can take this a little bit, bring
Thank
this
you.
a little bit forward. So please.
Thank you. So I'm going to walk through the second subsection that we have regarding NOCLAR. So we talked about the section on audit of financial statements / sustainability assurance engagements that meet the independence criteria. Let's talk about the second subsection that in part 3 is for services other than audits, and in part 5 is for other sustainability assurance engagements as well as other services. The proposal of workstream 2 here is not to make any change in ex ante part 3. And in part 5 is to mirror what we have, so the regime that we have in part 3, which is the communication for purposes of audits. And so if we look at, we have in part 3, we have 3 requirements for the accountant to communicate with the client's auditor. And there are different requirements, whether the auditor is in the same firm, in the network firm, or outside the firm or network firm. And if we look at these requirements, they are also different in nature. The first requirement, when the auditor is in the same firm, is a requirement to communicate. And the other 2 requirements are for consideration to communicate. And they follow that same logic of having factors to consider, etc. So this is what we have in next ante part 3, and workstream 2 proposes not to make any changes here. And when we go to part 5, the proposal is to mirror what we have in part 3. So if it's still a communication or a consideration to communicate for the purposes of the audit with the client's auditor, and it's exactly on the same terms, it's a requirement to communicate if it's within the same firm, and the consideration to communicate if it's with the network firm or outside the firm or network firm. And why are we proposing to keep the same requirements in part 3 and mirror them in part 5? Well, because, and we've addressed this in the previous section, because we think that communicating NOCLAR to the auditor is particularly relevant and important due to the financial materiality aspects of sustainability reporting. NOCLAR or suspected NOCLAR that is identified in sustainability assurance will most likely have an impact on the audit of the financial statements. And so communication with the auditor is particularly relevant. This is the draft or the changes or the draft that we are proposing for part 5. We can get some comments on that later. We have not included here the drafts for part 3 because we are not making any changes. Again, workstream 2 also considered additional possibilities for part 5. For part 5 and for part 3, which is today we have, as I mentioned, now we have communication of NOCLAR for the purposes of audits. What about communication of NOCLAR or suspected NOCLAR also for the purposes of sustainability assurance engagements? And notably, those sustainability assurance engagements that meet the independence criteria, because again, those are the ones that are equivalent in terms of same public interest to the audit of financial statements. So workstream considered this possibility of communicating also with the client's sustainability assurance practitioner, and eventually decided or proposes not to include these options because, again, communication for the audit purposes and with the auditor is sufficient, especially because of that new requirement that we've included in the previous section and that we've Rania touched upon a bit earlier. So if the sustainability, if an accountant or a practitioner identifies NOCLAR and communicates with the auditor under what we have in part 3 and in part 5, the previous slides, then the auditor, this communication triggers the requirements that the auditor now has to consider communicating with the sustainability assurance practitioner. So there is an indirect way that the sustainability assurance practitioner might be aware of the NOCLAR through the auditor. And so this would be enough. Also, again, the arguments that the communication of NOCLAR to management or those charged with governance is the priority. This is the NOCLAR regime that we have in the extant codes, and a communication with third parties, such as the auditor or the sustainability assurance practitioner, should be the last resort. And again, this is also evidenced by that factor that we also discussed following the question from Ken, that there is a factor for to consider it communicating, which is whether the client has not yet informed the other party. And we also took in consideration the public interest framework and the characteristics that the standards should have. We understood that not adding these provisions would contribute to the relevance and to the clarity of the standards. We tried and we considered some drafting options to add this possibility, which would result in a very complex regime that could have impacts on the adoption and the implementation of the standards. And so what we tried was to, again, strike a balanced approach between the comprehensiveness of the standards and their implementability and enforceability, because trying to capture all these nuances would result in in an overly complex regime that could hinder its adoption. And we thought that there is an upcoming post-implementation review. This is something that can also be discussed under that project. And again, there is this notion of also scalability. So start small, and if necessary, then we can later elaborate on these provisions. And I would now pause for comments regarding these proposals.
Thank you very much, Laura. Comments, welcome.
I think it's
okay. Okay, I don't know.
We've gone extensively in the discussion in the previous case.
Yeah.
So it's mirroring.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think that we are going to stop here. No, not yet.
Can I suggest I have one more slide?
Get it.
So this is in terms of, we've looked at part 3, we've looked at part 5. Now we'll look at part 2. And what we have in extant part 2 is a requirement for the professional accountant in business to determine whether the NOCLAR or suspected NOCLAR needs to be disclosed to the employing organization's auditor. And what we are suggesting to change in part 2 is to expand this requirement for the accountant also to determine if that disclosure is necessary, not only to the auditor, but also to the practitioner that is performing a sustainability assurance engagement that meets the criteria of the independent standards, because that's where the equivalence lies. And I will pause here for comments.
Sold.
Okay, no comments once again. Thank you very much. I'm sure that it's not because people are tired. It's because people don't have comments. So share them now or be quiet forever. So Ken? Yeah.
No, I was just going to add There won't be a recap tomorrow morning, so if you want to
No.
make any comment, this is your chance this afternoon.
Okay.
And
well
we
said.
reached, by the way, our objective for today.
Okay. Wonderful. And thank you very much. Thank you to the task force for the excellent and immense work done. And thank you to all of you for this very good discussion today, also on the work stream 2 proposals. I think that again, we were able to go into the core of the role of this board, the future of this board, the public interest mission, etc. And these questions are really the ones that this board should be discussing above all. Of course, the details are also important. The devil is in the details. But I think that we should all be happy and a little bit proud of these 18 people being able to focus on what is relevant and which is the difference that we can make and the role that we have. So tomorrow, as far as I understand you, we are going to go through the standards and definitions. Yeah. Well, not sure that. Yeah. Okay. So we also have some way to go. But for today, I think it's enough. Thank you very much. I wish that the task force a good work tonight, and I'm sorry that you still have some work to do today. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow at 9, right? Okay. I think that we were in risk today of having to start at 8:30, but maybe you guessed that that was on my spirit and it made things go on time. Ken.
Thank you. That is fine. I will have an announcement tomorrow with regard to the joint plenary session on Thursday, but I can do that tomorrow. So I won't keep the board any longer. Thank you. It is on Thursday, yes.
Has it been cancelled?
No, it is.
That makes sense that reminder of the chat.